Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Harness Tube on YouTube. We're at the Champaign County Fair today. Steve Surratt, David Brink with you on the broadcast, bringing you harness racing from the Champaign County Fair. We've got 16 races on board for tonight.
16.
16 means it's going to be after 10 o'clock when we're done tonight, David.
They drug out the lights, and we're going to go late here. Hopefully we can get these races off back to back to back, but it's going to be a full card of exciting races here tonight.
Absolutely, and we're looking forward to it. Lisa's got the barn area over there. You can see the harnessmen out. They are warming up the horses. Been doing that for a little better than an hour now. They've been warming horses up, right, David?
Yeah, you usually want to get your horse warmed up and kind of before the race, about an hour before post time before they go out to the race. That way they kind of have a chance to get back to themselves, but, you know, they stay warm and stay limber.
And beautiful night, a little on the humid side. David's sweating a little bit. He's got a sweat towel over there. But we're up in the shade, up in the grandstands at the Champaign County Fair. Lisa's right in front of us.
Got some nice fans blowing on us that you might hear, but they're keeping us cool.
Yeah, she'll even have a headset on for this evening. So
you might hear from her, huh?
Yeah. Lisa, can you hear us out there?
You're live.
You're live? That is a scary thought. And Kurt will be checking the microphone out here before long. We'll make sure that that's working and ready to go as far as that's concerned when he does a test. But we're thankful that everybody's on board with us tonight for Harness Tube and racing. We don't know in the program where it's at. We've got it listed as race 16. Is that where it's going to be, race 16?
I would have to guess it'd be a little earlier in the card, but I don't know exactly when. I think last year it was like 5B or something they had it stuck. But
we've got a celebrity race for you tonight, and we'll talk more about that.
Kind of exciting.
It is. It's a fun thing. David and I think more county fairs should do that. Local celebrities with someone in the cart helping them along.
You know, it's a testament to fairs that really promote horse racing. You know, Terry Lemke here and Brian Lohman, all the guys at this fair. You know, they really want to put on a good product. They have a lot of horses stable on the backstretch, and they want to make sure that this fair and this track continues on in the future. And so they're bringing out right now, we're looking at a whole news crew set up in the infield to do some broadcasting tonight and give us some coverage of the horse racing. So I know how hard Brian's been working getting the people out tonight to the grandstand and the coverage and the eyeballs on it. So give them a big thank you for sure.
And we've got a little better track coverage tonight. Now in some spots where the racetrack is and the barriers are for the car racing track, you're going to see heads, but at least you're going to see something moving as opposed to a motor home or a trailer or tractor or
just
something.
Just pick your horse's ears and follow them through the turn.
Yeah.
I think we can see about everything pretty well to see the racing anyway.
Yeah, particularly coming out of turn twos, a lot of times when some people are trying to make some moves to the outside, and so as Lisa's got...
I think we can see perfectly.
Oh, absolutely. We can see half the horse all the way through there. So I think we're in good shape. I think, in fact, this is the best view that we've had is she picks up the horses going around.
They kicked us out of the air conditioning, Steve, you know.
Yeah, last night, though, I was a little cold.
I don't want to say it out loud, but, yeah, the air conditioning was blowing on me last night.
It worked too good. Yeah, see, you can see the number pads.
Yeah, you can clearly see that
the saddle pads on those horses all the way out there. So, like I say, probably one of the best views that we've had at a county fair as far as seeing the whole track. And so, folks, it takes a little bit to do this, so we're going to take a station break right now and give a commercial break to our customers. You're listening to Harness Tube on YouTube.
When I started at DOT, I realized I could make a career out of this. It's just amazing the people you get to interact with when you get here. It's a family atmosphere for me. One of my main jobs is talking to people, trying to understand what's going on, where they're at in life, what they're needing from me to get their job done. I've met so many people, and it's been a real blessing to be a part of all that. Big company in a small town, that's a fact. When my life needed growth, I chose DOT, and I never left.
Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport is the go-to mobile home transportation company. We provide top-notch services including moving, block and leveling, and even demolitions with a quick turnaround time. If you're looking to move or get rid of your mobile home, Pine Ridge is the company to call. We now have dumpsters available for rent at competitive rates. Contact Wayne at 217-313-9744 or find us on Facebook.
ADI, located in Golden, is one of North America's largest pattern tiling installers. We've helped farmers create water management systems for over 40 years with pattern tiling across farm fields, generating proven data showing a boost in yield and greater profitability. Changing weather patterns do not have to cost you yield dollars anymore. Start with a free estimate now by calling your local ADI representative, David Lohman, at 309-280-2411 or by visiting our website at agdrainage.com.
Back with you on Harness Tube. Steve Surratt, David Brink with you. Lisa Surratt on the camera for this evening at the Champaign County Fair. David, not much left in the Midwest Illinois Harness Racing Association, but Coles County, we're going to be down there a couple of days next week. I get my weeks mixed up here.
Coming faster than we know it, isn't it? But yeah, we're down in Charleston, watched some racing down there. They have 3 days of racing over a whole week, so it'll be fun to go down there and do
And they've got a track announcer on Wednesday and Friday everybody's going to be familiar with. What's that guy's name?
I don't know if they're going to like him or not, but they're going to have him anyway.
David Brink.
David Brink will be in the booth giving you the calls on the 2 Charleston days of Wednesday and Friday anyway.
You'll be able to hear Lisa a little bit in the background. We'll get her mic turned up here a little bit. Lisa, say hi to everybody.
Good afternoon.
There she is.
Yeah.
They'll let me talk once in a while, but not too often. But that's okay.
Well, and when we want to talk about her, we don't want her to respond, so we will turn her down when we want her to respond. But, folks, you can help us out. Keep this free to the people that are watching around YouTube, and you may be taking advantage of it on YouTube and being able to watch these races. It costs money to get to the places. It costs money for equipment and so forth, and we love bringing it to you.
And you just, as we saw last night, we can't always get this great of a view of the track, and we have dead spots last night. I was talking to some horsemen on the backstretch, and there's a couple pieces of equipment that we could maybe look into to maybe cover some of those blind spots at some of these fairs. But once again, that's more equipment, that's more expensive, and it adds up. So we appreciate any kind of help we can get coming in.
And if we expand our schedule out, there may be times when we have two track people
we
going
are seriously talking about hitting every fair as much as we possibly can moving forward. It's all about coverage and our availabilities, but we're trying to get some people trained up. If you have any interest in doing some broadcast work or pointing a camera or whatnot, let us know, because we want to bring the races to the fans who want to watch them.
Like I said, a great night for racing. If you're interested in advertising, there's still a good week and a half, 2 weeks worth of harness racing left out here for you to do. If you want to help us out that way, you can do it with a 30-second ad. You can do it with what we call a billboard ad, where exactly what you see up on the screen now for the advertisement would be what you would receive. Or you can make a donation. We encourage people to donate. David was over in the barn today, and somebody gave him a donation over in the barn. We accept cash, checks, Venmo, all kinds of things, don't we?
Roshan asked me on the backstretch, you guys accept Cash App? And I was like, crap, that's one I don't have. So I don't think I have Cash App. I could look into it. But, about anything else, if you want to give us money, we'll figure out a way to take it. We'll say that, because we appreciate everyone, coming forward and thanking us so much, and really kind of stepping up and letting us know how much they appreciate being able to watch these at home.
And, folks, I like from the backstretch. I love that. That's a favorite part of the thing. Send us pictures, send us comments. Comment on the YouTube chat. David will be looking at that tonight as we go forward, looking at the chat and see what people have to say. But so far, we got a lot of horses watching that send us pictures. I don't know how they're doing that. I think it'd be kind of tough on the hooves there, trying to get that pinpointed down. But David's favorite one, we do have some nursing homes out there that are having watch parties and allowing betting and fair food and all kinds of things. And
if you have a connection to a program director at a nursing home, or in an area where there's a local track that maybe they can't make it to the fair, we still want to get them involved. If they like horse racing, we can bring it to them. So, if you have a contact, give them our name or let us reach out to them, and we'll try to set that up for you.
All right. With that also, we have got
the Wheel Thong Barn,
Yeah, they sent us some pictures in there. The horses, the humans, everybody watches in
Absolutely.
that barn. And so we're glad to have that. And how can you do that? There's lots of different ways that you can do that through the YouTube chat is our favorite part.
Yeah.
You can email it to David. We asked last night for fair food. Some people said elephant ears. Other people said bruisers.
Yeah, there's a bruisers
Whistle.
in there. I'm not sure if I got that up on the screen, but it's one of my favorites too.
And so lots of different fair foods. Mine is cheese curds. I absolutely love the cheese curds that are not the same size. It's a fair cheese curd that you can have out there.
You're going to the dairy producer's barn, huh? You're getting your cheese
Yeah.
curds from there? Yeah.
And so the other thing, like we said, you could do a billboard just like they have here for Loman Ray Insurance. He's around this evening.
Yeah, I haven't seen
this
him
is
yet,
his home track.
but he's done a great job promoting this. He's got the local media out here. He's got some of his staff doing some work, taking pictures to do the promoting. So, Brian's definitely a big, huge horse racing fan. And so are the Flacos right there. The Flacos are about one of the biggest investors in the sport every year with what they breed and race and all year long. So we want to thank them and their support of Harness Tube.
And we want to thank U.S. Trotting for their help in promoting.
The broadcast and promotions committee gave out those grants this year, and that's been a great idea. They saw that the applications came in. This kind of idea, what we're doing is catching on across the country, and we want to give them thanks too.
All right, with that, you might want to check out our schedule. It's down to one
page.
Hey, but that's still 3, 6, 10 dates out there counting
Yeah,
today.
if you are an advertiser, there really is as many dates left as half of what we started with. So there's essentially half a season left. If you have an ad you want to get in rotation, there's still plenty of value here, and we'll work with you somehow, to get the price right because, there's still plenty of horse racing left this year.
So Emma Schrock looks like she is
photo
the photo finish technician. They have called in the A team tonight for photo finishing, and I might ask her: is Lane driving tonight?
I don't think so.
Is Lane driving tonight?
Oh, he might make a late driver change.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, we're looking forward to that. There was lots of people betting on him. Lane Avenatti made his debut last night. We had the Avenatti brothers all in one race.
That
all
was so
three
cool.
of them.
And I told you, I saw him warming up, and I thought, was that Lane? And we couldn't see enough for me to follow him around and figure out who it was. But when I heard the announcement, that's awesome. To see that whole race was 3 Avenattis and then Freddie and Boo, right? I mean,
yeah.
2 families, that's awesome.
2 families and 5 different horses. And so that was awesome to watch. But you can see our schedule. Thursday, we're in Lewiston, and then starting Sunday, every day but Tuesday will be taken up for the next over a week there with harness racing as we make our rounds to Lincoln, Charleston, Altamont, Mount Sterling, and Marshall in all of that time. And so with that, we'll take another station break. We'll be back after these messages from our sponsors. Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois Divisional Champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
Wait, before you go and get your snacks and drinks, make sure to subscribe and like to Harness Tube. If you can't do that, just give us a thumbs up. Alright, to the show.
Love that commercial that David's son did. A great job with that.
So proud. That's so much fun, and to see the views it's gotten on YouTube. I'm proud for him. I hope he's seeing that and following along because it's so much fun.
And you can see the people that have donated And you can donate by Venmo at Harness Tube, PayPal at Harness Tube, or the old-fashioned check. P.O.
way.
Box 63, Mount Sterling, Illinois, 62353. That's
we say we do accept cash, but I can't seem to bump into anybody often enough to actually collect that cash. So whatever you got, if you're trying to get a hold of us or get us money, go ahead and put the check in the mail or try to get a hold of me somewhere where we're setting up or tearing down if we can, and we'll definitely try to hook you up.
David, do we have some people out there that are shouting out at us on the tube?
Absolutely, we do. I want to go ahead and put this up on the screen. We've got, did I get it? I missed it. We got Ron Young watching from up in Vancouver, Canada. Let's get racing. How cool is that? We got fans from across North America, South America. This is just to have those eyeballs on little lone Champaign County, Illinois, watching horse racing at a county fair on a Tuesday night. That's pretty cool.
And we got Mr. Nance out there tonight, and
Scott's in the chat. Yep.
Yeah, he's on every harness racing.
He's a big fan.
He's a big fan of ours.
He raced horses for years, and he definitely loves following along. And a good handicapper too. You see him in the chats. He knows what he's talking about. Knows how to look these horses over and how to read a program.
Yeah. With that, it's a great. We're going to also go back to our sponsors one more time. But thanks for watching Harness Tube.
I have been interested in truck driving my whole life. I've been fascinated with the big rigs since I was a kid. But after college, I got into business on the marketing side of things, kind of shelved the dream. 30 years later, I quit my job, signed up for truck driving school. It was exciting from the get-go. Dot recruited out of my truck driving school. The job was everything I was hoping it would be, and then some. My weeks absolutely fly by. When my life needed fulfillment, I took the wheel.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Back with the Unharnessed Tube as we get ready to go racing tonight. We appreciate our sponsors. We'll get a check on Kurt's mic here in a moment. We may have to do some adjusting all the way around, but we'll get that all set as it was plenty loud from that standpoint. We'll see what we can do with that and how we can make that good out there, as they did a quick test over there and we didn't hear. And we're getting ready. We're just about 12 minutes away from post time here. And as we get ready for the racing, as they get the track ready, they're trying to get some water on it. It's been pretty dry, pretty dusty on the track. David, they did a check on the mic. It was a little hot, but we'll figure it out here. But I know we got a feed, so we can work with that.
We can always turn them down. Sometimes we can't always turn them up.
That is true. That is true. And but pretty dry conditions over here on this track.
Yeah, it really is. I was on the backstretch earlier, and Kevin Miller was talking to the Fair Board president about the water truck. So they are working on it, and they're trying to figure out how best to apply water to the track to get it, raceable and to control the dust a little bit.
Yeah, because it's dusty now. It will be dustier by the time we get done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They had a truck. They were trying to decide to use one wing versus two wings. It leaked a little bit, so they're probably turning wrenches back there trying to get it tightened up or something. But
I think he was back over to get filled up, I think was the thing.
Well, that might be it too.
And he looks like he's moving.
He said
just
something
a little
about
bit slower.
Don't fill it out of the lake or something. I don't know what it was. Something about how it put water on the rail. So they're taking care of it, but we're going to get some water on the track for the first race, hopefully.
Yeah, they put a little bit out there. It's not as dusty as it was. And we're about 10 minutes out from time here. And as Lisa said, you may notice as she goes past the poles that you may see a little, the automatic focus doesn't catch up with it super fast. But we'll see how that goes for the evening. But she's giving you the sights from back there in the back of the barn.
I think if
she
we're
can bring it down just a little bit. I'm seeing green trees.
If we're zoomed out enough, I think that focusing issue, as long as they can follow their horse, horsemen really do. We're so used to following with our eyeballs the one horse we're kind of watching and seeing the action around that horse. So, we'll do the best we can, but we're going to try to refocus on those poles a little bit.
Absolutely. As we get ready for race time here, we're about 7 minutes away.
I see Judge Randy Callahan working his way toward the judges' stand, so we're getting closer.
Yeah, he's moseying.
I didn't say Mosey. You said Mosey.
There's my first jab at Randy Callahan for the night.
It's not a night unless we jab at Randy a time or two, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I told him I only brought his name up twice last night, and I thought I was pretty kind both times.
You were very kind last night, I thought.
Because he was the one that started it, telling me I was picking. What's the word he used to how I pick horses?
And chalk.
Chalk.
You pick the chalk horses.
That's right. You want to win. You pick winners.
See, I'm value. Give me a value shot all day, the long shots. That's just me, though. I like cheering for underdogs. I like trying to find a secret gem in the race that's going to do something no one else will figure out.
He's looking for, Randy was looking for where harness tube is. Just in case he watches it later, Lisa does have a microphone on tonight. And Randy, we have already allowed her to speak some. And so I just want that to be out there.
Yeah,
to be known and out there in public. With what's going on. But we're glad that everyone's on board this evening. Let's go ahead, David. Let's talk about this first race.
You want to?
Before they get to the Star Spangled Banner, because then once Kurt starts talking here early, he'll just keep going. You can see what's up on the board. We've got a TBA. Still, he hasn't announced any racing changes yet. We'll find out that. But
Randy just got them to Kurt, so when Kurt gets them all unfolded and in his program, we should get the announcement pretty soon, I think.
David and I picked the 5-horse, the modern luxury horse, driven by Clay Simpson, trained by Clay Simpson. We also picked the 4-horse, Little Bunny Frou Frou, to finish second, and we both picked, so we're both picking the same here.
Yep, 5, 4, 3.
Tuss Teaton.
Yep.
And that's our picks in here. Lisa went a little differently, and she picked the 4-horse, Little Bunny Frou Frou, Cornelius Cavett, and that horse she picked Modern Luxury second, but for her third pick, she liked Miss Peaches, a Rashawn Trigg horse. And any thoughts, David, out there on those horses and the picks?
We haven't been able to see, we've seen Clay Simpson a couple times this year, but haven't been able to watch him as closely, on the fairs that we've been at. So, some of these horses that are kind of new to us, we've seen once or twice, we're used to seeing the same horses every week in and week out. But that horse just shows a lot on the card. 4 starts, 2 wins. Clay's a heck of a horseman. Anybody from this area knows the Simpson name, knows his dad, Buddy, his brother Dirk. Their boys, they've all horsemen. So Clay gets them ready, and I think that with him in the bike and training this thing, it's going to be, a short field. He's going to walk over it, hopefully, and just kind of keep things safe and go to the front and do things his way. But, it's a horse race. Anything could happen because there's 4 other guys who have different ideas out there wanting to stop it from happening. So,
audio check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Scott was just talking in the chat about how he came to drop a horse off to Kevin Miller recently and couldn't believe how close the track was to town and how kind of the city has grown out onto the fairgrounds. And it's true. I mean, we're kind of losing our...
Attention, horsemen, about 7 minutes until post time for the first race this evening. You may come to the track with race 1. First race, come to the track, Miss Peaches, Goldie's Louise, Two's Teaton, Little Bunny Frou Frou, and Modern Luxury. First race, come to the track.
All right, I don't have that very much, David.
Yeah, if that's still hot, and you guys think it sounds too loud, let us know. We'll turn it down. But
there's no way for me to adjust too much more.
Okay, then that's about as low as we can get.
That's about as low as I go.
Okay, well, if he starts blaring or something, we can.
Yeah,
we'll figure out something. But.
Yeah. Oh, I can bring it down more here. Let me do some adjustments here, and I'll have to adjust Lisa and some other people, but I think I can adjust it over here also. So. Folks, we got a totally different setup. We hopefully will get some interviews for you this evening from some of the celebrities.
We have the celebrity race coming up tonight. We're going to have 3 celebrities and a celebrity parade marshal for the first race who will be doing a guest announcer spot sometime in the card tonight. So if we can get some of those celebs up here in the booth, we might put a microphone in their hand and ask them some questions. Or we might bring up Brian Lohman again because he's always good to talk to. Or if I catch a horseman up here in the grandstand, they're going to get grabbed too. But we'll figure out someone to talk to.
Yeah,
maybe.
or if
we got 15 races.
I tell you what, Emma's not doing anything until the end of each race, so we can. We'll put Emma on the microphone.
I was going to say, if Lane walks up here, he's getting a microphone and getting asked about last night.
That's what we'll do.
And if he's listening, you're being warned right now.
Emma, we have to tell you, when you're up near the announcers,
you get picked on
all night long. So it's and Lisa will tell you don't even have to be near the announcers if you're her. So we're glad that we can.
And I don't know if Emma will
tonight.
vouch, but Lane was saying she was awfully nervous last night watching him out there.
And so
nice, safe trip, though.
I'm going to have a stand up here for a moment and see now. Give my back a rest
here. Can you see anything?
Nothing that I can see. It looks like we're. Hey, it looks the same down
Ladies
there.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to harness racing at the 171st Champaign County Fair. Senior day at the fair and a big night of harness racing lined up. At this time, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem as presented by Katie Landers of Fisher.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well done, Katie Landers, with our national anthem. Thank you, Katie. And horsemen again come to the track for our first race, please. Waiting for Miss Peaches, Goldie's Louise, Two's Teaton, Little Bunny Frou Frou, and Modern Luxury. First race come to the track. Horsemen, a lot of races lined up tonight, and we do want to move them along as efficiently as possible in a timely manner. So if you would, throughout the course of the evening, we know you're busy, we know you've got a lot going on, but please, we do appreciate your cooperation getting the horses to the track in a timely, efficient manner, and of course, safety, the priority. Speaking of which, good to have our friends from Carl on hand. The ambulance and crew are here. They're parked on the infield, so ready to go there. So horsemen, come to the track. In the first race, folks, race 1, driver of the 1, Miss Peaches, Freddie Patton Jr. Number 1, Miss Peaches, make the driver, Freddie Patton Jr.
Miss Peaches is having some equipment failure.
This evening, the Illini Colt Stakes and the Top Line Colt Stakes are both featured on this card at the Champaign County Fair. The second fair of the season for both the Illini and the Top Line. And a reminder that many of the horses you're watching tonight are getting ready for racing coming up in August at the Illinois State Fair at Springfield and the DuQuoin State Fair in Southern Illinois.
And I don't want to mess with that.
No, I agree. I agree. I fell behind.
All right, David, as we get ready to go here with racing, first race about ready to start. Again, driver change, or a driver put on instead of TBA. TBA drives a lot of horses. Do you know that?
TBA does do a lot. Doesn't end up driving a lot of horses, but gets programmed to drive a lot of horses.
And so with that, it'll be Freddie Patton Jr. driving the one horse in Miss Peaches. And again, as we get ready to go here.
You know, when I was a kid, the Urbana Fair used to have a dual card. So Kurt mentioned we're racing the Illini and the Top Line today. They used to have a noon post time in race one
Tonight's
of the
live
two
stream
programs.
Harness racing from the Champaign County Fair provided by Harness Tube. Go to youtube.com and in the search field enter Harness Tube. You can also visit Harness Tube on their Facebook page. Before we get underway here this evening, as part of our pre-race ceremonies, it's always good to hear from our newly crowned royalty, and we will hear from them right now.
Good evening, Champaign County. My name is Olivia Scheich, and I'm your 2024 Miss Champaign County Fair Queen.
Hi, my name is Macy Hoos. I'm your 2024 Little Miss Champaign County Fair. I would like to welcome you all to our fair.
We are so excited to be at our harness racing events tonight. It's definitely one of my favorite events to be at this week, but Macy and I have been here for the past days and will continue to be here for the rest of our week. Make sure that you can come back to our fair and come to our rodeo and Josh Turner concert on Thursday and Friday.
And thank you, Olivia, and thank you, Macy. Wonderful to have. How about a hand for our royalty here at the Champaign County Fair, folks? Well done, ladies. Thank you.
Well, yeah, it sounds like it's fuzzy on the house and fuzzy with us.
Horses are on the track for the first race on tonight's card. The Illini 2-year-old filly trot, the VFW Auxiliary Post 630 race as we get set to go racing here at the Champaign County Fair. Big program lined up here tonight, and that will include a celebrity race this evening as well. Celebrity race will take place after the third purse race tonight. So after race 3, after the third purse event, we will have our celebrity race. Good to have our media on hand.
Okay.
Good to have a lot of media folks on hand, as we always do have here at the Champaign County Fair. It's great to get the coverage for the sport and for the fair. Let's meet the starters for the first race. There's number 1, Miss Peaches, owned by Latoya Hewlett of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, and Freddie Patton Jr. is in the bike. 2 is Goldie's Louise, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, owned also by Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi, the driver Michael Cox. 3, 2's Teaton, owned, trained, and driven by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. 4 is Little Bunny Frou Frou, owned, trained, and driven by Cornelius Cavett of Virgins, co-owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, Illinois. And number 5 is Modern Luxury, owned by Dr. Patrick Graham of Lockridge, Iowa. The trainer-driver is Clay Simpson. Headed to the gate for the first race.
Let's see, we got our picks in, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Any more thing we need to take care of before this first race goes off?
No, I don't think so.
I got Scott Nance in the chat picking Clay as well. Everyone's picking Clay in the 5-horse Modern Luxury, so.
Well, everybody except for Lisa.
That leaves, that's right. She picked Little Bunny Frou Frou, right?
Yeah.
Horses are on the backstretch, looks like. There they are.
Fortunately, you get a picture of the outhouses.
Lisa Surratt with a microphone tonight. Lisa, talk again, and I'll make some adjustments here.
We are following them as they get ready to go around. Starter cars
They are
in
at
place,
the post,
and
and the
away
gates
they
rolling
start.
for race 1, the VFW Auxiliary Post 630 race in the Illini 2-year-old filly trot. Thanks to our fair sponsors, they include the Grand Champion level, Aladdin Electric, Altor for Rents, Bash Pepper Roofing, Gaines Fencing, and Reynolds Towing. Just a few of our great sponsors. Right now, gates rolling. Here they come off the far turn to the top of the home stretch. Getting ready to go in the Illini 2-year-old filly trot. Just about set. The racetrack is hot. Starting gate coming down the home stretch, folks. Clear the track. Here they come for the first. They are off and trotting, and there goes Goldie's Louise, and there goes Little Bunny Frou Frou. Little Bunny Frou Frou moves up from the outside and has the lead into the first turn, and Two's Teaton will move up into the second position just outside of Goldie's Louise in third. Modern Luxury is in fourth, and Miss Peaches last of the 5 as they move off the first turn and head up the back stretch. It is Little Bunny Frou Frou to the inside, who has a narrow lead and has it only by a head as they head up the back stretch. Two's Teaton moves up and now takes the lead. Two's Teaton takes over by a length and a half at the midpoint of the back straightaway. Little Bunny Frou Frou will go second. There goes Little Bunny Frou Frou right back out to regain the lead. So Little Bunny Frou Frou gave up the lead as they exited the turn. 34-4 for the opening quarter, 34-4, but now Little Bunny Frou Frou has regained at that top spot and leads it by a length and a half. Two's Teaton was the leader, at least just briefly, but is now in the second position by a length and a half as they work their way on down to the halfway point. Little Bunny Frou Frou, Two's Teaton, they go 1-2. Nobody else steps out of line. Goldie's Louise is in third. Modern Luxury is fourth. And then a gap of another 7 more lengths to Miss Peaches, who is last of the 5. 1:08 for the first half mile. 1:08 was the time for the first half mile. Back into the third of 4 turns in these half-mile track, 1-mile distance races. It is Little Bunny Frou Frou who has the lead, but here comes Modern Luxury. Modern Luxury moves up on the outside and goes from 4th to 3rd to 2nd. So Modern Luxury now is up to challenge Little Bunny Frou Frou for the lead. Less than a length separates the top 2. There's Goldie's Louise moving up on the outside into 3rd, 3 lengths off the lead. Two's Teaton has gotten the shuffle back into 4th, and Miss Peaches another 20 lengths back in 5th. 141-1 at the 3 quarters, 141-1. Modern Luxury, the new leader. Modern Luxury has taken over as they move around the final turn and come toward the top of the stretch. Modern Luxury, in the blink of an eye, has opened up here on a widening 8-length lead. Goldie's Louise goes to second. Two's Teaton is third, and Little Bunny Frou Frou is fourth. It is Modern Luxury on the way home to win the opener. The VFW Auxiliary Post 630 race to Modern Luxury and Clay Simpson, and they won it by nearly 10 lengths. Close for second, either Little Bunny Frou Frou or Goldie's Louise for the runner-up spot. Behind that pair, Two's Teaton was 4th, and Miss Peaches was 5th. 2:11 and 1/5, the time for the mile, 2:11 and 1/5 seconds. Modern Luxury. Horsemen, come to the track, race 2. Race 2, come to the track, please.
All right, David, as we go here, you and I picked the winner of that race. That's the only thing that any of us picked there as they finished up, and unless
Mike Cox blew up my trifecta and snuck in there with Goldie's Louise. But
unless they come back and say the 2-horse finished third there at the end, but it looked like the 4 finished ahead of the 2.
Recapping the fractions in the first race.
I mean,
2 ahead of the 4 is what I had.
2 ahead of the 4, yes.
At the quarter, 1:08 at the half. 3 quarters, 1:41 and 1. And the time for the mile, 2:11 and 1/5 seconds. They rolled home pretty fast. A 30-second last quarter at a last half in 1:03 and 1. That's moving pretty well for 2-year-old trotting fillies. We'll meet the winner in just a moment.
You know, we all picked this horse, or you and I picked this horse, and I picked him specifically because of Clay Simpson. I said mentioned was owner, trainer and driver on this one.
Thanks to the VFW Auxiliary Post 630. Queen of Hearts drawing every Tuesday night. Post an auxiliary picnic for members only on August 18. Remember, unwavering support for Uncommon Heroes. Volunteer with us and celebrate the freedoms we enjoy. Our thanks to the VFW Auxiliary.
To follow up on that point, though, you know, Clay's a good horseman. He took care of his horse there. It's a fair. That horse only has 4 starts. It's really young, really green, really kind of immature. So if you watch the replay, coming down out of there and scoring behind the gate, he kind of had that horse lagging off half a length and pointing towards all the bright colors of those blankets on the infield and the cameras and cones, and let that horse kind of see everything and get into the race before it really was asked to perform a whole lot, and kind of waited till the last half of the race and then kind of put her in gear and moved on to the front. But that's just a testament to his abilities as a trainer and as a horseman, taking care of his his animal and staying safe out there.
And we may have a break up in the sound here, so sound man's trying to find out why
okay,
that's distorting.
We'll just go with what we can.
They think it's us, so you may get to broadcast all the rest. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll pick up the house audio or something.
Yeah, we'll do something, but
I don't think the way it is bad.
No, it's not terrible. No. But it's blowing out we're getting a huge feed out of it.
Yeah. I don't know. Think about it.
And
audio check, 1, 2. Winner of the first race, number 5, Modern Luxury, owned by Dr. Patrick Graham of Lockridge, Iowa, trained and driven by Clay Simpson, who comes to us out of Fairfield, Illinois. The time for the mile, 2:11.1. Good to have our Queen Olivia Scheich and our Little Miss Macy Holes assisting with the VFW Auxiliary Post 630 Trophy blanket presentation. It is official, the rundown for the first race. Here it is. Miss Peaches finished 5. Goldie's Louise, the runner-up. 2's Teaton, 4. Little Bunny Frou Frou, 3. Modern Luxury, the winner. The quarter, 34-4. The half in 1:08. 3/4, 1:41.1. The mile, 2:11.1. Reach down, 5:24.31. Second race coming up.
Kurt was calling for the second already. We're probably going to be rolling through these pretty quick tonight.
Yes, with that, we'll take a station break. We'll be back after these messages.
All right.
Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport is the go-to mobile home transportation company. We provide top-notch services including moving, block and leveling, and even demolitions with a quick turnaround time. If you're looking to move or get rid of your mobile home, Pine Ridge is the company to call. We now have dumpsters available for rent at competitive rates. Contact Wayne at 217-313-9744 or find us on Facebook.
Okay, we're back, David. If you can give us a rundown there of that finish. I didn't get it in as I'm working some with the sound here.
It's okay. We got multiple things going on over here. The first race rundown, number 1, Miss Peaches finished 5th. The 2, Goldie's Louise was 2nd. The 3, Tuss Teaton was 4th. The 4, Little Bunny Frou Frou finished 3rd. And the 5, Modern Luxury was your winner. The quarter was in 34-4. The half in 1:08 flat. 3/4, 1:44 and a 5th. Time for the mile, 2:11 and a 5th. Top should check down, 5:2.431 on the bottom. Now we can flip to the second.
All right, let's go to the second race here as we get ready to go with the second race tonight. And what it looks like here is David picked the 5 and Lisa picked the 5. Shady Maple Becker, a White Avenatti trained by David Avenatti. They picked that horse. I picked the 6. How do you pronounce that?
6?
Yeah.
Hidalgo Otis.
Yeah.
And I always said Hidalgo, but I'm pretty sure Kurt says it Hidalgo, and I'll have to ask Harold, but I think that's the way, that's the town name down there.
Okay, and so I picked that horse to finish first. Both David and I picked the 7 horse, Lou
Capitani,
the Mike Cox driven Rashun Trigg horse. And let's see, David picked the 4 horse.
Again, horsemen come to the track with race 2. Horsemen come to the track, race 2.
4 for third. I picked the 5, which they picked to win. Lisa picked the 4 for third, and she picked YF Lucky to finish second because she likes to Quavy and Carter.
So I don't know what the YF naming designation is. If someone knows, let me know. Is that a Yoder thing or what? But I know Jaquavian was driving something at Lewiston. I think that was a YF.
In tonight's second race, the driver of number 3 winning T-Bone, Jamaica Patton. In this second race, number 3, winning T-Bone, the driver, Jamaica Patton.
I guess Travis Seekman didn't make it here.
Okay.
So cool to see people out there on the dual-seat jog cart. Just saw Rick Schrott go by with, I'm not sure who that was with him, probably one of the celebrities or something, or maybe a fair official. But, you know, to be out there on the track with the horses around you, to see these animals, these 1,000-pound animals, you know, really kind of up close and personal, getting where that might be Brandon Morano, one of our celebrity drivers from later in the card. But, you know, it really kind of puts stuff in perspective whenever you are, you know, up close and personal and not watching from the grandstand. So it's so cool to get those dual-seat jog carts out there, to get some people out, you know, experiencing the horse race thing from the get-go. Here I look down in the top of the stretch. We have the Fair Board president talking to the that's my Brandon Morano over there, I think. But
okay,
so
and
cool.
Who's driving for the 3 now?
I thought it was Jamaica, wasn't it?
Yeah. You're correct.
Well, there we go. Tyler jumps in the comments. The YF naming designation is Yoder Flacco.
Ah.
Good to know.
Okay. All right. With that, Jamaica Patton.
Again, horsemen come to the track with race 2.
Nice
EJ
Jamaica
Tropical
roll.
Ranger,
That's
YF
nice.
Lucky, Illini Star, Shady Maple Becker, Hidalgo Otis, and Lou Capitani. We have winning T-Bone on the track. Again, Jamaica Patton will drive number 3.
I got Scott over here in the chats picking Scott Nance picking the 4, Illini Star. Wait. Now, Scott, you said Wyatt and Kevin driving Illini Star, but I got Matt driving on my program. Either way, I think it's a good driver, but, you know, a horse made one start. It's tough to overlook a horse with those good connections on their home track. You know, sometimes home tracks add some more nerves to the horses because there's some new variables they're not used to, but sometimes they just relax, you know, being in their home environment and just really go out there and perform well. So, interesting pick for sure.
All right.
I was letting you fidget over there and trying to buy some time.
Yeah, I've got the Jamaica Patton thing in. I've got that change made.
The 5-horse, owned in part by Lane Avenatti. It's so cool to see him make his first drive last night. And I think this might be the horse he was talking to him earlier on the backstretch that he said he wasn't programmed to drive, but he was kind of thinking about maybe doing it. But I think he told me he didn't want to take the money out of his own pocket. And he thinks if Wyatt can give the horse a better chance, he's going to leave Wyatt in the bike. So I'll probably expect to see Wyatt come out there. There he is, I think.
Okay. Yes, we get ready.
Good to see Candy Herzog down there, too, in the back of the truck in the winner's circle, doing the photo finish, or excuse me, the winner's circle photos tonight for us here at the Champaign County Fair. I think she had a little helper. It might have been her granddaughter Colby running around somewhere.
All right.
I got you, Scott. You got what? You got Matt. Tyler's going 154. Tyler likes EJ Tropical Ranger on top at the Boo Cavett barn. He's going 5-4 to finish out his trifecta. You know, it's really hard to overlook that Becker horse coming out of Avenetti's barn. 6 starts, never missing the board. You know, consistently hitting 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2/3. If you could draw up a young horse to start a career, it's about as perfect as you could want it. You know, just learn something, make money, and gain experiences safely. So it's kind of tough to overlook that horse.
As I don't know what the holdup is here on this race.
Were they counting the horses coming out? I haven't kind of.
A 1, 2,
is
3,
Boo out there?
4, 5.
I saw Jaquavion, right?
6.
Or waiting on somebody probably.
Yeah, we're
Is
waiting.
Harold Finn out there? Did he go by
1,
yet?
2, 3, 4.
There's Harold Finn right there.
5,
Okay.
6,
Mike
7
Cox.
now.
Mike Cox.
We got 7 on the track now.
Blue and there's Mike
No,
Cox.
Yep.
Wyatt,
7.
Matt, Jamaica, Jaquavion, Boo.
No, that one took.
They're all here. We're all out. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
we are.
5, 6, 7.
Getting ready for the second race here tonight. And there goes the post parade now. So the presiding judge has confirmed that all of our starters are on the track and ready to go. This is the Marty Williams Memorial. It is the Illini Colt Stakes 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot, the Champaign County Fair, part of the Illini Colt Circuit for Illinois breds dating back to 1977. And again, this is the Marty Williams Memorial. Number 1 is EJ Tropical Ranger, owned, trained, and driven by Cornelius Cavett of Virgins. 2 is YF Lucky, owned and trained by Cornelius. after race 3 here this evening. Great to have you with us, folks, as the field is just about set to go to the post. Starting gate is moving up the backstretch, moving from east to west, and gets over toward the entry to the far turn. We'll be ready to go here in just a moment with race number 2. In the grandstand, where is the crew from the University of Illinois Horse Farm? Right down front. Folks, good to have you with us. The staff from the University of Illinois Horse Farm. You know, we have Coach O here in the infield judges stand. So you talk about a Fighting Illini kind of night at the races. This is going to be fantastic. Horses parading by and headed to the starting gate. The coach is going to be the guest announcer for the celebrity race. And I have to, Coach, if you're okay with this, I'm going to bring you in right now. Orlando Antigua, Coach O as they call him. I am fascinated with your resume in the field of college basketball. University of Illinois associate head coach, the same role in Kentucky at Rupp Arena alongside of John Calipari. And we're happy to welcome you back to the greater Urbana-Champaign area. Coach, how you been?
I've been great. Excited to be here and excited to be participating in this is my first time at the county fair, so I'm looking forward to seeing the races and having a good day.
It's fantastic having you here. You have not only recruited, but you have worked with some tremendous athletes and also some of the big men that we have respected over the years in college basketball. I believe Carl Anthony Towns, was he one on? Yes, Kofi Coburn. Yes. Some of the Anthony Davis, isn't he on your list as well?
He was. My first one was Boogie Cousins, DeMarcus Cousins, and then Terrence Jones, and then on and on and on in those groups. So, yeah, I've been blessed. I've been fortunate that I've been part of some phenomenal staffs, had some great programs, and looking forward to continuing that tradition here at the Illini.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I tell you, the Fighting Illini, of course, making that Elite 8 run last year, you combine that with the enthusiasm, some of the players coming in. Good to have you back. Are you looking forward to this upcoming season?
I am very much so. Right now we're at the tail end of our individual workouts, the summer workouts, and our guys are working extremely hard, looking really good. And I do have to say, and I have to preface, that for me this is an honor because my wife spends a lot of time at Keeneland, and she recognized she wanted me to make sure that I said hello to you on her behalf.
Coach, that's very kind. I appreciate it. Good to have you both here this evening. And here they come for race number 2. They are off and trotting in the Marty Williams Memorial Race. And there goes Shady Maple Becker out for the early lead as YF Lucky gets away in the second position heading into the first turn. Illini Star comes out racing in third. EJ Tropical Ranger is away in fourth. Hidalgo Otis is in the fifth position. Winning T-Bone is sixth on the outside. And Luke Capitani is off stride as they move around the first turn. Illini Star is off stride as well as they head off the first turn and up the back straightaway. Shady Maple Becker is the leader, and Shady Maple Becker is opened up by 15 lengths by the time they get to the quarter. EJ Tropical Ranger is in second. Hidalgo Otis is in third. YF Lucky is racing in the fourth position as they go by the quarter. 33 and 4 for the opening quarter mile, 33 and 4/5 seconds. 3/8 of a mile complete now in the Marty Williams Memorial Illini Colt Stakes for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Shady Maple Becker is the leader. Now, Shady Maple Becker led by about 15 lengths on the backstretch, but that side-by-side battle for second beginning to reel in the race leader. Hidalgo Otis is there to the inside in the second position as they go by the half, and EJ Tropical Ranger right alongside in third. 15 more lengths to Winning T-Bone in fourth. YF Lucky is fifth. Illini Star is in sixth position. 106-1 for the first half mile, 106-1. Luke Capitani is last of this group of 7 as these 2-year-old trotters hit the back straightaway once again and make the move after 5/8 of a mile headed toward the 3/4 mile mark. It is Shady Maple Becker the leader, but EJ Tropical Rangers giving chase. 6 lengths separate the top 2. 15 more lengths back to Winning T-Bone in third. Hidalgo Otis is in fourth position. Illini Star in fifth. 3/4. 1:39. 1 minute, 39 seconds flat at the 3/4 mile mark. They swing down the side of the course, and with an 1/8 of a mile to go, Shady Maple Becker still leads. The lead is stabilized at about 5 to 6 lengths. EJ Tropical Ranger has been giving chase, but unable to get any closer, and that means it will be Shady Maple Becker winning here in race 2 in the Marty Williams Memorial. Number 5, Shady Maple Becker gets home on top by nearly 6 lengths. And then EJ Tropical Ranger was home second. Big rally down the stretch for Illini Star to grab third. Hidalgo Otis is in fourth. Winning T-Bone comes across the line in fifth. YF Lucky is sixth. And Lou Capitani is seventh. 2:11 and 1. 2 minutes, 11 and 1/5 seconds the time for the 1 mile distance. We'll meet the winner in a moment. And horsemen, you may come to the track for the third race.
Well, David, change in the end of that race when a horse breaks stride, and that changes everything
It does.
in a race, doesn't it?
It really does, and it doesn't disqualify you from you don't lose the race if you go off stride, but you do have to slow your horse down and lose position. You can't advance, so you really want to try to stay on stride as most as you can, especially right close to the wire. You try to be careful as much as you can, but stuff like that happens. Good mile for Wyatt though, just kind of went away and hid from him. Had some breakers in the first turn, put some space between him and the field, and never really closed it up either.
As we take a look at that.
But was it? I'm pretty sure it was Tyler, wasn't he? Picked EJ Tropical Ranger in the mix, and he finished second.
5-2-4.
Who had a line star?
This evening's second race, the Marty Williams Memorial. Marty was an accomplished horsewoman, resided in Tolono, was a Champaign High School graduate, a computer programmer by trade, but was very active with the Illinois Barrel Racing Association, highly accomplished in that field as well. So when it came to horsemanship, Marty Williams was among the absolute best, and again also had an administrative role with the Illinois Barrel Racing Association. The winner of race 2 is Shady Maple Becker, owned by Wyatt Lane and David Avenatti of Chrisman, trained by David Avenatti, driven by his son Wyatt. How about a hand for Shady Maple Becker? Yes, sir. Wyatt Avenatti flashing a grin down trackside, and why not? He's just led every step of the way for the win here in the Marty Williams Memorial Illini 2-year-old trot. Shady Maple Becker, bred by Freeman and Chester Mast down in the Mount Vernon, Illinois area. Deep in southern Illinois is where this trotter grew up. A 2-year-old gelded son of Can't Afford It. Shady Maple Becker winning for the third time in his last 4 starts. Wyatt Avenatti, your winning driver. Full field rundown will be coming up in just a moment.
To make a comment about that winner, Shady Maple Becker, I think it's a testament to Carl Becker and his legacy. He's been gone, a couple years now, a year or so, however long it's been, or 2 years now, and you're still seeing horses named by other breeders naming the horse in honor of Carl Becker. Shady Maple Becker was bred by Chester Mast and Freeman Mast. These guys worked with Carl so closely, and he helped them out so much, and they were so good to each other that years later they're still naming horses. There's It's Major Carl Bombay's out there racing this year, named after Carl Becker. I know I'm missing 1 or 2, but yeah, there's about 4 horses out there that are racing under that homage to Carl.
Okay.
It's so cool.
And there's a lot of deep history within harness racing, and a lot of heritage within that, and that stays in names, it stays in breeding, a lot of those things.
Third race is coming up, the Lyle Lohman Memorial. No changes in this third race.
I'm a color fanatic. When I was young, I designed my own colors. I always wanted to kind of sew my own set. I can't sew for crap, but I wanted to do it. But I did design mine. I designed Doug and Butch's and everything. And, there's a lot to be said for picking your colors. They go with you, as you represent yourself and your family and your stable. And oftentimes they're colors from the family passed down. Maybe you might change up the design a little bit, or maybe you keep it the same and just add your initials, So I love following that and hearing how drivers picked their colors or what the story was there.
Just a heads up, folks. One of the things about county fair racing that gives it its charm and appeal is the fact that you just have to roll with the developments as they happen. So we told you there's going to be a celebrity harness race here this evening, and that is coming up here in just a moment. We are going to go ahead and do the celebrity race right now. And the reason we're going to move it up earlier in the schedule than we originally anticipated is because WCIA, the CBS affiliate in Champaign, they are on hand and they would like to carry the race live. And the reason they would like to do that is because one of their own, Brandon Morano, is in the celebrity race. So there should be an insert in your program listing the 3 horses. Foxman number 1, Darren Fletcher of Oakwood, Illinois, former Major League Baseball catcher and University of Illinois baseball player, is going to be the driver. Number 2, Fox Valley B. Gump. That is your all-time track record holder at the fair. 1:57 was the time for the mile 1 year ago. Michael Finke will be in the bike alongside of Matt Avenatti. Of course, Michael, a Champaign native, a Centennial High School grad, played basketball for the men's team at the University of Illinois. And Brandon Morano, a native of Kincaid, Illinois, who got his education down in the southern part of the state at Southern Illinois University. He is going to be in the race bike. And of course, you know Brandon, now that he's back in Central Illinois, anchoring the 5 and 10 p.m. newscast at WCIA, sharing stories of local heroes. And Coach O, Orlando Antigua, to be our celebrity guest announcer. Coach, I'm always curious, for anybody who comes from a sports background, you think about the competitiveness of NCAA men's basketball. Do you enjoy that competitive aspect of horse racing as well?
I do. I think it's phenomenal. I mean, those horses are athletes, and watching them compete and watch, you can see even when I was going around taking my little victory lap, and a horse comes by, and then the horse I'm on he's ready to go and start competing against him, not knowing that, well, easy, we got a big boy back here. But yeah, they I see them as athletes. They're beautiful, beautiful animals, and I'm looking forward to seeing the celebrity race.
I know that I've never met Coach Underwood, but I know from talking to folks who know him, he enjoys animals. He has a livestock background himself. I know that sometimes we will hear word that he's at the Illinois State Fair, might even slip over there and get involved in the cattle show. Here's what I want to ask you about Coach Underwood. I've always said he looks very intimidating. Anytime I see him on TV, man, that face is stern. Is he as intimidating in real life as he looks on television?
He would like me to say yes. But the reality is he's a great man. He's a great coach. He's a fierce competitor. Like a lot of these, like our athletes and a lot of these horses, they want to win. They want to make sure that we're pushing our guys to do exactly what we're asking them to do.
What is it like? I talk to horsemen sometimes, and they will talk about the psychology of sports. When you are assigned the task to help coach a basketball team, is it a case where do you and Coach Underwood say, look, this is our program and you guys are going to have to fit into our program, or are there times you have to approach each player as more of an individual?
Well, you have to do both. There's the culture that is already set, the sacrificing, the hard work, being an everyday guy, the toughness and the physical mentality that we need to have to show up and work every day and to push each other. Those things don't change. What changes then from year to year, depending on personnel, is how do we tweak and how do we put our players in the best position for them to look their best and play their best within that team.
What is it like? I'm always curious, having not been an athlete. If I go to a game at State Farm Center, to me, the atmosphere is incredible. What's it like standing down there on the floor when that place, every seat is sold?
It's great. It's a great feeling. You get energized by it. We've got, some of the best fans in the entire country, and it's evident by the sold-out games that we've had and the future games that are coming out that are going to be as well sold out. So it gives our players that extra boost, that extra energy, that extra fight that they want to go out there and compete for the fans that are sacrificing their dollars to come see them play.
Whenever the subject of Illini basketball comes up, one of the things that my friends and I talk about, we are living in a brave new world, as they say. Yeah. But it seems to me that having watched Coach Underwood and having watched Coach Cal, and you having been a member of both staffs, and as we move deeper into this era of the transfer portal, I get it. Maybe we don't get to know the players as well as we once did, but they may not have the same number of years in the program. But it seems to me like that Coach Underwood and you all are getting a pretty good handle. There's some exciting talent coming to Illinois.
We've got a really good group. Obviously, we returned two players, and then we've got 10 new other guys that are part of this this team and everyone from all walks of life. We got some guys that are from overseas. We got some guys that are from all over the country. We got some seniors, some veterans, and we've got a nice blend of talented players and more importantly, really, really good kids. And so they're all learning the Illini way right now. They're all learning the culture, and they're led by, obviously Ty Rogers and Draven Gibbs, Longhorn, who are the two returning veterans.
And folks, we know we still owe you a rundown for that second race. And in fact, here it is. We'll take a moment here to pass that along. Coach, stay with us. Good to have you here. The second race full field rundown is official from the top of the page. Here come the celebrity drivers headed to the gate. So we won't forget. We haven't forgotten. We owe you that rundown. Here come the celebrity drivers headed to the starting gate. There goes Wyatt Avenatti. And he has Darren Fletcher with him. There's Michael Finke with Matt Avenatti and Brandon Morano with Rick Schrock. Now, Coach O, you're going to be the race caller here. And I noticed when those three came by the stands, you're looking forward to this.
I am looking forward to this. I want to see those guys, and it's going to be a lot of fun watching them get around the track. And I have no idea how I'm going to do this, so I'm going to lean on you a little bit.
When I noticed right away you pointed out Darren Fletcher going by, is there a lot of mutual respect among athletes, even if you all didn't play the same sport, mutual respect across the spectrum?
Absolutely, absolutely. Anytime that you can have the kind of success that Darren Fletcher has had to be able to make it to the major leagues, even Michael Finke being able to do what he's done with his basketball career to play overseas and the countries that he's played at, you have a lot of respect because it means a lot of hard work, a lot of sacrifice, and a lot of doing the right things and putting themselves in position to continue to have success where they can live off their profession. So a lot of respect because I know how hard it is.
That is fantastic, and we figured as much because of all the work that goes into being an athlete, and just tremendous for those of us who haven't been. It's fun to get that perspective, to learn more about it. And then how about the media? Since we have Brandon Morano from WCIA, how important is that relationship when you know you've got media people that are covering the program and also, frankly, that you and the coaching staff can trust?
It's very important. It's very important, and it's a two-way street in terms of the relationship. WCIA does an incredible job of covering our guys and covering the program and covering the university, to be quite honest. So we love the relationship that we have with them, and we're going to continue to build on that relationship.
That absolutely is the way to go, and we appreciate the insight, Coach. And looks like we're just about set to go to the post. The presiding judge is on the two-way radio in communication with the starter, making sure that the track is clear of horses that were going warm-up miles and things of that nature. So looks like we should be just about set to go here with the celebrity race, which has become one of the annual features of the harness racing program at the Champaign County Fair. I don't know how Michael Finke lucked out, and he's got literally the fastest harness horse in the history of the Champaign County Fair, Coach. Michael's driving a horse that last year went a mile, 1 minute 57 seconds in 170-plus years, the fastest horse of all time on this track.
Wow, that's impressive. Did not know that. Mike lucked out, or he knows somebody and maybe slid him a 5 or something.
Well, speaking of Mike and the whole crew, they're over on the backstretch, and the starting gate has just picked them up. So the gate is rolling as we get ready for our celebrity match race here this evening. Again, it's Foxman with Darren Fletcher. Wyatt Avenatti sits alongside him. Fox Valley B Gump, that was the horse we're just talking about. Mike Finke, Matt Avenatti, and Vertical Speed, Brandon Morano. Rick Schrock is his driving coach as they move over to that far turn and get ready to come down for the start of this celebrity event. All right, Coach O, who's your money on here?
Michael Finke.
Yes, fair enough. Mine would be too. Top of the stretch. Here they come, getting ready for the start, folks. This will be fun, the celebrity driving event.
And they're off.
Here we go, Coach.
And they're off, and we're led right there by Darren Fletcher's out in first. They're getting ready to go in the first quarter. Finke's in second, and Brandon is right there along the line in third. They're getting ready to turn the first turn and keeping a good, steady pace as they're moving along. I don't know what else to keep saying. You did a good job of ad-libbing and keeping going. Foxman is doing a great job, and Fox Valley B Gump. Vertical Speed is in the back. They're getting ready to come up on the quarter. Is that the quarter turn over there?
That is exactly right.
All right, they're not there yet, quite there yet, but they're on their way. All right, and they're there as we go. Darren Fletcher is still leading, and the numbers, they're still in the same positioning right now. Michael Finke's in second, and Brandon's in third as they're getting ready to turn. 37 seconds. They took 37 seconds. They're moving pretty fast. And here they come around.
Still nobody stepping out of line.
Nobody stepping out of line. They're
Still got Foxman with
they're going for a nice little trot there. You know, I used to be a globetrotter.
That is right, yes.
That's right. And now I'm watching the guys trot. I just find a coincidence. And they're keeping going. Here's Brandon trying to put some pressure on. Michael Finke is talking trash. Brandon is trying to get the crowd revved up as they make the turn. That's about the best I got right there, buddy. 114-2, 114-2. As they make the third turn or fourth turn, I'm getting turned around. What's going on? The third turn. All right.
So there's Brandon going.
Brandon in vertical speed is trying to make a run for it on the outside. He's making a move.
Here comes Michael.
Here's Michael Finke and Matt Avenetti on Fox Valley. Big up. They're moving. Oh, now we're getting there. It's starting to cook now. Guys are moving. Those wheels are spinning.
Brandon on the inside.
Brandon is on the inside. I'm going to go ahead and let you go ahead.
And then you've got Mike Finke on the outside. What do you got for the 3/4, Marty?
154 flat.
154 flat.
Marty, the best in the business on that clock. She's on it.
They're coming around the final turn. All right, Coach O. This is shaping up to be some kind of finish. Coach, who do you think it's going to be?
Oh, here we go. Now they're coming down the stretch now. We got a little bit of even. They're pulling away. Darren Fletcher. Brandon is neck and neck with Michael Finke. It's a photo finish. It's coming down to a hair. Whose hair? We don't know, but we're going to find out soon.
Folks, how was that for a celebrity race? Did you have a good time? Can't ask for more than that. 3 of them lined up across the track. How about a hand for your celebrity announcer, Coach O, in the house tonight, Orlando Antigua. Coach, thank you so much. Wow. Final time was 2:27 flat, 2 minutes 27 seconds flat. This is one of the most enjoyable aspects among many when we come to the Champaign County Fair. It is so much fun to be able on race night to play off of the fact that you've got the flagship university for this state right here nearby, and we really appreciate all of our participants in the celebrity race here this evening. Thanks once again to Darren Fletcher, Mike Finke, and Brandon Morano as they line up with Wyatt Avenetti, Matt Avenetti, Rick Schrock. Thanks to the horsemen for their help as well. And Coach O, Orlando Antigua, did he not make it fun tonight, folks? I mean, that was fantastic. He's out there having a good time, and no doubt it's fun for the coach. There's a lot of pressure in being a coach, as everyone knows, especially at the level of NCAA Division I men's basketball. So it's great to see the coach get a chance to come out tonight and represent the university and just have some fun at the old ballpark here at the Champaign County Fair. In fact, Coach O going to get his picture made down trackside with our queen, Olivia Scheich. And returning in front of the stands, here come our celebrities. Folks, if you enjoyed that race, let our celebrity drivers hear it. Thank you. And here's the result as we've sorted through a rather tight finish. Coming home in third tonight, that was Mr. Mike Finke alongside of Matt Avenetti. Mike, well done. Coming home in the runner-up position was Darren Fletcher, who was alongside of Wyatt Avenetti here tonight. And the winner, representing WCIA Channel 3, right here in Champaign-Urbana, Brandon Morano, your winner. And a gentleman indeed, Brandon tipping his helmet to the crowd and acknowledging the applause. Folks taking some more pictures down trackside as the coach moves in to offer his congratulations. We had all of our celebrities lined up here. Just some incredible talent, incredible athletic talent and superb broadcasting talent down trackside.
And it's just wonderful that these individuals who all have very busy schedules not only took time to be here, but they wanted to be here. By the way, how about Darren Fletcher? In 1987, he batted nearly 500 that season for the Fighting Illini. That is a record that still stands. Absolutely amazing, and of course enjoyed a fantastic Major League career. Mike Finke, we enjoyed his talents on the basketball court, and Brandon Morano, we enjoy his sportscasts every night. One more time, folks, there's our celebrity harness drivers and celebrity announcer for 2024. Well done. And thanks one and all for everyone who helped make this possible. Thanks again to our horsemen as well as our celebrity competitors. A lot of fun here at the Champaign County Fair. And folks, we are glad you've been able to spend part of your Tuesday evening with us, and we've got a lot more racing yet to come. We still owe you that rundown on race 2. We'll pass that along in just a moment.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
We can pass along some good news. Number 3, Lou's Enchantress. She is making her first appearance since recovering from an injury. She sustained a broken bone at the end of last season, but she has been rehabilitated and she is ready to go back racing. So we love stories like that. Good to have Lou's Enchantress back on the racing scene. Third race coming up.
All right, David, that was a great celebrity race.
That was really cool, you know, and Kurt got a great interview with Coach O there. I thought it was really awesome that Coach knew who Kurt was. His wife knew Kurt's voice from racing at Lexington. See, Coach O came from Lexington, University of Kentucky, under Coach Calipari, so she recognized Kurt's voice, and so in some ways, Kurt's a celebrity, right? When the celebrities look up to you, or look down on you, whichever one, but yeah, people don't realize we are so fortunate in this little area of Illinois to have the greats like Kurt Becker grace us at these fairs and do a great job seamlessly putting out these broadcasts and programs for the grandstand. And that celebrity race was a lot of fun.
It was a blast. You made Lisa's day by saying that somebody from UK
I'm not a Kentucky fan. I'm not a Calipari fan, but for Coach O, I'll tip my hat.
The only time I've been a Kentucky fan is when Patino was at Kentucky.
Now, you know, just a little piece of trivia for you. Somebody drafted over Michael Jordan owns racehorses, standardbred racehorses. There's a guy named Sam Bowie from the University of Kentucky.
Sam Bowie, yes.
Yeah, 7'2". He lives down in Lexington still and has some horses. He bought a horse off Jamaica a couple of years back. And they kept in contact a little bit, but yeah, I mean, it's cool that the connections to Lexington and UK run deep for sure.
Absolutely.
Before we get off that celebrity race, I want to give a big shout out to the horsemen, to Matt, to Wyatt, to Rick. They did a great job. That's a lot for those horses to be out there and all that chaos and stuff going on in atypical environments, and they did a great job keeping them calm and keeping them kind of corralled.
All right, let's talk about this next race as we get ready to go for official race 3 here. Official race 3.
Horses are on the track for race 3.
And
the Lyle Lohman Memorial. The Illini 3-year-old filly trot, field of 4, no changes. Here they come off the turn and into the home stretch to parade their way to the post. Again, folks, great to have you with us here at the Champaign County Fair. I know from talking to members of the Fair Board, the fan experience is very important to the Fair Board here, and I know when they see folks in the stands, they are grateful, and we're glad to have you with us. Number 1 is Fox Valley Jessie, owned by Sherry Boldovich of Lakewood, Colorado, co-owned by trainer Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois, owned as well by Linda Allhands of Monticello, trained by Jamaica, and it is Jamaica Patton in the bike. So please note, contrary to the program, number 1, Fox Valley Jessie, the driver, is Mr. Jamaica Patton. Number 2 is Hope Forever, owned, or rather leased, I should say, by Charles Hurst Jr. of Houston, Texas, trained by Roshan Trigg, Freddie Patton Jr. in the bike. 3 is Luz Enchantress, that's the filly we talked about a moment ago, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown, Chris Brown driving. And 4, Illini Diva, owned by Keith and Kevin Miller of Arthur, Glenn Otto of Arthur, Brian Lohman of Broadlands, trained by Kevin Miller, and the driver is Matt Avenatti, headed to the starting gate for the 3rd race. Talked about our great fair sponsors that have helped make racing possible this year at the Champaign County Fair. They include the champion level sponsors, AHW, Blager Concrete, Champaign Asphalt, a division of Evergreen Roadworks, Comfort Suites, Country Financial, Tana Suits, Dan Warner Plumbing, Dirt Works, DNS Sewer Service, Ileana Construction, MCR, Open Road Paving, and Tyson's Roll-Off Dumpsters and Disposal. Thanks to all of our great sponsors.
All right, David, we get out here for race 3.
Run through some picks, huh?
Real quick on the picks.
I'll go first over here. My picks, for my top, I went to Illini Diva, the number 4 horse on top to win this race. I remember that. I've talked about her a couple times. I remember when she was a little baby out. Ed Teefy bred her, and she was a little wheeling out in the passenger. So I kind of cheer for that horse. My second choice, I went to the 1, Fox Valley Jessie. Putting Jamaica in the bike doesn't scare me. We remember that horse won at Charleston last year on it for us and a nice win. My third choice, Luz Enchantress, to pick up the ticket and finish 3rd.
Lisa picked Hope Forever. She picked that as the 3rd place horse. Otherwise, she's with you. Okay. I went out on a limb here. I'm Luz Enchantress.
You know, and that horse coming off an injury, I don't know what to expect. It could be top form, ready to go like Night of Champions, or it could be, needing a start or two to kind of get legs and everything back underneath it. So we'll find out.
3-1-2, and so I'm saying that horse is saying, hey, get me out here. I'm ready to race. And so
horses approaching the starting gate over on the backstretch. Our starter tonight is Roy Finn. Stacy DeRoos is driving the starting gate here this evening, and they are at the post. And the gate is rolling for the 3rd race. Illini 3-year-old filly trot, the Lyle Lohman Memorial. Talked about number 1, Fox Valley Jessie, being co-owned by Linda Allhands of Monticello. And congratulations to her daughter and son-in-law, who recently opened the J Squared Aquatic Pet Store in Clinton in DeWitt County. And I know the folks over there are excited to see their community and their business community grow. So to everyone at J Squared, keep up the good work. Great to have you there in the business community at Clinton. I know they appreciate that. Top of the stretch, here they come for the 3rd event of our 15 race card. Good to have you with us. They're off and trotting. There goes Luz Enchantress out for the lead. Fox Valley Jessie has early speed as well. Fox Valley Jessie inside, Luz Enchantress on the outside. They will contest the lead as they move down into the first turn, and Luz Enchantress off stride. Luz Enchantress goes on a break. In the meantime, Illini Diva carefully moves by along the inside lane from 3rd into 2nd, although 6 lengths off the lead. So onto the backstretch, Fox Valley Jessie is the leader as Illini Diva goes 2nd. Now 5 lengths separate the top 2. Then there's a gap of another 12 to 13 lengths before we come back to Luz Enchantress, who is back trotting but a distant 3rd now with a lot of ground to make up, and Hope Forever is another 20 lengths behind her. 31 and 3. 31, thank you, Marty. 31 and 3. 31 and 3/5 seconds. That was the time for the opening quarter. So Fox Valley Jessie went right out for the lead and has maintained the lead, but the lead is now down to just 3 lengths, and she does have company, does Fox Valley Jessie, in the form of Illini Diva. Illini Diva, who trains over this racetrack in the barn of Kevin Miller, is catching up to Fox Valley Jessie. Fox Valley Jessie leads by 2.5 lengths. Illini Diva second by 3.5. 103-1 for the first half mile, 103-1. Lose Enchantress has moved back into contention, has made up a lot of ground after breaking stride, so give credit to that filly for catching up with the other two. The question is, does she have enough left to pass them? But Chris Brown, to his credit, being careful and just letting her trot along at her own rate because she's already turned in a big effort. Hope Forever, this trailer. Here comes Illini Diva. Illini Diva takes to the outside to challenge Fox Valley Jessie as the field races on by the three-quarter. Fox Valley Jessie saves the ground on the final turn along the inside lane, has the lead by a neck. Illini Diva is right there. 1:35-2, the time at the three-quarters. 1:35-2, side by side for the lead in the Lyle Lohman Memorial. Illini Diva from the outside. Fox Valley Jessie to the inside. Matching strides all the way down the home stretch. Who's it going to be? Illini Diva. Illini Diva got up to win it by a half length on the line. It was Fox Valley Jessie home second, and then it was Lose Enchantress across the wire in third position here in the third race this evening. Further back, Hope Forever will be fourth.
And David, I got the replay up on that. That's worth watching
the
again
time
on
for the
the
1 mile
Absolutely.
distance. 2:06 and 3/5. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 4. Fourth race, Horsemen, come to the track.
Well, somebody got a trifecta. Lisa got a first and second, but she missed the
I wasn't very
horse.
confident, but the way that the mile played out, it worked. So
Yeah, you were lucky a horse broke stride there. I mean, I'm
rather be
looking
lucky
like a
than good.
brainiac there until we got to about the second turn. And coming into turn 2, my horse Enchantress broke stride.
it doesn't pay till that last finish line, though. So no, that was I don't know anything special. I just kind of picked what I think is going to happen, and when it strings out like that, it kind of changes the complexion of the race a little bit. But it was a fun race, exciting finish.
Oh, it
we
was.
get such good finishes in 4 horse races, and I can't figure it out. It's just kind of the way it works out. It seems like, right?
Absolutely, as we got to watch that again. It wasn't a photo finish, but it was a nice
Close
finish
finish,
to the race. Just a wonderful race there on a beautiful night for harness racing.
We
You
didn't
can't
get
beat
the
it.
pick up, but Scott was picking Jamaica and Jesse on that one, and so maybe I'm the only one who came home on this
Down track
third
side,
race.
the Lyle Lohman
Maybe,
blanket about
Lisa,
to be
like I
presented.
said,
Our Queen Olivia and our little
Did
Miss
all but the
Macy.
third horse.
Yeah.
They are joined by Jamie Henderson. Jamie, thank you for
Here
your
come
help
a
with
slew
the
from the
racing
Kevin Miller
program here
barn
this evening.
across the
Candy
infield.
Herzog is our trackside winner's circle photographer. Horsemen, don't forget, Brian and Candy Herzog, they will have their annual consignment of yearlings being offered at the Illini Classic on Labor Day, Monday, September 2nd. Speaking of which, so will the University of Illinois Horse Farm. Their annual yearling consignment will be offered in the Illini Classic on Labor Day as well. Well, the winner of the Lyle Lohman Memorial
Brian Lohman
is a trotting filly that trains over this racetrack. This filly stables right here at the fairgrounds year-round with Kevin Miller. How about a hand for number 4, Illini Diva? This filly's won 2 of her last 3 starts, winning tonight in 2:06 and 3 for career win number 5. She's owned by Keith and Kevin Miller of Arthur, Glenn Otto of Arthur, and Brian Lohman of Broadland. So how about that? Brian has just won the race named in honor and in memory of his dad. So a special moment here indeed as Illini Diva moves into the winner's circle with driver Matt Avenatti. Yeah, Lyle Lohman made his home in Broadlands. He was a graduate of Newman High School and Eastern Illinois University. He was a teacher and coach for better than 40 years. Former mayor of Broadlands, and he founded the Lohman Insurance Agency in the early 1980s. So a magnificent moment at the Champaign County Fair as the Lohman family gathers around having just won the Lyle Lohman Memorial. And that winning filly is Illini Diva. Congratulations, folks. Winning filly by Lou's Legacy, bred by Ed Teefee of Mount Sterling, Illinois. By the way, the Illinois Department of Agriculture does have representatives on hand here this evening, and we appreciate them. They are positioned over on the back stretch. We mention that because the IDOA, they do so much to administer the horse racing program here in Illinois. So to everybody with the Illinois Department of Agriculture, Tim Norman, Kerry Tiskus, and the whole gang, a big thank you. We appreciate all that you do. Judge, are we official here? Thank you, Randy Callahan. Here's the full field rundown for the third race. From the top, Fox Valley Jessie, the runner-up. Hope Forever finished 4 Luz Enchantress 3, and Illini Diva the winner. The opening quarter, 31 and 3/5 seconds. The first half mile in 103 and 1. 3 quarters, 135 and 2. And the time for the mile, 206 and 3. Reads down 2:43.1. Very appropriate to have a filly with Illini in the name winning at the Champaign County Fair in the Illini Stakes. 4th race is on the way, the 3-year-old Colden Gelding Trot. There are no scratches, no drops.
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois Divisional Champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
Wait, before you go and get your snacks and drinks, make sure to subscribe and like to Harness Tube. If you can't do that, just give us a thumbs up. Alright, to the show.
There's the Brink kids with the.
When I was
we want
his
you to
age,
like or
I
show
couldn't
it.
even turn on my Super Nintendo, and here my son's making videos for my YouTube channel, and that's so cool. And he designed it himself, recorded it himself, drew it all himself, animated it himself. You know, pretty proud.
Yep, I would be a proud papa too if my sons had done that. I know when David started doing things in the recording studio that I was just amazed at the stuff he was putting
Isn't it
out.
awesome?
Yep, as we get ready for race 4 here before Kurt gets wound up, it looks like, David, you picked the 7-horse to win this in the 4th race.
I went 7-1-4 for my trifecta. So on top, Fox Valley Nautica, Kevin and Wyatt again. That we just saw this connection win the last race. Or excuse me, that was Matt, but just out of the Kevin Miller barn. This horse has 2/3 and a couple wins back there on the card. Just had to kind of use him on the home track. My second choice, TVS Cosmac. Once again, Jerome Daniels' horses, he gets a trotters that get seconds and thirds and kind of finish up, so I had to use him in my exacta here. For my try, I put Darla in third with a lot of grit, you know, just maybe the draw a little bit outside.
Now, just taking care of a few housekeeping measures, we realize, folks, though, we need to get caught up because you're playing pick a winner in the stands, and we haven't announced a single winner, and we've had 3 races in the books. So, first of all, thank you for your patience. You've been very patient. It is $10. We draw 2 names after each race.
Okay, we're going to go ahead. I got Kurt down right now so we can finish up. I went a little different.
Where'd you
go? Deweyville Lou to win the race, followed by TV's Cosmac, followed by the number 7, Fox Valley Nautica. Lisa went different yet. She went with the 2, Deweyville Lou, 7, Fox Valley Nautica, and 4, Lot of Grit. And so, look, we're a little bit different. Everybody is over across the board.
You know, we get these larger fields, 7 horses and 7 trotters. There's some good horses in here, and they're evenly matched, so it could really be anything. You know, you can make a case for anybody we've picked here. Dooleyville Lou's a nice horse just off a win. You know, a lot of grit. Loose Plants here got a win, a couple back, and Newton. So it should be an open race. Whoever stays flat and takes care of their horse will be in the race.
Yeah, and again, we've seen off-stride can cause problems. That does more times than anything else.
You know, I'm not sure what the answer is. We were always taught growing up in our barn, you avoided making breaks at all costs. Now I know there's other drivers who, to them, a break isn't the end of the world because their horse, they're getting him to go fast enough, they can make up for that speed. We just don't like getting them in that habit. So there's different trains of thought, you know, avoiding breaks or driving through them or whatever. But obviously you don't want to. You want to avoid it if you can. But some people are more scared of them than others.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got them. I can see that from a renting aspect or from that they're trying to go so fast that they have lost their concentration on their step. So in other words, they're at that brink. So you know what that limit is. And I would imagine as a driver, then you kind of can set your limits if it's a consistent thing at a consistent time.
If you know your horse and you know you can trust him to take a wobbly step and come back in the pace, or some horses you can't. Some horses you can push to that limit, and they'll let you know. They'll flag their tail, say, hey, this is it. I can't go anymore. Some of them will try to push themselves too much and just go off the stride. So these horses are all individuals. They're all different. They all have personalities, and every driver kind of takes care of their horse differently. So it's so key to get, especially in a stake horse, when you got a young horse you're developing, to get a routine, consistent driver on them, just because then they can predict each other. The driver can trust the horse can trust the driver.
Well, and we saw it in the last race with Loose and Enchantress. That horse broke stride but came back and actually picked up ground. But the problem there was 12, 13 lengths back, made it up, and then had nothing for the end.
Yeah, it's how much it's risk reward. How much do you waste when you're running and having to get them off stride and pull back and lose lengths and then have to try to regain ground versus carrying the speed you were at when you made the break? Is it worth it to maintain the speed? Because sometimes even checking the horse will pull them off stride. It's really a fine-tooth balancing act out there. The old timers used to say they wanted to see the front end of a trotter look like a barrel rolling down a hill. The timing of those feet hitting the ground. Most drivers drive with their ears. They can listen to the horse's hooves and know what kind of steps they're making and drive accordingly.
Well, and the other factor there from the layman side of thing is how quickly does that horse come back into stride? Are you able?
Yes, big thing. If your horse will make a bad break and fall back in the trot and go, you don't worry about it. If they'll run for half a mile, you want to avoid that break because you can't get them back on stride.
And they lose too many lengths trying to get them pulled back up.
A part of the Champaign County Fair dating well back here, into the 19th century.
Here. Some horses you can just kind of flick that bit and they'll just shaking the head will drop them back on their pace or trot or whatever. Every horse is different. The bit in their mouth, the view they have with the bridle and opening bridle. So, good question, great question, good insight. I love it.
All right, you can get with us too on the chat on YouTube. We love hearing from
you. We love hearing your ideas, your stories. If you're up there, Young's up in Alaska, how do you know Illinois horse racing? What's your connection? We'd love to hear it.
Yeah, we'd love to. How did you find us?
Yeah,
how
absolutely.
How did you find us?
Because it's probably somebody's going to bring it back a story for somebody else.
We'll go back
the
to
trainer and the driver. 3 Shady Maple Ace, owned and trained right here at the Champaign County Fairgrounds by Tanner Saltzgaver of nearby Fisher. The driver is Matt Avenatti. Number 4, Lot of Grit, owned by Chuck Doring of Brownstown, trained and driven by Darla Martin Lohman. 5, A Small Town Southern Boy, owned by Torres Tucker of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, Freddie Patton Jr. in the bike. 6, Loose Palantir, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown. Chris Brown is the driver. And number 7, Fox Valley Nautica, owned by Kevin and Keith Miller of Arthur, Glenn Otto of Arthur, Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, trained by Kevin Miller, and the driver, Wyatt Avenatti.
Looking down a horse that I'm looking to someday make us all wrong because we quit picking it is Small Town Southern Boy. I'm waiting for that.
Horsemen, be ready at the barns, please, with race number 5. Stand by. Be ready at the barns, please, with race 5. Thank you.
Was skipping around the post parade. The horse isn't super relaxed, so I don't know. I picked her 3rd in here. I'm going to stick with that pick, but I'm keeping my eye on her.
Horses are approaching the starting gate. Marty Alanya serving as our timer, and it's great to have Marty and her husband Bill here this evening. I know that, as we say in the motorsports business, Bill was in the garage for a few repairs here recently, and it's fantastic to see both of you here tonight at the Champaign County Fair. Boy, you know how to have fun at the races in Champaign County, Marty. This is always a lot of fun, and I know it's great to have the race fans here, and a lot of great racing lined up yet to come here tonight. At the post, gates rolling, 4th race.
We got Eric Plowman watching us from up in Iowa. He loves listening to us. We appreciate you watching, Eric. We miss you out here in Illinois. Come back and watch a race sometime.
Here they come. They're off and trotting. There goes Dooleyville Lou for the lead, and Shady Maple Ace is off stride. Shady Maple Ace is on a break as they head into the first turn. Dooleyville Lou is the leader. TVS Cosmac goes in second. Fox Valley Nautica third. Lot of Grit a wide fourth. Moving around the breaking trotter, Shady Maple Ace, who is fifth and now dropping out to last. That's because Small Town Southern Boy moves by into fifth. Lou's Palantir moves up into sixth, and Shady Maple Ace is the trailer. In the meantime, a lot of Grit's moving for the lead. There goes a lot of Grit, number 4, up to take the lead just before the quarter-mile mark and clears with the lead by 2, by 3, by 4 lengths now as they move on by the quarter. Dooleyville Lou is second. 32 flat, the time for the opening quarter, 32 seconds flat. So a lot of Grit with a big move over on the backstretch between the 8th mile and quarter-mile mark has the lead for Darla Martin Loman. Opens up by 8 lengths. Dooleyville Lou is second by just 1 length. And then TVS Cosmac is third. And Fox Valley Nautica is racing in fourth. And here comes Matt Avenatti already moving back into contention with Shady Maple Ace. Shady Maple Ace is up to fifth, has picked off a few positions, and is within 6 lengths of the lead. Further back after a break of another dozen lengths or so, Small Town Southern Boy and Lou's Palantir. They move back around the east turn and hit the backstretch. Here comes TVS Cosmac. 103-2 was the time for the first half mile. 103-2. TVS Cosmac is moving up on the outside to challenge Lotta Grit for the lead, but Lotta Grit still leads at a half length. And what will Wyatt Avenatti do with Fox Valley Nautica? Wyatt's going to swing to the far outside at the 3/4. Here comes Fox Valley Nautica 3 deep in the center of the racetrack from third to second and right alongside of Lotta Grit. 136 flat the time at the 3/4. 136 flat. Fox Valley Nautica has taken the lead midway on the far turn and leads it now by 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths clear. Lotta Grit second. TVS Cosmac in third position. And then Shady Maple Ace a wide fourth. But Fox Valley Nautica has a 4-length lead in deep stretch. Wyatt Avenatti and Fox Valley Nautica win it by just over 5 lengths. Shady Maple Ace second, TVS Cosmac third, Lotta Grit fourth, Dooleyville Lou fifth. Small Town Southern Boy was across the wire in sixth, and Lou's Palantir is seventh. 2:06 and 4/5 the time for the mile. 2:06 and 4/5 of a second. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 5. Race 5, horsemen, come to the track, please. Thank you.
Boy, that had a lot of twists and turns in it, and I'm not talking about the curves in the corner.
It's a trotting mile to County Fair. It's always exciting, right?
Absolutely.
2, 6, and 4, getting the time up here for you guys. A lot of movement there, but the 3 wide move at the 3/4 pole, that just kind of put it in the books, didn't it?
It absolutely did.
But Matt, makes a break at the start there and comes back and stays in the race, to a point. Horses can overcome breaks and get back in the race. It does take some out of you. It's added, or it's extra energy you're exerting that you don't gain from, but, it's not the end of the world, so glad to see a nice race there.
Absolutely.
We've got some time. I think Kurt doesn't have the microphone. I want to give Brian Lohman a big shout out. The job he did getting the celebrities and the news. And
By the way, our queen, Olivia Scheich, is a real deal agricultural fair queen. Olivia, you're no stranger to farms and agriculture and livestock shows. I understand that you have been right there in the thick of things. You show at the fairs, you've shown at the state fair at Springfield, and that's fantastic. It always is extra special when we have an agricultural fair queen who is directly involved with agriculture. So well done. And I have a feeling, I think Macy comes from a family with an ag background also, does she not? Yeah, that's a big yes. Absolutely. So it's great to have both our queen, Olivia Scheich, and our little Miss Macy Holes here this evening helping present blankets to these winning connections. Well, that's already a driving double tonight for Wyatt Avenatti. He's won 2 of the first 4 races on the card. Kevin Miller, the trainer. So that means our winner, Fox Valley Nautica, trains right here over this racetrack at the Champaign County Fair. That is back-to-back wins on the card for trainer Kevin Miller. How about a hand for Fox Valley Nautica?
And David gets the first place again.
2:06 and 4 the time for the mile. Fox Valley Nautica wins for the 3rd time this season.
Almost got the try too, didn't I?
Owned by Kevin and Keith Miller of Arthur, owned by Glenn Otto of Arthur, and Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker of Sherman. A reminder, their sale, the Land of Lincoln sale, will take place on Saturday August 31st. So Saturday of Labor Day weekend at Sherman for the Land of Lincoln sale. Fox Valley Nautica, 3-year-old gelded son of Can't Afford It. Another winner that trains right here at the Champaign County Fairgrounds. Full field rundown coming right up.
Yeah, David, you picked 7-1-4, and it was 7-3-1, and your 4 was
Oh yeah,
in the 4 spot.
I messed that up, but yeah.
But you have four straight wins here. I only have 1 tonight. Lisa has 2, but you've got 1 trifecta in there.
Here's the full field rundown for the 4th race. Thanks, by the way, to the VFW Post for their sponsorship of racing again this year at the Champaign County Fair. It is much appreciated. Where are, just out of curiosity, do we have some veterans in the grandstand here tonight? Where are the veterans in the audience? Yeah, we do have a few. Folks, how about a round of applause for our veterans? Thank you, one and all. We appreciate it. So much fun to enjoy our freedoms and come out to the fair, so a big thank you to our veterans. Well, here's the full field rundown for the VFW race 4. From the top, TVS Cosmac was 3rd. Dooleyville Lou finished 5. Shady Maple Ace, the runner-up. Lot of Grit finished 4th. Small Town Southern Boy, 6. Lou's Palantir, 7. And Fox Valley Nautica, the winner. The quarter, 32 flat. The half, 103 and 2. 3/4, 136. And the mile, 206 and 4. Reach down, 352, 467-1. Race 5 is on the way. Horsemen, you may come to the track for the 5th race. No scratches in this 5th event. Just a reminder, we've received a reminder that both Larry Ballard and Peyton Parsons, you each have $10 pick-a-winner money waiting for you near the center section of the grandstand, near the press box. Ask for Carrie Richardson, and she will make sure you each get your $10. And we're going to play pick-a-winner here in just a moment. We'll pull a couple of names for that 4th race that was just completed.
Lisa's doing a great job. You know, half the fun of going to fairs is people watching, isn't it? I mean,
it is.
Love looking around and seeing who's out, who makes it to the fair, you know, who's the kids playing and having a good time.
The grandstands are kind of lopsided on our section, though. More people to our left than to our right.
Everyone wants to see the finish of the race. They don't want to see what happens after the finish.
Yeah. But with that, Lisa, I'll only make this comment that we, as bad as we are doing on our picks, we need to worry about that David is giving us the right information for us to make those picks. With that, we'll take a station break. We'll be back after these messages.
Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport is the go-to mobile home transportation company. We provide top-notch services including moving, block and leveling, and even demolitions with a quick turnaround time. If you're looking to move or get rid of your mobile home, Pine Ridge is the company to call. We now have dumpsters available for rent at competitive rates. Contact Wayne at 217-313-9744 or find us on Facebook.
Timewell Drainage Products is a locally owned family company that has provided incredible employment opportunities in our area for over 40 years. Our constantly growing company is always looking for dynamic individuals who want to be part of an innovative, fast-paced team. To join our team, visit us online at timewellpipe.com. Timewell Drainage Products, a proud community employer since 1982.
All right, David, I'll turn it over to you as I try to get some changes on a horse here.
Talking about people watching, I was looking in the winner's circle of the last race, the Kevin Miller stable out there for the win. It's good to see Keith Miller out there, Daryl Miller, and to see Lester Detweiler. Lester would be the father of our young Marcus out here driving. And I bring him up because Lester, a couple of weeks ago, was one of the leading owners in the Suburban Downs meet between Springfield and DuQuoin. I had like 6 wins or something. He's been having great luck at the fairs, but I think he's a little more proud, a little more excited to see his son have success out here racing. You know, was back on the backstretch earlier, and we're talking about his mom came out to the winner circle last night, Marcus's mom, and She's not the biggest fan of horse racing, but to see her son succeed, they're just having a good time watching their ride. So, wish them luck. Like to see Marcus driving this race.
Okay, and I've forgotten how to spell Detweiler.
Detweiler.
Race 5, this is the Illinois Top Line 2-year-old filly pace. Number 1, Vel Cinderella, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, trained by Rob Ridoff. Wyatt Avenatti is up. 2, Carry On Beach, owned by Perry Tillman Jr. of Bolton, Mississippi, trained by Jamaica Patton, Michael Cox the driver. Number 3, I Like Whiskers, owned by Ron Canup of Anna, trained by Roshan Trigg, Freddie Patton Jr. the driver. 4 is Rushville, owned by Ed Teefy of Mount Sterling, the trainer-driver Clay Simpson. And 5, Can We Be Friends, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur, Bert Hochsprung of Elburn, trained by Kevin Miller, and the driver is Marcus Detweiler. Headed to the gate for race 5.
You want to handicap these real quick, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I want to do this real quick.
I'll run through real fast. My picks for the race 5, I went 4-1-5. I used Rushville on top, the horse out of the Clay Simpson barn. That horse is owned by Ed Teefy from Mount Sterling. 2 starts, a win in a second, a really snappy last quarter, 27-3 last start. I used that horse on top. My second pick, I went to Vel Cinderella. And a little more information for the two of you. If you look on the program between
we still owe you the names for pick a winner for the 4th race. We've got those names now.
Go ahead. And the top, between the horse's name and the top line, you can see the sale price of the horse. So that was a $19,000 purchase for Doug Overheiser. You don't know who Doug Overheiser is, but he's one of the biggest owners in the Midwest and in the U.S. right now. So this is a nice horse he picked up, for a nice chunk of money. I use that horse second. My third choice, Marcus. I got to use Marcus with Can We Be Friends, pick up third.
Okay, with that, I agreed with you, the 4, the 1, but I picked the 2. Carry On the Beach, the new horse on the block, for the 3rd place. Lisa picked a 4 also, but she picked the 3 for second and the 5 for third. So a little bit different for all 3 of us out there.
We might see some daylight between the 2 of you and me, maybe.
Maybe. All right, we'll go back to
midway on the turn. Field in the hands of starter Roy Finn. Getting ready to go in the Top Line 2-year-old filly pace. You've got Indiana breds in post 1, 2, and 3, and also post 5. Everybody's Indiana bred except for the 4 Rushville. That is a New York sired filly. Here they come.
Recall.
And a recall has been signaled by starter Roy Finn. Roy has thrown the switch, activating the flashing amber lights and red lights atop the starting gate. He has called for a recall, which simply means we've waved off the start. Broken equipment here on the number 4 Rushville. Broken equipment, the issue for number 4 Rushville. So under the rules and conditions of the United States Trotting Association and the Illinois Racing Board, there are specific reasons that a starter can wave off the start. One of those reasons, broken equipment. And also interference as well, because number 4 Rushville got a bit excited behind the gate, ended up swerving into the path of the 5, Can We Be Friends? So there was interference, and there was also broken equipment involved as well. And they are. Those are absolutely specified in the United States Trotting Association rule book under the powers and authority of the starter. Interference, broken equipment, both fully legitimate reasons to wave off the start. And that is true. A horse simply breaking stride is not enough to cause a recall.
There you go, Lisa.
We see that happen. Sometimes horses will break stride before the start. And if you're wondering, well, why don't they wave off the start? And Try again when a horse breaks stride, because simply breaking stride is not enough. If a horse breaks stride and then interferes with another horse, if a horse simply veers left or right and interferes with another horse, if a horse sustains broken equipment, if the starter notices a horse is lined up in the wrong starting spot, those are all reasons that the starter will throw that switch, activate the flashing lights atop the gate, and then on his PA system, he will alert the drivers. He will just say, recall, recall. I've never envied the drivers in that situation. The next race I drive will be my first. But Coach O, when Coach O was here tonight, he took a lap with a horseman around the racetrack, and he said he noticed how these horses, they know when it's time to get ready to compete. And he talked to us in the judges' stand about the fact that these horses are athletes, and when they're coming down for the start of a race, they are locked on and ready to go. They're ready to fire out of there and start contesting the lead. So when the starter throws the switch and says it's a recall, part of the skill, these drivers make it look so easy, but it's really not. It's not easy to get those horses under control when just a few feet earlier, those horses thought, okay, the tempo's picking up, we're moving faster, we're getting ready to race, and then all of a sudden, no, we're not. So, horsemen, well done to you, one and all. Once again, lining up for another try at the start over on the backstretch. They have just lined up behind the gate, and again, the gate's rolling for race 5. Here they come, and this time we are off and pacing. We are underway in race 5, and there goes Vel Cinderella out for the early lead. I Like Whiskers comes away in the second position. Can We Be Friends gets away, racing in the third spot. Carry On Beach is fourth, and Rushville last of the 5, but right there with the rest as they swing around the first turn and head over to the back stretch. Vel Cinderella is the leader. Vel Cinderella leading I Like Whiskers, who travels in second position, drafting right in behind the leader as they approach the quarter. Can We Be Friends is right in the center of the pack, lines up behind the front 2 and third. Here comes Rushville. Rushville is moving with a rush, 5th to 4th, and now will drop back over along the inside lane after picking up one spot. 33 and 3, the time for the opening quarter, 33 and 3/5 seconds as the field works their way around that far turn as the sun continues to dip lower toward the horizon here in race 5. Vel Cinderella went right out for the lead and still has the lead. Here's Rushville. Rushville is moving once again. That was the filly who got a bit fractious before the start when they tried the first attempt. Now she has her mind on business, and there she goes. Head pole is broken again. Head pole is broken again on number 4, Rushville, but she is still moving up to challenge for the lead. It is Rushville on the outside, Vel Cinderella toward the inside, and now Rushville drops back into the second position. By the way, Can We Be Friends broke stride on the turn. 105 and 2 was the time for the first half mile, 105 and 2. Okay, back up to the front of the field. Vel Cinderella still your leader. Rushville was alongside. Clay Simpson, a veteran horseman out of Fairfield, Illinois, he realizes that the head pole is broken, so he knows his filly is dealing with broken equipment. That's probably why Clay backed off the throttle there. Safety first. What do you got for the three-quarter, Marty? 135 and 3. Thank you, Marty Alanya. 135 and 3. So they turn for home, and Vel Cinderella has opened up on an 8-length lead. Congratulations to Vel Cinderella, and kudos to Clay Simpson for doing what is in the best interest of his horse. Here's the winner. Vel Cinderella opens up and won it by better than a dozen lengths. Rushville, broken equipment and all, was second. I Like Whiskers was third. It's going to be the 5-horse, Can We Be Friends, with a late rally on the grandstand side to grab fourth. Carry On Beach finished in fifth. 2:04 and 4. The time for the mile, 2:04 and 4/5 of a second. Vel Cinderella, your winner. Horsemen, you may come to the track. Race 6. Race 6, come to the track.
Okay, David, let's talk about broken equipment there and talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, and that's a great job by Clay. I saw leaving out of there, I said, oh, that horse is getting its head sideways. I knew something was wrong. I could see the head pull broke when they left out just past the grandstand. And he kind of had to fight her. He had to keep her head straight and keep her head from getting kinked over. Because when they get doubled up on themselves, that's when they take bad steps. When they're not putting their head out and really stretching out, they can make mistakes. So he kept her focused, put in a nice clean mile, didn't try for the lead when he didn't have to, lived to fight another day.
By the way, if you're curious, when you hear us talk about Rushville sustaining broken equipment and we reference the head pole, if you're wondering, well, what is the purpose or the function of the head pole? What does that mean when the head pole is broken? The head pole is that piece of equipment that kind of runs right alongside the horse's head and neck. And we asked a horseman years ago, what is the purpose of a head pole? And if we understood correctly, the trainer we talked to said it's almost like part of the steering mechanism of your car. There are some horses that tend to drift in or drift out. They won't go in a straight line. And the head pole is designed to give the driver more control over that horse and keep that horse in a straight line. So when the head pole is broken, Clay Simpson essentially lost part of the steering mechanism. And again, kudos to Clay when he took his foot off the gas and said, okay, we're just going to make sure this filly gets home safe and sound. And indeed she did, and still came home with a runner-up finish. Now, Wyatt Avenatti is a driver who is red hot to start the card. Wyatt is a native of Chrisman, Illinois, over in Edgar County. And Wyatt Avenatti, despite the fact he is quite young, he is just 28 years of age. That's young to a lot of us. Wyatt has already in his lifetime, not only has he established himself as one of the leading drivers in Illinois, but he is also a cancer survivor. How about a hand for Wyatt Avenatti? And already tonight he pulls the hat trick in the fifth race, winning 3 of the first 5 races on the card. Champaign County Fair Association, the sponsor. A reminder, you've got the monster trucks tomorrow night. You've got the Pro Rodeo Thursday night. Josh Turner with Tiger Lily Gold on Friday. The First Responders Day with the Illinois Pullers Association and the ITPA on Saturday. Take it all in and enjoy the 171st Champaign County Fair. Vel Cinderella, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Indiana sired filly by Keystone Velocity. Rob Ridoff is here this evening. Rob is the winning trainer, and again, Wyatt Avenatti, the driver. And our judge, Mr. Randy Callahan, says the results are official. So here we go for race 5. From the top of the page, Vel Cinderella was the winner. Carry On Beach finished 5. I Like Whiskers 3. Rushville, the runner-up. Can We Be Friends finished 4. 33 at the quarter. 105 and 2 at the half, 3 quarters, 135 and 3, and the time for the mile, 2:04 and 4/5. Reads down 153.24. So the 6th race is on the way. We'll play Pick a Winner here in just a moment for race 5. 6th race coming up, no changes in the 6th event.
And David, none of us got anything right that race.
When you have a recall and broken equipment, a lot of curveballs happening out there. But, Kurt made a good point about Clay safely taking that horse. You have second place wrapped up.
Where is Rose Seaton?
And you don't want to,
Rose Seaton.
You don't want to be dangerous or anything. So, we always said in our barn, head pulls were like power steering, or you could call them maybe a good tie rod. You can still drive your car if you have some loose tie rods, but you wouldn't send it in a turn 100, miles an hour. You would be careful and protect the position you have. So Clay's a heck of a veteran horseman, a heads-up move there. Be looking forward to see that horse race later in the season.
All right, as we get to race 6, I'm thinking, David, it's going to be 11 o'clock before we get out of here.
I'm thankful I got my boss called on Monday and got some vacation leave tomorrow if we can stay in a hotel tonight. Because if I had to push home till 2, 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I've done it from over here because my grandkids and my son are over here.
I drove home from Chicago, but I don't want to work tomorrow if that's the case, though.
Yeah, and I usually don't have to when I'm doing that. But we're staying in the beautiful town of Champaign, and we'll make our way back as we get ready for things here. Let's talk about race 6. Race 6 kind of looks like this. David picked the 4 horse. You know. And 1 second, 3 third. So windy night in a major way, and followed up by Rockin' Gizmo for your picks. My picks are a little bit different. I went with In a Major Way, Freddie Patton and the Rashawn Trigg horse, followed by Rockin' Gizmo in second. And the third place horse, Gorgeous Willie D.
Willie D.
I picked
Alan
the
Finn.
horse. Lisa, let's see, she followed you with the 4 and the 1, but she picked the 2 horse, Gorgeous Willie D, to finish third. And so that's our picks. I mean, not a lot to choose from as far as what these horses
But we
did.
keep saying 4 horses races are usually the most exciting, right? For whatever reason.
Absolutely. That's been the best races we've had
The last
2 nights. And I tell you what, if I made these picks and thought about it a little bit more.
You want to change one now?
Well, the Avenetti boys have been hot.
Yeah.
I mean, Wyatt got, 5 races last night. Matt got 3.
You're playing that chalk card now.
I am.
No, you know what? We're in their home area, their neck of the woods. There's a little confidence when you're driving in front of the family and friends and a track that you kind of know like the back of your hand. So that's not a bad idea to kind of slide a pick over towards the Avenetti tonight.
Yeah, I didn't look at drivers as much as I should have for tonight's racing. And so with that, you take a look at the card a little bit more. And again, I'm a baseball guy, okay? Who do you put in the lineup? You put the guy that's got the hot bat.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not has to do with average. It has to do with who's hot right now.
And there's something to be said for using the hot driver because they're making confident moves. They're making split-second decisions. And, we always wanted to use the same driver just because they got familiar with the horse. The horse is top priority. But there's a lot of guys whoever's hot, the hot handle will prevail. And in horse racing, if a driver's hot, it seems like the race slows down to them. They can see stuff so much easier and to make better decisions. But on the alternative, when you start making mistakes, you can't seem to get out of that funk. You can't seem to have a good drive for whatever reason, but it comes in waves.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it is. Baseball coaches, you look. I've had parents come up to me in high school games and say, I don't know why my kid's not starting. He's got a higher batting average than that kid. And I have to turn to him and look and say, have you looked at the batting average for the last 5 games?
Right.
You can't turn down that hot hand. What is it? Is it a driver in tune with the horse, like a batter in tune with seeing the baseball out of the pitcher's hand? I mean, that's what I liken this to.
It's all in we're kind of forced to take the drivers available, so you'll see even if you have a driver locked up, sometimes, their family stable might have, a horse in that race and they have to pick off your horse for whatever reason. So, there's not enough drivers to go around. I'm glad to see these young guys stepping up and getting their license and driving, but you're right. It's kind of the hot hand at these fairs. It's just the confidence comes with being the hot driver and having a bunch of wins is you seem like every decision you make is the right one.
Yeah, Ed, that's the way it seems. We'll go back to Kurt Becker as the call to post is out there.
Race number 6, the top line 2-year-old colt and gelding pace. There are no changes. This race sponsored by Lacey Tier, authorized Disney vacation planner, and a fan of racing and of the Champaign County Fair. Also an event planner in the agricultural field, by the way. Once Upon a Wish Travel, magic made easy. Number 1 is In a Major Way, owned by Torres Tucker of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg. Illinois bred, In a Major Way is driven by Freddie Patton Jr. Number 2 is Gorgeous Willie D, also Illinois bred, owned by Bill Weinberger of Martinsville, Alan Finn, the trainer driver. 3, Rockin' Gizmo, owned, trained, and driven by Mike Nicely, who comes to us from Jasper County down in Newton, Illinois. Rockin' Gizmo, again, an Indiana sired horse. And number 4 is the Ohio bred, Wendy Knight, owned by Hunter Daly of Flemingsburg, Kentucky, the trainer driver, Matt Avenetti. 6th race, getting ready to head to the gate. Horsemen stand by with race 7.
As we get ready to go, David, anything to add for this race?
I'm just kicked back, chilling, enjoying the races tonight. I tell you, we don't get to enjoy them very often. And last night we had a nice air conditioner, but we couldn't see anything. Tonight it's just
we saw every finish last night.
Every finish,
every finish we saw perfectly,
but nothing else.
The finish in the halfway mark.
It's true. Yes.
Yeah, we were kind of like a broken
Mention the
clock.
fact there's a live stream of the harness racing tonight. Harness Tube is here. They have their anchors in the grandstand. Those anchors are Steve Surratt and David Brink. Lisa Surratt is the video technician. And again, if you want to follow the online live stream, all you have to do is go to youtube.com.
There's the camera, though.
Enter Harness Tube in the search field. Click on the word live, and that will take you to their live broadcast. So good to have the folks from Harness Tube with us here this evening. They began their coverage of Illinois County Fair racing just last season. They continue to expand and add more fairs. So good to have them on hand here at Champaign County. Right now, just about set to go with race number 6.
You know, Steve, it's been kind of a dream of mine growing up watching Kurt announce and, the state fairs and all these big miles. And now he's one of our biggest supporters. He gets on that microphone and plugs us so often, and we're so appreciative of it.
And
does a great job.
Honestly, we couldn't do this without him.
No.
Horses are at the post and the gate is rolling. Always get a kick this time of year out of working with our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, because he's a grandfather and a good one. And he will check, because of technology, he will check his phone and keep track of the grandkids playing baseball. One of them playing tonight in a 15 and under league. But Randy, very professional. He has set the phone aside because he knows we're just about ready to race. So we appreciate your priorities, Randy. You're a good grandfather and a good judge. Here they come, race number 6. Wendy Knight off stride. Number 4, Wendy Knight on a break. The rest are often pacing in the Lacey Tier race. Number 1, In a Major Way, is first away. In a Major Way instantly opens up on a 3-length lead into the first turn. Rockin' Gizmo comes away in second. Gorgeous Willie D is away in third, and Wendy Knight is last of the 4. They swing around the first turn, head off the east end of the track and onto the back stretch. It is In a Major Way who is the leader as they head up the back straightaway. In a Major Way is on top here by a length and a half. Rockin' Gizmo right in behind the leader in second, then a gap of 3.5 lengths back to a side-by-side battle for third. Gorgeous Willie D to the inside. Wendy Knight started to make a move alongside, but now decides to drop out to last once again. 33 and 4 for the opening quarter. 33 and 4/5 seconds. Our thanks again to Marty Alanya and Brent Plotner, our official timers here this evening. So in the shadow of the setting sun, the field moves around the west end of the racetrack, and it is still In a Major Way who is on top, but about to have some company. Here comes Rockin' Gizmo. Rockin' Gizmo takes to the outside and comes after In a Major Way, halfway home in the Lacey Tier race for top-line 2-year-old pacers, and a side-by-side battle for the lead unfolding as they head back to the east end of the course. 106 and 1 for the first half mile, 106 and 1. In a Major Way benefits from being on the inside lane and saving the ground around that east turn. Rockin' Gizmo is alongside but has to travel an extra distance of ground, but is still there. And they are still matching strides for the top spot as they head up the back straightaway one more time. Wendy Knight is a close third, but then a gap of 10 more lengths back to Gorgeous Willie D, last of the 4. It is still door-to-door for the lead as they head up to the west end of the course. Rockin' Gizmo from the outside. In a Major Way is there toward the inside, and Wendy Knight seeking to join them around the final turn. 137 and 2, the time of the 3 quarters, 137 and 2. Rockin' Gizmo has a narrow lead. In a Major Way is there to the inside, and Wendy Knight takes to the far outside. It'll be one of these 3. Rockin' Gizmo is off stride and swerves to the left, hooks wheels with the 1 In a Major Way, and in the meantime, Wendy Knight moved on by for the win. So coming down the stretch, you had number 3, Rockin' Gizmo, who while battling for the lead broke stride. He ducked to his left, briefly hooked wheels with the 1 In a Major Way. As that was unfolding, it was Wendy Knight who moved by safely to the far outside to grab the victory. And a great job by the 2 drivers involved in the incident in the stretch to keep their horses on their feet. When those wheels start to bump and even get tangled up, that can be a challenging circumstance, but everybody came away on their feet, and that was great to see. How about the skill of these harness horse drivers, folks? Wow. What was your time? Time for the mile, 2:07 and 3. 2:07 and 3/5. Yeah, I can't imagine traveling 30 to 35 miles an hour. It is. I mean, and things can happen so quickly, but yeah, those events can unfold in a hurry. But these drivers are so good at knowing how to react in a quick fashion. We'll meet the winner of race 6 in just a moment. Horseman, you may come to the track with race 7.
Okay, David, I'm not going to put the full feed up there.
Let's let the judges sort that out before we decide what we're going to put the placings up.
Yeah. We know the winning horse will be 4, right?
Yeah. Yep. Heads up to Matt for getting around that cleanly. And I tell you what, the horseman did a great job there. If you watch closely, when they tapped wheels, you know, Mike tapped up. His horse was in front. You want that horse to go forward, and Junior grabbed his horse very, very aggressively because the horse behind has to stop. If the horse behind is carrying momentum,
one thing trainers have told us over the years, these horses, they are obviously living, breathing creatures, and they do have a mind of their own. And we just heard instructions down trackside from folks connected to this winning horse. We're going to have to take the picture quickly because this is a horse that does not like to stand still for a very long time. This is a horse who, when his race is over, he wants to go back to the barn. We don't blame him. He's earned that right. How about a hand for the winner, number 4, Wendy Knight? Matt Avenatti, the trainer and the driver, and he's joined by Kelly Bell, trackside. Hunter Daly of Flemingsburg, Kentucky, is the owner of this Ohio-bred,
right?
Yeah,
2-year-old pacer by Well Said. And you know what? He behaved pretty well, didn't he, folks?
Yeah,
he was pretty cooperative. So he's a winner, and he might be growing up, so to speak, when it comes to his attitude. So well done to that 2-year-old Wendy Knight. Matt Avenatti, your winning driver. Again, the time for the mile, 2:07 and 3. That is a new lifetime record for Wendy Knight, who wins here for the second time in his young career. Congratulations again to Matt Avenatti, who already had a win with Illini Diva here earlier on the program this evening, and picks up the win with Wendy Knight here in race number 6. Now, in that 6th race, there was a steward's inquiry into the incident in the home stretch, and our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, has ruled that number 3, Rockin' Gizmo, which did cross the wire as the runner-up, shall be disqualified and placed 3rd because of the interference committed against number 1 in a major way. So here's the full field rundown from the top of the page. In a major way, finished 3rd, placed 2nd. Gorgeous Willie D was 4th. Rockin' Gizmo crossed the wire in 2nd, but is disqualified and placed 3rd, and Wendy Knight was the winner. 33 and 4 at the quarter, 106 and 1 at the half, 3 quarters, 137 and 2, and the mile, 2:07 and 3. Reads down with the placing, 2-4-3-1, and thanks again to Lacey Tier, www.onceuponawishtravel.com. 7th race on the
I have been interested in truck driving my whole life. I've been fascinated with the big rig since I was a kid. But after college, I got into business on the marketing side of things, kind of shelved the dream. 30 years later, I quit my job, signed up for truck driving school. It was exciting from the get-go. Dot recruited out of my truck driving school. The job was everything I was hoping it would be, and then some. My weeks absolutely fly by. When my life needed fulfillment, I took the wheel.
Located in the beautiful countryside of Brown County, Rolling Greens is one of the most beautiful 18-hole championship golf courses in west central Illinois. The golf course offers Monday unlimited play for just $27. Ladies' Day on Tuesday and Senior Day is Wednesday. Play 18 holes with a cart and get a hot dog and chips for $28. Rolling Greens memberships are inexpensive and include free range balls, discounted league play, and an opportunity to play as few or as many holes as you desire daily. Call for a tee time today at Rolling Greens phones 217-773-3085.
Well, Steve, I don't know if it counts, but does a judge's disqualification trifecta still pay out or not?
No. Nope. Sorry.
It is what it is, but just happy everyone's safe either way. You know, the drivers did a great job there, just trying to keep everyone's feet on the ground.
Wait a second.
What?
Yeah, 413 was a finish, right?
Well, the finish I didn't get, but the official placings I got.
Well, the official placings, I think, is
it
the
pays
official
out,
bet.
right?
I think
if we're gambling, it would pay out.
Yep, Elisa got 2 of the 3. I didn't get anything.
We got Tony Bell in the chat saying congrats to Kelly and Matt. I want to say congrats to Kelly for keeping that horse calm in the winner's circle. That was a great job out there.
Absolutely. Let's go to the 7th race out here as we've got things up here.
You want me to roll through this?
Yeah, why don't you?
7th race. Let's handicap this thing real quick. My first choice to win, I went to the 2. $50 note. That horse, of course, out of the red-hot Avenetti barn with Wyatt and for his dad, Dave. If you look on the card, the horse hasn't missed the board yet. There's a 1 scratch on there, but a couple seconds, a win, a third, another second. You know, that's tough to overlook, especially in the home neck of the woods. My second choice went on top to the 1. Why Do Fools Fall in Love for Trigg and Cox. No starts there, just based on that horse. The breeding of it, I kind of like. It's out-of-state bred Tom Ridge. I saw him race when he was at DeCoin. But just because Rochun keeps him ready, Mike takes care of the young horses. My third choice down to lose Quacker. Is Jordan here? I haven't seen Jordan on the track yet. Jordan Patton driving that one, but that was my third choice. Where'd you guys go?
We went similar. Both of us picked the same. We picked a 2, then the 5, then the 1.
Okay.
2, 5,
so you guys
1.
just flip-flop that second and third then.
Pick, well, hoping we could beat you with a trifecta there, you know.
You've got to, hey.
Do anything you can to try to beat David Brink when it's come to picking horses this year.
Steve Lawson's in the chat. Wishing Doug Graham some luck. And, you know, Kurt told a really cool story last night. Doug drove a horse at the Paris Fair named Noble Prize, I think was the horse's name. He had made $260,000 or something, a 9-year-old, and apparently he lost his eye at some point in his life, and I think he was racing out east and had an accident and lost that eye. And then Doug Graham purchased that horse and been racing him here at the fairs. And it takes a special kind of horseman to race a horse with one kind of eye. I saw the horse warming up earlier and kind of had his head cocked to the side, probably trying to see what it could see. You know, but to be able to have the patience to work with that horse and give it a chance to keep racing, doing what it loves, you know, we're cheering for Doug too.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. I would say part of that is the horse having confidence in the driver.
Yeah, a lot. Yes, the communication between the driver, trainer, and the horse has to develop a lot of trust. You know, you're absolutely right. We're going to get Kurt pretty soon, so I won't say a whole lot, but yeah, absolutely.
All right.
It's not entirely uncommon, though.
By the Champaign County Fair Association. No scratches, no driver changes in race 7. Thanks to more of our sponsors, including the Blue Ribbon sponsors: Atkins Group, Beaumont Alignment, Blaine's Farm and Fleet, Champaign County Seed, Country Financial, Tana Suits, Culler's French Fries. Just had some last night. Oh, they are so good. Randall Enterprises, Shields Auto Center, and Snyder Insurance. Thank you to our fantastic family of sponsors here at the Champaign County Fair. Here come the horses for race 7. Number 1, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? Ohio sired horse, owned by LaQuinton Shavers of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Rochun Trigg. Michael Cox will drive. 2 is the Indiana bred $50 note, owned by Kevin Klein of Westville. Lane Avenetti of Crispin, trained by David Avenetti and driven by Wyatt Avenetti. Number 3, Indiana sired Gunner Hall, owned, trained, and driven by Doug Graham of Springfield. Number 4, another Indiana bred, Don't Catch Me, owned, trained, and driven by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. And number 5 is Illinois bred Lose Quacker, owned by David Gingerich of Charlton, Iowa, trained by Jill Brown. The driver is Jordan Patton. Headed to the gate, race 7.
Well, we got the
And a heads up.
Kurt.
Thank you, Chris Brown. As he went by the stands, he called over and said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and drive number 5, Lose Quacker. So, Chris Brown, please note, contrary to the program, number 5, Lose Quacker, Chris Brown is in the race bike.
Scott mentioning that Doug comes from an excellent horse racing family. I mean, Doug's dad, Sonny Graham, was a Hall of Famer and a heck of a horseman back in the 70s, would travel all over the country at the highest level. But speaking of one-eyed horses, I'm going to go through and name some. If you can remember a good one-eyed horse, drop it in the chat, because I'm thinking back like Speeding in the Tunnel out of the Wilfong barn had one eye. Band's One Eye Love for the Flacos went on to produce some nice horses as a broodmare. Noble Prize. I want to say Peekaboo Sal, maybe from Bill Wright's barn, had one eye, maybe. So I hope there's Jordan's in Lexington. But yeah, if you can remember a good one-eyed racehorse, drop it in the chat, because it's such an interesting thing to happen and an anomaly to happen in our sport, but to be kind of common.
Just received a follow-up note. We were talking about Rose Seaton here in the front row a moment ago. Rose has been attending the Champaign County Fair for over 70 years. She boarded her horse Rocky here on the grounds, and Rocky was the parade horse at one time on harness racing days. Rose will be 87 on October 31st. Rose, thanks for sharing memories with us here tonight. We absolutely love that. Great race fan, Rose Seaton. Here they come right now, race 7. They are off and trotting, and there goes $50 note out for the early lead. Lose Quacker comes away in second. Gunner Hall gets out third, and Don't Catch Me is away in fourth. And Why Do Fools Fall in Love, a first career starter, breaking stride and is last as they head into the first turn. At the front of the field, though, it is $50 note who shows the way. $50 note, very talented 2-year-old trotting filly, was recently runner-up in a $45,000 race at Hoosier Park in Anderson, Indiana. So this is a young filly that has already shown she's got a quarter-mile mark in the 7th race on tonight. Leads it by 2 lengths, $50 note, heading on past the quarter-mile mark. Lose Quacker travels along in the second position. 36-3 was the time for the opening quarter, 36-3. So $50 note under no pressure sets a controlled tempo here. This is a filly that is certainly capable of trotting much faster, but Wyatt Avenatti knows there's a lot of racing to be done this summer and some more $50,000 races on the horizon in Indiana. So he will just ask this filly to do no more than she absolutely needs to do here tonight, and she leads past the half by a 2-length margin. It is still Lose Quacker in second. 109-4 for the first half mile, 109-4. There's a gap of 8 more lengths back to Don't Catch Me in third, 25 lengths more to the first-time starter Gunner Hall, and a similar margin back to first-time starter Why Do Fools Fall in Love. The leader is already headed past the 5/8 mile mark and up the backstretch, moving once again from east to west here across this course, and that is $50 note. $50 note leads it by 4 lengths now. The lead continues to increase with a quarter mile to go. Lose Quacker is second by a length, and then Don't Catch Me, who is now taking to the outside to challenge for that second spot, Gunner Hall, and then Why Do Fools Fall in Love last. 143-3 the time at the 3/4 mile mark, 143-3. Race 7 brought to you by the Champaign County Fair Association, and it is $50 note with the lead. Don't Catch Me is 4 lengths away in second. No catching, $50 note, who has won it to give Wyatt Avenatti his 4th win on the card. $50 note opened up and won it by 7 lengths on the line. Don't Catch Me was home second. It was another 8 lengths back to Lose Quacker in third. Here is Gunner Hall completing his first career start, coming home in 4th. And the other first-time starter, Why Do Fools Fall in Love, will finish in 5th. 2:15 flat was the time for the mile. 2:15 flat. $50 note, your winner. Now, the 8th race is coming up. Horsemen, you may come to the track. Pick a winner, players. A heads up. In the 8th race, scratch number 2, Trident Born. Pick a winner, players. Heads up. In the 8th race, scratch number 2, Trident Born.
All right, David, that was interesting. The first-timers didn't have a very good race that time.
And if I dropped the broadcast there, I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong button in the middle of that race, and I think we got it brought back up. But if you dropped part of the race going to the quarter pole or something, I'm sorry about that, but I think we're back up now. But, yeah, the first-time starters didn't fare so hot, so this was the one that I picked. Made a break at the beginning.
Yeah. The number 2 horse wins that $50 note. Wyatt Avenatti, another
in hand.
win.
He did that just like an old pro, didn't he?
Earlier this evening, we talked to David Avenatti, the trainer, a $50 note, and he pointed out that $50 note, he said we had 2 choices. We could either train her this week or we could race her this week. And she has been stabled over on the backstretch here at the Champaign County Fairgrounds. He said all we had to do is go from point A to point B. She's literally living a few feet from the racetrack. She trains here. And he said, you know what? We might as well just go ahead and race her tonight instead of just training her. Kevin Klein is trackside. Kevin, you got yourself, you and the Avenattis, a really nice filly. Here joining Kevin are the members that we talked about of the University of Illinois Horse Farm staff giving you a wave down trackside. And we mention this because Kevin Klein is the man who for many years oversaw the standard bred breeding program and the horse farm at the University of Illinois. When Kevin decided to step down and enjoy retirement, he handed off the reins to Megan Gloaz, who is here tonight. Megan is a native of Chicago, who now oversees operations at the horse farm. But folks, you're looking at a group that has been dedicated to keeping a standard bred presence alive and functioning at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. It started with this man, Kevin Klein. It continues right on down the line. How about a hand for this group from the University of Illinois? And Kevin of Westville is the co-owner, along with Lane Avenatti of Chrisman, a $50 note. Lane is trackside. His brother is the driver. Lane's father, Lane and Wyatt's father, David Avenatti, is the trainer. And this is a homebred Indiana-sired filly that was bred by co-owner Kevin Klein. This filly now 2 wins and 5 starts, with earnings pushing already to $20,000. Folks, we know you've got some Indiana Sire Stakes coming up for purses of $50,000 and more. All the best. We wish you safe journeys and lots of success when you head back to the Parimutuel in Indiana. Congratulations. Judge, are we official? Thank you, Judge. Here's the full field rundown for that 7th race. By the way, again, that's 4 wins tonight for Wyatt Avenatti and a training double for his father, David. From the top, Why Do Fools Fall in Love finished 5. $50 note, the winner. Gunner Hall finished 4. Don't Catch Me, with a good effort, was the runner-up. And Lose Quacker finished 3. The quarter, 36 and 3/5 seconds. The half in 109 and 4. 3 quarters, 143 and 3/5. The time for the mile, 2:15 flat. Reads down, 5:14.23. We'll play Pick a Winner shortly. Race 8 is on the way. A reminder, the number 2 horse, Trident Born, is...
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois Divisional Champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong. Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois Divisional Champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
Okay, David, we want to thank our sponsors out there. We've got billboard sponsors. As you said, we're about halfway through the season, and they can get in contact with you, and I'm sure that we can figure out a rate for halfway through.
We can still add you in, absolutely. I talked to someone on the backstretch today. We got some people still wanting to add in. You know, it's just hard to get around and talk to the horsemen that have an interest. But, yeah, if you have an interest, reach out to me. We'll get you stuck in here as quick as we can.
You help us keep this free for people out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as that's concerned, we appreciate the sponsorships. Let's go to
Did
race.
you get the changes in race 8?
No, I didn't. What are the changes?
We have a scratch on the 2 Trident Born.
Got that.
And then on the 1, can't stay too long, we have a driver change. LaDerek Huggins will be driving. He's the one that he's been in our chat as Derek Russell. You've seen him before, but his official license was LaDerek Huggins.
Huggins?
Huggins.
And spell the first name.
LaDerek. I don't know if it's L-A or L-E-D-E-R-R-I-C-K. I could probably look up on Facebook or something. I don't know. Let me look. Gotta love technology, right?
Yeah, gotta love that as we get ready to make some changes here for you in this race before we get started. Race 8, and
might
again,
be one R in his name, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. Close enough.
15 actual races with the. So we're actually 9 in if you count 16 because
we're
of
a little over
celebrity.
halfway, right? Oh, Kurt's still down. Kurt was just thanking the Loman Ray Insurance, and, you know, I can't thank Brian enough. Brian's got his crew out here working the Pick a Winner contest, you know, and if you know, that's usually a kid's job because it's usually up and down a lot of steps and grandstand stairs and not the easiest to work. So, you know, he's committed to this fair. He's committed to horse racing. He's committed to the future of seeing Illinois, you know, horse racing. So we appreciate all of his work, all of his efforts to keep, you know, horse racing in this part of the state going.
LaDerek Huggins, a change for Mike Cox.
Correct.
And can't stay too long. Scratch on 2. Anything else I missed?
That's all I got.
Okay. All right. We'll get those changes up on the board for you.
This is the big 3-year-old and up pace. We'll see Fox Valley B Gump in here, who holds the track record. I think Kurt said it was 57 last year or something, and then great seats out of the Avenatti barn. That horse himself has a mark of 51 flat in Lexington. I know he paced in like 50 and 4 before, so there's a lot of speed in this race. Should be an exciting one.
Well, and I forgot to look who did anybody do well in that last race? 4.62, David, in race. Let's see. Nope, sorry.
215. I got the winner.
245.
I picked 215.
Okay.
I got the first and third, but I missed my second place.
245. Nope. Lisa and I got the winner, and that's it.
You want to look right ahead at race 9, talk our picks?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the picks for race 9.
Race 9 is the. Wait, are we on race 9 or 8?
8.
I was on the wrong page. Okay, race 8. That looks better. Race 8's the 3-year-old and up top line. On top, I went to the aforementioned great seats from Wyatt and Dave Avenatti. That horse, I've been following him since they picked him up down in Oak Grove. He's a nice horse. My second choice, the 4, Heavy Pressure. Mike Cox and Roshan Trigg, they've both been doing it a long time, know how to get these horses ready. Got to use him second. My third choice, I went to Fox Valley B Gump, you know, the track record holder. The horse did race in the celebrity race today in a 227 mile. I don't think that's going to take a whole lot out of him. He'll probably still be sharp tonight. For whatever reason, I put him third here, though. So,
all right, Lisa and I both picked the 6. We're a little bit different.
Is Richard Finn here? He's down to drive B Gump. I haven't.
And then we're out there. I did the 3, Fox Valley B Gump, the 3 in second. And third, I went to Trident. Well, I got to change my horse. Trident Born is not doing it, so I get to change my pick. And I'm going to go with Mac Diesel.
Mac Diesel.
And Lisa went 6-5-1, so she picked Mac Diesel second and 1. Can't stay too long.
Interesting about that Mock Diesel horse, Jill Brown was driving that horse down at Oak Grove in the amateur driving series herself against other amateur type drivers. Now, Jill's an amateur because she hasn't collected money from anyone at a pari-mutuel track, but, you know, that's fun to see those amateur racing. They're always really exciting, always a lot of action.
Well, and I want to look something up here.
Okay.
As we look at that. Total purse, 105,000 over its time.
That's what you're looking at now, the purse?
Yeah, I'm looking at the purse.
Earnings, Mock gives me 105,000, yeah.
15,000 last year. This year hasn't quite made that, but we're only about halfway through the season, or if that.
I want to say Avenatti's picked up that great seats. I want to say out of the Irv Miller barn at Oak Grove and acclaiming series or something down there. But ever since, I mean, that horse has put $40,000 on the card each year since. I don't remember how much it made before they got him, but if you could grab a horse and throw it in your barn and make $40,000 a year, I'd do it every day, wouldn't you?
Yep. Somehow we lost our
chat.
Our chat.
Uh-oh.
Are we still live? Make sure we're still live. It looks like we're live.
Oh, I'm not. That's the live. I'm delayed. I think we are. If you can see our screen, drop us a comment in the chat.
Yeah, there we
go. There we go. Tyler's got us. Thanks, Tyler.
Yeah, I just lost the history.
I clicked a button I was trying to run my mouse left-handed and clicked the wrong button and said something wrong. But thanks, Tyler. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
There's Kurt.
It is also the Glenn Marsh II Memorial Pace. A reminder, the driver of the one can't stay too long is LaDerrick Huggins. LaDerrick Huggins drives the one. Scratch the 2, Trident Born. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Can't Stay Too Long, owned by Charles Hurst Jr. of Houston, Texas. Trained by Roshan Trigg. LaDerrick Huggins on the bike. 2 is scratched. 3, Fox Valley B. Gump. Now, this is the horse that 1 year ago broke the all-time track record for the fastest mile ever over this racetrack. So you're seeing a horse with a terrific connection to the history of this fair. That is number 3, Fox Valley B. Gump, the fastest horse ever on this track, 1:57. Richard Finn drove him a year ago for Kevin Miller, and Richard drives Fox Valley B. Gump tonight. Number 4, Heavy Pressure, owned by Latoya Hewlett of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, and the driver is Michael Cox. 5 is Mock Diesel, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, the trainer Jill Brown, the driver is Jill Brown. And number 6, Great Seats, owned by Wyatt and Lane Avenatti of Chrisman, the trainer David Avenatti, and the driver is Wyatt Avenatti. Got a lot of horses in this lineup. Practically every one of them have been pacing some very fast miles, whether in wins or in defeat. Fast group of pacers headed to the starting gate.
While Kurt's got the microphone off, I just got a text from horseman Clark Fairley doing a great job reminding me to thank Kevin Miller for supplying all 3 horses and warming up all 3 horses for the celebrity race. We can't do it without someone supplying horses, and to have your horses race for nothing, just put on, an exhibition for the crowd. Not every trainer likes doing that. So big shout out to Kevin and his whole barn. Brian has horses in Kevin's barn. It's just great guys, and their commitment to this fair and this track and this facility is second to none.
Into harness racing.
It's I
mean that's done not for anything other than promoting
the Pick a Winner
these
contest
races.
is always a lot of fun at the county fair each year, and we appreciate our sponsors for Pick a Winner. Steve Littlefield of Littlefield Realty. Steve, thank you. Thanks so much for helping us sponsor. He is down here toward the east end of the grandstand. And Littlefield Realty teaming up with Loman Ray Insurance to bring us those Pick a Winner drawings. I like the fact it's $10 every draw. Not just one draw, 2 draws for $10. So that's right. It is a great deal for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Best deal in Champaign County tonight. Well, here we come, folks. Race number 8 getting ready to go. Good to have you with us. Starter Roy Finn sends them on their way in race 8. There goes the record holder. Fox Valley B. Gump fires right out for the early lead. Can't stay too long. Gets away second. Great Seats comes away in the 3rd position. Heavy Pressure, the track record holder at the Pana Tri-County Fair. Heavy Pressure is 4th as they swing around the first turn. There goes Great Seats. Great Seats moving up on the outside. Was 3rd, now 2nd, and is challenging for the lead. Fox Valley B. Gump has the lead as they head up the backstretch. And that means Great Seats now will back off the pace and try to find a spot right behind the leader, and he does so as they go on by the quarter. Then a gap of 4 more lengths. Can't Stay Too Long is racing along in the 3rd position and is followed by Heavy Pressure. Mock Diesel is at the back. 31-1, the time for the opening quarter, 31 1/5 seconds. So after 3/8 of a mile, Fox Valley B. Gump is leading Great Seats. The lead is only a length and a half. Then a gap of 5 more lengths as Heavy Pressure starts to gear up and move forward on the outside into the third position, brings Mock Diesel along with him, who is on the outside to challenge, can't stay too long for the fourth spot. Back to the east end they go, and here comes Great Seats to the outside. Great Seats draws alongside of Fox Valley B Gump as they move under the lights off the east turn and onto the backstretch once again. Fox Valley B Gump to the inside. Great Seats has a narrow lead from the outside. 101-1 the time for the first half mile. 101-1. Great Seats has taken the lead and has opened up on the lead. Is out to nearly 5 lengths with a quarter mile to go. Fox Valley B Gump is second by a length and a half. Mock Diesel moves up third up on the outside. Heavy Pressure is fourth, and Can't Stay Too Long is fifth. 1 minute 30 and 3/5 seconds. 1:30 and 3/5. Around the final turn they go, and Great Seats is in front, and he is in his own zip code. He has opened up on a 15-length lead. It will be win number 5 on the night for Wyatt Avenatti. Great Seats draws clear and wins it. Great Seats won it by 18 lengths. It was Heavy Pressure up for second, Mock Diesel third, Fox Valley B Gump fourth, and Can't Stay Too Long was fifth. Time for the mile, 2 minutes and 1/5. 2 minutes and 1/5 in the Glenn Marsh II Memorial pace. Horsemen, you may come to the track for race 9. 9th race. Horsemen, come to the track, please.
Back with you as we get ready to put the race totals in here. With the 6 winning that. You are now.
Cool, thank you.
As you guys trying to get some times right there?
Yeah, we're just checking some stuff over. Oh, I get the final up here. 2 minutes and a 5th I got for the final. So let me put that up on the screen here for you. We're going through the results.
Yeah.
I tell you what, that might be my new favorite call. Great Seats is in his own zip code by Kurt Becker. That was a great one.
Yeah, that was something new. All right, as we get the finishes up here.
I will get that for you 1 second.
As we'll take this view right there so the people
Perfect.
can see it. And let's see, that was race 8, right?
Yeah.
Everybody got the 6. So that was good.
Race number 8, the Glenn Marsh II Memorial. Glenn
4
passed in
finished
July of
second,
2021.
So you got that right.
And we remember him here this evening with this
And
top-line race for Pacers age 3 and up.
Oh, I was almost.
And Great Seats, who scores the
5
win,
got
has
third.
just notched his 10th career
B Gump
victory.
and Mock Diesel.
Time for the mile tonight, 2 minutes.
How'd you guys do?
And
I picked
1/5.
first and third, and
We
Lisa
do
picked
appreciate
first.
the family of Glenn Marsh
So everybody
II.
got the first.
See, you
that
guys
right
are
there.
you guys are
taking the
getting these
time
picks
to
now. You're
remember
hitting
him
one
here
every
tonight
race,
with
it
this
seems like.
memorial race
1 year
in the
makes a
top
difference,
line.
right?
Yeah.
The Avenatti family, they are racking up some impressive numbers here tonight. Let's see if we can recap them. Wyatt Avenatti, 5 wins as driver. David Avenatti, 3 wins as trainer. Lane Avenatti, 3 wins as owner. Wyatt Avenatti, 2 wins as owner. It's an Avenatti kind of night at the Champaign County Fair. How about a hand for Great Seats? Great Seats is a Pennsylvania-sired horse by Sweet Lou. Last night, the Avenattis racked up several wins at their home fair at Edgar County, and another big night here this evening at the Champaign County Fair. Judge, are we official? He says we are. Let's give the full field rundown for the 8th race. From the top, Can't Stay Too Long finished 5. Trident Born was scratched. Fox Valley B Gump finished 4. Heavy Pressure was the runner-up. Mock Diesel finished 3rd. Great Seats, the winner. Quarter, 31-1. The half and 101-1. 3 quarters, 1:30 and 3/5. The time for the mile, 2 minutes and a 5th. Reads down 5, scratch 4, 2-3-1. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 9, the first division of the Gene Lamb Memorial.
Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport is the go-to mobile home transportation company. We provide top-notch services including moving, block and leveling, and even demolitions with a quick turnaround time. If you're looking to move or get rid of your mobile home, Pine Ridge is the company to call. We now have dumpsters available for rent at competitive rates. Contact Wayne at 217-313-9744 or find us on Facebook.
Wait, before you go and get your snacks and drinks, make sure to subscribe and like to Harness Tube. If you can't do that, just give us a thumbs up. Alright, to the show.
Back with you on Harness Tube. Lisa and Steve Surratt here. David taking a quick break to get a drink. Lisa, little humid, but a nice night for racing, isn't it?
Challenging to tear down, though, because we have no lights around where we are at. If they turn track lights out, we're going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, we are. It's
for
going to be
all the equipment that we have.
Flashlights. And I'm betting 10:30, 11 o'clock by the time we get done here.
It has a good chance of being that because we are, it's running strong. 15 races, technically 16 races makes for a long, that's a double fare almost.
Almost, yeah. 12 is about my limit. 12 is a good mark there. You can get that done in just a little better than 3 hours. And if you look at other major sports, they're trying to stay under that 3.5, 3 hour mark. Because that's the attention span of people these days. But let's take a look at the racing coming up. We're in Urbana tonight. Thursday we'll be in Lewistown. And then Lincoln Sunday, Monday, off Tuesday. Charleston on Wednesday and Friday. Altamont on Thursday. Haven't ever been to Altamont, so that'll be a first-time track for us. Mount Sterling for the Brown County Fair on Saturday and Sunday. And that'll be the downstate Classic, and I forgot what division that is. I got to look that up. And then we're doing a new one on Monday, Lisa and I, hopefully with a little help, down in Marshall. And so quite a few races still out there even after today. Folks, about 10, which is about half the schedule, still out there to be done. So if you'd like to do some advertising or something like that, that would be absolutely great as we get ready for race 9 here. Lisa, can you see who you picked for race 9?
I can. David's kind of running away with us so far tonight, so I'm feeling a little bit, I want to go to the other side of the track and see if I can do better. We've all picked number 4 for this one. UC Annie is who we've all picked for the first place win. David and I have both chose number 2, Big Flicka, for second. You put the Big Flicka in third place. And then we spread everything out. David took number 5 for third for Sage's Sandstorm. You put number 6, Illini Judy, in second. And I took some Star Sandy with one of the Avenettis. So we should come out a winner there for third place there. But hopefully if number 4 comes, we'll at least maintain a one-race win.
Well, and Big Flicka in this with Wyatt Avenatti. He could get his 6th win. Matt could get his 3rd or 4th win tonight in this race. And so that'll be interesting. Again, we talk about hot hands as far as driving's concerned. And Lohman is hot also as far as a driver and a trainer. Not so hot tonight, but she has been on a run here recently.
And Darla's not driven as much tonight. I would say that's the other one. She's been in a couple early, and I've already seen at least 2 trailers pull out. So they were drivers in the early that aren't going to be in the last one. So because I get to watch the whole picket thing here, they've already pulled them out. So it's, once again, she may not have had, I don't know if she's got horses in the last races or not.
Okay. All right. With that, we can't do any of this, folks, without your help and your sponsorships. Lisa's got the shot of the barn over there. I mean, a lot of activity over in that barn Lisa, the characters change, and you just see all the activity. These horses just don't show up on the track, and you get a camera view of a lot of this. They have to get them strapped in, and usually they're waiting for a cart from someone. You can see over in this other barn, there's people over there watching. Tip her down just a little bit, if you would. And, wow, there is a young Mr. Schrock was over there. And so, with that, we've got some great shots of the barn and what's going on there. Again, 6 o'clock start, so that makes it a little more difficult for what's going on here. As we
you also got to look at, I'm looking at the barns going, you have had 13 races, averaging probably 5 horses per race. That's a lot of housing and moving horses around over there.
It is. It's a lot of work, and if you notice, it takes 2 people a lot of times to handle that horse, or a really strong guy up front. And so with that, just understanding how much work goes in to put on 16 races tonight. If you've ever been to the state fairgrounds, when they've done that, Lisa and I have been over there for state races, and they have the, David is coming back, so we'll get him involved in this conversation. The staging barns, or whatever they call those, up front.
I don't know. It starts with
the
P.
padlock?
That's what the word is.
Yeah, okay. David will help us out with that.
Waiting for the
right
one,
now.
Prairie Queen.
What can I help you with?
What do you got? The paddock. That is in Springfield right now. We're telling people that if you want to see how much work goes in between races, you've got horses coming off the track, people switching carts out, switching horses out, switching numbers out, switching all this stuff out in a matter of just minutes.
It is a circus. You're talking about Springfield?
Yeah.
It's cool. You can go up to the paddock there and actually stand close to the horses getting ready between races and watch all the hustle and bustle up close.
Horses are on the track
and even
for
here
race
to know
9,
that how many
the
horses
first division
you
of the
have
Gene Lamb Memorial.
over there in the barn.
Right.
Just
I
for
think
tonight.
11. So I think Kevin had 11 in, and Jamaica had 7, 5. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean it's huge. The amount of work that goes in. You've been in the barn.
Absolutely.
And think, hey, we got a celebrity here, don't we?
We do. We consider him pretty knowledgeable.
Hey, hang on. You want to give him the mic for a second? Huh? Later. Okay. All right. As we get ready, I'll turn it back over to Kurt.
The Sages Sandstorm, owned by Gary and Kay Rath of Marengo, trained by Gary Rath, and Gary is in the bike. And number 6, Illini Judy, owned by Jesse Judy of Potomac, owned also by the Walk on Water Acres LLC of Richard and Bethany Finn of Altamont. The trainer and the driver is Harold Finn Jr. Race 9, getting ready to head to the gate.
Again, a beautiful night for racing. We're thankful for the lights. Lisa, I think we'll be able to get some decent pictures out there.
As the field heads to the gate, we remember Gene Lamb in races 9 and 10 this evening. Gene Lamb was chosen by the administration of Governor Jim Edgar to be chairman of the Illinois Racing Board as these fillies now parade to the post. That position, chairman of the Illinois Racing Board, keep in mind, you've got to bring a skill set to the table. You're trying to keep the standard-bred horsemen happy. You're trying to keep the thoroughbred horsemen happy. And when Gene was the chairman of the racing board, it seemed like every year there was this debate about racing dates. How many racing dates would there be at the pari-mutuels for the standardbreds? How many would there be for the thoroughbreds? And somehow Gene Lamb had extraordinary skills at navigating those waters. Probably one of his biggest strengths as chairman of the board was getting different factions to sit down at the table and come to an agreement. And we were just chatting with our racing officials here on the infield that Gene Lamb guided this state through some murky waters at times, frankly. And I'm sure that always wasn't a fun job, but it was a job that needed to be done. And he brought that skill set to the table, and somehow everybody would walk away and say, okay, we're satisfied. So to members of the Lamb family, thank you for being here tonight as we remember Gene and remember his contributions to Illinois racing.
All right, David, as we get ready to go here, Lisa and I have already gone over the picks for this race. As we get ready to go.
I'm just mad. Clark Fairley was texting me about thanking Kevin Miller, but he didn't mention the one-eye horse he raced back in the 90s, Tarport Ramey or Ramey. I'm not sure how to say that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Clark, I mean, so to say the one-eyed horse thing isn't as uncommon as you'd think. It's, Tarport Ramey, Rami. It can happen. You can develop confidence in a horse that has one eye and they trust you. So it's pretty cool kind of connection there. And thanks for Tony for mentioning that.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some great viewers out there that are, number one, making some picks and giving us, some banter back and forth.
Clark texted me. He's like, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job. It's like, Clark, you're one of the best guys in this sport. You're on it. I know you have the best heart trying to help us, and you have so much knowledge that I don't have. So please share it. If I get something wrong, if you have a good idea, the whole crowdsourcing this idea, this harness tube being for the horseman by the horseman idea, it really is true.
I'll throw this out there for people that are not drivers.
Yeah.
If, number one, here's the first question. If you were to pick your driving colors, what would they be?
Yep.
Okay, so you can tell us, hey, if I was driving and maybe tell us who your favorite driver's colors design is.
Yeah, because there's some really interesting ones. So drop in the chat if you have some colors, family colors or,
Starter Roy Finn has the field in tow over on the west end of the track. The sun has finally dipped below the horizon. The lights are turned on around this historic half-mile racetrack. Race number 9 of our 15 here this evening, and here they come, top of the stretch, race 9. They are off and pacing, and there goes Some Star Sandy right out for the lead. Big Flicka has early speed as well. The brothers Avenatti contesting the early lead here as they move down into the first turn. Big Flicka to the inside, saves the ground, and has the lead by a length and a half. Some Star Sandy is racing in second. Prairie Queen is in third. UC Annie is in fourth. Illini Judy is in fifth, and Sage's Sandstorm is last of the six as they make the move off the first turn and head up the back stretch. Big Flicka is your leader. Big Flicka shows the way, leads it by a length and a half. Some Star Sandy racing in second, a length and a half. Single file formation here as Prairie Queen is racing along in the third position. 30 and 2/5 seconds for the opening quarter, so an honest pace here, 30 and 2/5. They work their way past the 3/8 mile mark. Back up at the front of the field, it is Big Flicka who shows the way from Some Star Sandy, and Prairie Queen lines up behind that front pair in third. Nobody stepping out of line just yet, halfway home here in this 9th race. And then UC Annie takes to the outside. Now we see some movement. UC Annie is fourth, now third. 101 and 3 for the first half mile, 101 and 3/5 seconds. So UC Annie goes to third. Sage's Sandstorm moves up with cover behind her. She's up to fifth, now challenging for fourth. And then further back, Illini Judy is shuffled out to last as they move off the east turn and hit the backstretch once again after 5/8 of a mile. It is still Big Flicka with the lead. Big Flicka leading Some Star Sandy by just a length. And UC Annie is still there on the outside, racing in third with a quarter mile to go as they hit the final turn. Sage's Sandstorm is fourth. 1:33 and 1 the time of the three quarters, 1:33 and 1. Big Flicka, Some Star Sandy around the final turn, and then comes Sage's Sandstorm, who has to look toward the far outside. UC Annie is moving up in the center of the racetrack. They've got to catch Big Flicka. UC Annie is there on the outside. Big Flicka's got the lead though. Big Flicka wins it by a length on the line. UC Annie was home second, then Sage's Sandstorm and Some Star Sandy. Further back, Prairie Queen finished in fifth, and Illini Judy was sixth. That is 6 wins tonight for Wyatt Avenatti. Photo finish technician, we will need a full field rundown. Photo tech, full field rundown. 2:03 and 1 the time for the mile, 2:03 and a fifth. We'll meet the winner shortly. Horsemen, you may come to the track. Race 10, come to the track, please.
All right,
that's not
David.
official, but we'll call it that.
Interesting race there, David.
Yeah, I didn't get to call my picks, and I picked UCD UC Annie, the undefeated UCD UC Annie, and she gets beat. So maybe I jinxed her, didn't jinx her. I don't know what happened there.
Got beat. I mean, you pick a horse till it does that. I mean, that's.
You can't. That filly had the outside. Mike was pretty patient with her. He went to the kind of middle of the pack and just kind of waited for his time. He moved when the pace slowed more than he wanted to. But that was Wyatt on top. Excuse me. Wyatt's filly on top was just too tough to catch. They turned for home, and he went to the whip, and she stayed strong.
All right, I'm working on getting the results in
You're fine.
the computer here. As we finish up race 9, only 6 more to go.
I was just talking to Brian Lohman off the air real quick about something else, and he mentioned that they are looking at bumping the post time up next year. Not really sure what time officially or whatnot, but they recognize the hardships caused by the late post and sometimes the late races, and so they are going to push it up next year. Something are going to look into working on that. Come up with some sort of solution there. So
well, a big night continues at the Champaign County Fair for Wyatt Avenatti. 6 wins on the card. How about a hand for Wyatt with Big Flicka?
6 of 9, and Matt's won 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's
the
been
winner
an
is owned by
Avenatti
Nan
kinda
Turner
night.
of Argenta. This is a homebred for Nan Turner. Trained by John Fletcher. The winning filly is by Hypnotic Blue Chip. That is the 11th career win for Big Flicka. Takes the first division of the Gene Lamb Memorial, and the members of the Lamb family. The reason we're holding up, owner and breeder Nan Turner is on her way. She'll be here at the Winner's Circle very shortly. But the members of the Lamb family, they are racing enthusiasts at heart. And it was neat to hear them not only offer congratulations to Wyatt Avenatti, they even mentioned his hometown, and they gave him an attaboy and a pat on the back. So love the fact that the members of the family trackside, they are true racing fans at heart, and I know the horsemen appreciate that, folks, very, very much, as we remember Gene Lamb with the 3-year-old filly pace.
I'll tell you what, UC Annie didn't trick Scott Nance. He picked a Wyatt today with a hot hand.
The winning filly, Big Flicka, moves into the winner's circle,
like
and here comes Nan Turner, the winning owner.
Yeah, right. So driver changes can affect
She will stand next to driver Wyatt Avenatti. Our Queen Olivia assisting with the presentation. Our little Miss Macy. Thank you to Jamie Henderson as well, who is assisting down trackside as Candy Herzog snaps the picture. Congratulations, Wyatt. Big night for sure. 6 wins on the card and counting. Here's the full field rundown for race number 9. It is official from the top. Prairie Queen finished 5. Big Flicka, the winner. Some Star Sandy was 4. UCD UC Annie, the runner-up. Sage's Sandstorm, 3. Illini Judy was 6. The quarter, 30 and 2/5. The half and 101 and 3/5. 3 quarters, 133 and a 1/5. And the time for the mile, 2:03 and 1. Reads down 5:14.236.
Okay, I got a
10th race on the way, the second division of the Illini 3-year-old 5-pace, second division of the Gene Lamb Memorial.
Okay.
Couple of driver changes to report. On number 4, Miss Larry, the driver is Matt Avenatti.
Number
4, Miss Larry,
we are not the
Matt
official.
Avenatti,
What we
and
saw
on number 6,
the line,
MC Skyscaper 2, the driver is Connor Prather.
3-6.
Number 5, MC Skyscaper 2, the driver is Connor Prather.
I'll let you get those.
Let's play Pick a Winner.
Connor's on the.
Where is T. Fowler? T. Fowler, you.
Are we up or down? Okay. Looks like we're going to have Connor Prather driving the 5 in the 10th race.
Okay, we'll get that changed from you in a minute. We're going to take a commercial break here.
All right.
Or actually, it's a side-by-side, so we can keep talking here.
Keep you with us?
Yep, side-by-side with some of our billboard sponsors. And while that's going on, I'll take a look at changing the driver.
Let's show you something cool here while Steve's doing that, if it loads. There we go.
Who was the driver?
Connor Prather. Cole Prather is down to drive, but we have Connor. We have Lewis Willis commenting in our YouTube chat saying, what a beautiful little track. We no longer have harness racing at our fairs in Canada. I know there's a lot of following up there in Canada. There's a lot of horse racing up there. Maybe not your neck of the woods, but fairs are where it's at, man. This is where it's all comes from, and we appreciate you watching with us and following along and being a horse race fan, no matter where you're at, for sure.
Absolutely. Let's see.
Canadians. We've had a Denali, Alaska, and 2 Canadians in the past 2 days, and it just blows my mind to see the reach that we can get, just putting it on the internet, because 3 years ago, no one outside of a couple counties fairs in this state probably saw these races, you know what I mean?
And the funny thing here is we talk about the Canada thing, is that there's a company, a Canadian company, that is selling shares of horses that's deeply involved with harness racing.
Lewis, if you know Anthony McDonald out in stable.ca and PEI out in Prince Edward Isle, what they're doing is a great venture just to get people interested who have interest in horse racing, something to cheer for. You can buy 1% and then you have a horse to follow along. Go on Standardbred Canada or U.S. Trotting and look at the the draws and the results and watch the replays and follow along the excitement. You really can't get into the sport for as little as you want anymore with this 1% and fractional ownership type setups. So not every trainer has them, not every ownership group has them, but they are out there. If you have interest and want to get a racehorse, those opportunities do exist.
Okay. All right, as we take a look at this stays free to watch in Canada, to watch in Alaska, to watch wherever. I mean, our Missouri friends don't have harness racing over there.
Oh, the Cahokia race, there's a very few tracks. I just was saying Cahokia raced a couple days ago, Cahokia, Missouri. I think maybe 1 or 2 tracks raced over there. But I think the Iowa fairs have to put that on. The Iowa crew comes down with their judges and their starting gates and whatnot. We're thankful for anyone.
Because you're right there in the corner.
In the corner, yeah.
So we can't do this without our sponsors, without our donors. And so if you're interested in being a donor, you've been watching, you say, hey, I watched y'all last year, this
Steve,
year.
Asking you shall receive. Lewis actually owns a share of a horse with the stable.ca. So that's cool that we kind of brought that full circle. Thanks, Lewis, for watching, and thanks for bringing that up.
Well, you're watching Illinois horses. Maybe you need to invest in some Illinois horses.
Well, I tell you what, we just saw Alibaba win the Downstate Classic at Decatur this year with Wyatt and the bike for Jim Eaton. That horse was bought by Anthony McDonald and owned by a stable group. It's 2-year-old year, sold to some of the parties that were bought in as a 2-year-old and racing 3-year-old now back in the state of Illinois. So, they are buying Illinois horses to race at the stable.ca.
All right. With that, we can go on to our next slide here, which is bringing up this next race.
Do some handicapping.
And let's get excited with some handicapping in race 10, if I can read in the light here. 1-1-1. Everybody, including our online.
Scott Nance, yeah.
Scott Nance is
Fox
out
Valley
there.
Riva.
Yeah.
That combo's hot tonight.
Yep, Wyatt with Kevin Miller. You can't go against that at all. David went with and Lisa went with the 4-horse for second. Miss Larry. Wyatt can't drive 2 horses.
I don't know who's driving that horse. I haven't got it yet.
Yeah,
but,
I haven't heard.
Miss Larry's another local horse trained by Tanner Saltzgaver, a local guy here. He's about my age, but local connections on their home tracks with I hope maybe we can get Matt in the bike or something. Maybe they're all buddies. They can get a different brother to drive that horse. But that's my second pick, yeah.
And you picked IYQ in only you to finish third. Let's see. Lisa picked the 3-horse. That's the only difference between the two to pick third. Gorgeous American, Cornelius Bucabot horse. She likes him also. I went differently in the other picks. I did 1, I agree with. I picked 2, IQU and only you for second. And I went the 5-horse MC Skyscraper 2 to finish third.
I'm glad you brought that horse up. The McRae's used to stand a horse up there in Atlanta. I can't remember, Paragon of Virtue might have been his name or something, but they used to stand a horse, and now they're owning horses for Nick Prather. And I'm so pumped to see. I have been hounding Nick's boys to get their license and drive for I don't know how many years. Cole and Connor, they've both been helping their dad, doing a great job. They both got licensed. I saw them qualify. They've both been programmed to drive. I don't know why they changed from Cole to Connor on this horse, but either way, to see these kids make their first start, come out here, one of their first few starts, and cheer them on. I'm kind of a little sentimental for some local connections too.
Yeah, and we haven't heard from our Prather fans for a while.
No, yeah, I haven't heard from the Prathers. Yeah.
Yeah, about watching out there, but we enjoy hearing from all of our fans, actually.
We have the Peanut Gallery coming in on Facebook. Randy Riggs saying that Matt's driving Miss Larry, the 4-horse. I must have missed that update, but that is an unofficial update. That was Randy Rigg, yeah. So we have some fans chiming in with what they heard the announcer say that we missed, which is totally possible. We appreciate you, Randy.
Can't imagine that we missed something there.
I mean, we missed a lot. Don't get me wrong. People don't believe it, but when we put on these headphones and you start having to think about production and broadcast while you're talking, we can forget a lot of stuff.
Love
when
the
our mouths are
competitive
open.
nature of the standardbred business. These folks, these horses, the trainers, the drivers, they are competitors at heart. And in the race call of an earlier race this evening, I had mentioned Heavy Pressure as being the track record holder at Pana. Had someone remind me, they said he used to be. Fox Valley B-Gump broke the track record at Pana last year with Richard Finn and the race bike. So I appreciate the heads up, because sometimes those things do escape our attention. And but I love it. It's the fact that these horsemen take a lot of pride in their horses and in those performances. So well done. It's always fun to get a chance just to hear from the horsemen and know what's on their mind. They do pay attention, folks. They do pay close attention to what you say. And thank you to the heads up for the heads up on the fact that Fox Valley B-Gump has the track record both here at Champaign County and at the Pana Tri-County Fair. Waiting on number 1, Fox Valley Riva here in this 10th event.
Probably had to change some gear there, because Wyatt's driving about every race there is tonight. You know, hey, there's the other thing. When you drive a bunch of
Let him
races,
stop and have a drink of water maybe or something.
When you drive a bunch of races, the odds of you winning a race go
up. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an ex-salesman. Well, I guess I still am a salesman.
We're all salesmen, aren't we?
I just sell a Jesus thing now. Okay, but you got to ask for the sale, and the more you ask, the more opportunities you have to get.
Absolutely.
And
it's a numbers game. It really is.
And so it's going to happen. As Ernie Flecky, a good friend of mine, Ernie Flecky Jr., a golf buddy of mine, used to say, even a blind squirrel can find a nut.
Dirty Ernie?
Yeah.
Oh man, he was Doug's junior high basketball coach, and I think he might hold the record for North Grade for flagrant for technical fouls as a coach, maybe. But
hey, all right.
he was a good one. He had those kids.
Construction
race
worker.
number 10. Starters are out.
He's a good guy. They used to press and cherry pick, and they ran the court with the best of them. There's Casey Prither chiming in down the group. They're cheering on his little brother.
Race 10, second division of the Illini 3-year-old filly pace, and therefore the second division of the Gene Lamb Memorial. There is a late driver change on number 3, Gorgeous American, and that will be Jaquavian Carter. Number 3, Gorgeous American, Jaquavian Carter drives number 3. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Fox Valley Riva, owned by Lester Detweiler Sullivan, trained by Kevin Miller, Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. 2, IYQ and Only You, owned by Bart Seals of Altamont, trained and driven by Freddie Patton Jr. 3 is Gorgeous American, owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, trained by Cornelius Cavett, Jaquavian Carter in the bike. 4, Miss Larry, owned by Tanner Saltzgaver of Fisher. He's the trainer. Contrary to the program, the driver is Matt Avenatti. And number 5, MC Skyscaper 2, owned by Deborah McCrae of Atlanta, trained by Nick Prather. Contrary to the program, Connor Prather is in the race bike. And there's Connor driving number 5. This is Connor's first time to ever drive in a purse race. He's driven in a couple of non-purse qualifying races, but Connor Prather, the driver of number 5, first time in a purse race. Headed to the gate, race 10.
Steve, asking you shall receive. You start asking for some shout-outs from the Prather clan, and Casey jumps in the chat there. Casey being Nick and Missy's oldest son, wishing his brother good luck and saying we do a great job here at Harness. We appreciate the kind words, Casey. Thanks for tuning in. We're just happy to bring the horse racing to the horsemen.
And normally, who is it? Grandma and Grandpa we hear from?
Yeah, it used to be Grandma and Grandpa. I haven't heard from them anymore. I think she's still working at Gerlman's over there, the chiropractic clinic in Rushville.
Lisa says I need a lot of correction, but a chiropractor can't take.
I need a lot of correction from a chiropractor.
Can't do that work. As we get close to
we mentioned the fact Jaquavian
Kurt.
Carter drives number 3, Gorgeous American. First name Jaquavian, J-A-C-Q-U-A-V-Y-I-A-N. Jaquavian, J-A-C-Q-U-A-V-Y-I-A-N. Jaquavian Carter is 19 years of age. made his career debut in June as a harness driver at the Jasper County Fair at Newton and won in his first career start. Comes to us out of Clinton, Mississippi. Gates rolling, top of the stretch, race 10, second division, Gene Lamb Memorial. Here they come. Off and pacing they go, a beautiful start, and Fox Valley Riva comes out for the early lead. Now some difficulty for Miss Larry into the first turn. Miss Larry made a break, and MC Skyscaper 2 also broke stride. Awkward move for Miss Larry into the first turn. She broke stride, appeared to duck out. MC Skyscaper 2 was toward the outside, then broke stride as well. But the good news is everybody is free and clear and on their feet and still moving as they head off the first turn and up the back stretch. Fox Valley Riva was in front of all that, and as the result, she's got the lead fine and dandy by 2 lengths as they go on by the quarter-mile mark. Gorgeous American is second by 3. IYQ and Only You is in third. 31 and 2 was the time for the opening quarter, 31 and 2/5 seconds. They work their way down the west side of the course. Fox Valley Riva shows the way. Could Wyatt Avenatti be on the brink of a 7th win tonight? We're about to find out. 1 lap to go here in the 10th race. Fox Valley Riva leads it by just over 2 lengths. Gorgeous American is second. Jaquavian Carter checks over his shoulder, keeps an eye on IYQ and Only You, who's 5 lengths back in third position. And then Miss Larry is fourth. MC Skyscaper 2 is last of the 5. The leaders are headed off the east turn onto the backstretch once again. 1 minute 4/5 the time for the half. 1 minute and 4/5. Fox Valley Riva leading Gorgeous American as they head up the backstretch, racing toward the 3/4 mile mark. It's a margin of 5 lengths now, 6 lengths now, 7 lengths now, separating the top 2. Then a gap of 3 lengths. There goes Miss Larry up on the outside, taking third a half length from IYQ and Only You as they go on by the 3/4 mile mark, and MC Skyscaper 2 the distant trailer. 1:31 and 4 the time of the 3/4, 1:31 and 4. Fox Valley Riva, the leader as they come off the far turn. Now Gorgeous American is up to second once again, but there's no catching Fox Valley Riva. Would you believe 7 wins tonight for Wyatt Avenatti? Just keeps racking up numbers here this evening and is running up the score. He's won 70% of the races so far tonight as Fox Valley Riva wins. Gorgeous American was across the line in the second position, and then IYQ and Only You was third. Miss Larry was fourth, and MC Skyscaper 2 was fifth. 2:01 and 4. 2:01 and 4/5 of a second. So the faster of the 2 divisions of the Gene Lamb Memorial, and the blanket will go, therefore, to Fox Valley Riva. Congratulations to the connections of that filly. Horsemen, you may come to the track for race 11.
David, nobody is going to touch Wyatt Avenatti tonight, I don't think.
And let's not forget, I keep mentioning having a great summer so far. Lester Detweiler owned that horse. That's Marcus's dad. So he's been having a great summer watching his horses race well and his son race well.
Absolutely. And I don't know, it gives the driver stats there. It probably doesn't have last night's stats on it, but
No.
How many races has Wyatt won this year?
This year, good question. Let me look. It looks like he has made 297 starts, 51 wins, 58 seconds, and 48 thirds for a UDR, or Universal Driver Rating, of 336.
Wow.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's kind of hard to explain to people kind of what the UDR correlates to, but if you just think of it maybe as a batting average in baseball, it's pretty close.
Or maybe closer to an on-base percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't got hits. You haven't got the hits to get on base, but your on-base percentage with walks and
Yep. And if you're looking for a number, roughly batting about 300, 336, that's a pretty good average.
Yeah, yeah. You look at some of the other horsemen out there that are really good horsemen, and check his numbers.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good number.
It is. At the big tracks, when you have 10 horse fields in every race, the drivers usually will hover 250 range, the top drivers at tracks. When you're driving out here these short fields, you better chance of winning the races, but take nothing away from Wyatt. He does a great job because you still have to get around out there first. You have to put the horses where you need them to be, and you have to control the race, So his percentage is just
well, we mentioned the
uncanny.
fact this is 7
Marcus
wins
Sparks says
tonight
it's like a
for Wyatt
slugging
Avenatti,
percentage.
the winning driver. This is a triple for trainer Kevin Miller. It's a double for owner Lester
see
Detweiler
Randy
of Sullivan. How about a
coming
hand for
across
number
the
1,
track.
Fox
I don't know
Valley
what that was
Riva?
about.
Towards us. There we go. You ask and you shall receive, Steve.
Fox
Sandy
Valley
Prather,
Riva
Grandpa,
moves in for
Grandma
the winner
Watson.
circle presentation
We
and will
appreciate you
take
guys
the
jumping
blanket
in there.
in memory
And Marcus
of
Sparks
former
saying that
Illinois
the
Racing Board
UDR is
Chairman
kinda
Gene
more like a
Lamb. By the
slugging
way,
percentage.
Gene served his
good idea,
country
yeah.
in
We'll call it that.
Korea
Slugging percentage. There you
and
go.
earned 2 bronze stars.
Yep.
And then, as we mentioned, he later in his life became the head of the Illinois Racing Board and helped guide this program and keep it held together during those years. And that is a very nice filly that has just won the Gene Lamb Memorial Blanket, a Some Star Somewhere filly. This filly is by the reigning Illinois Pacing Sire of the Year, 201-4 for her 5th career victory. Congratulations to our winning connections. To the Lamb family, thank you again. Thanks for taking time to be here and to reminisce and share some stories. Hope to see you down the line. That would be fantastic. State Fair, Keeneland, you name it. We'll always up to sit down and trade a few stories. Thank you. Appreciate it. Closing prayer, right? Here is, we'll have the full field rundown, I should say, in just a moment. One thing I learned years ago, you never, ever, ever announce the full field rundown as official until the presiding judge tells you it's official. If you do that before the presiding judge has given you the word official, that can lead to an awkward situation. So we will hang tight, but in the meantime, we can go ahead. The judge did tell us, he said, you're fine on the winner. There is a judge's inquiry, a steward's inquiry into the incident heading into the first turn after the start of the race. So this will not concern, the inquiry does not concern the winner, Fox Valley Riva. So that means we can pick a winner. Connie Hocking, where are you, Connie? Connie has made the trip, I'll bet you, to come and watch her grandson, Tanner Saltzgaver, compete tonight as an owner and trainer. Connie Hocking of Mount Carmel, you have won the first $10 draw. And Dustin Lutz, or Lutz, Dustin, you've won the other $10. Congratulations, Dustin. That was a good selection. Well done, Fox Valley Riva. Again, the full field rundown is not yet available, but we do know all is fine as far as the winner is concerned. Race 11 coming up, the Walter Atchison Memorial. No scratches.
Sorry about that, folks. Hopefully, well, you really didn't miss anything there as David got the wrong mouse and put it in the wrong place. And so as they're trying to take a look at something over here on our YouTube, and it's got dark here, while it looks good on my screen here, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the stuff you're getting at home is fairly dark because it's fairly dark as we are looking at it as they go here. At least it is off to the side. And so with that, there's just going to be an inquiry around the first turn. So they're waiting for that to happen. I tell you what, with that, we're going to go ahead and go to a commercial break. We'll be back after these messages.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
When I started at DOT, I realized I could make a career out of this. It's just amazing the people you get to interact with when you get here. It's a family atmosphere for me. One of my main jobs is talking to people, trying to understand what's going on, where they're at in life, what they're needing from me to get their job done. I've met so many people, and it's been a real blessing to be a part of all that. Big company in a small town, that's a fact. When my life needed growth, I chose Dot, and I never left.
Well, David, there's going to be some switching probably around.
Are we back up? Did I drop the broadcast again?
Hey, you dropped the broadcast.
I don't know.
Hey, what are you doing over there?
This mouse we've used 10 times, and now today I touch it and it wants to drop us off the broadcast. So I'll try to keep it somewhere safe.
Keep it safe. They're probably going to move a couple of horses around toward the back. Really didn't
Yeah, Judge was
affect
looking over
the top
here.
of that, so we're not going to worry about that. We're going to head to race. Let's see. And it's not going to affect second and third, I don't think, is
No,
it?
it was looking in that break right behind, leaving out of the gate into the first turn.
And so what was that? That was race 10?
That was 10, yeah.
And let's see.
We're looking at 11. Now,
1, 3, 2.
if you can box this race, you should come home.
Hang on a second. 1, 3, 2. Race 10.
Wait,
1,
1, 3, 2. I thought we were on 11.
You did 1, 4, 2.
Yeah.
And I did 1, 2, 5. And Lisa did 1, 4, 3.
Don't sleep on Jaquavion. That was a nice mile, folks. I mean, he put in a nice, solid mile chasing the favorite there. And I tell you what, that kid, he's going to be a good driver some days. He's got too many good family members. He's too many people learning from, too many good horses he's sitting behind. Keep your eye on him for sure.
All right, here's what it looks like.
The full field rundown is now official for race 10. The judges have ruled that for interference in the first turn shortly after the start of the race, number 4, Miss Larry, who finished 4th, shall be disqualified and placed 5th. The 5-horse MC Skyscaper 2, who finished 5, is placed 4. Here's the full field official rundown for the 10th race. Fox Valley Riva, the winner. IYQ and Only You finished 3. Gorgeous American 2. Miss Larry was 4, placed 5. And MC Skyscaper 2 was 5, placed 4. 31 and 2 at the quarter, a minute 4/5 at the half, 3 quarters, 1:31 and 3/5. The time for the mile, 2:01 and 4/5. With the placing, it reads down 1-3-2, 5-4.
Okay, I'm going to turn him down while we talk about it. You pick the 2 horse, then the 3, then the 1. So I understand Michelle's Girl Crush, followed by Ashley's Cold Muffler. Lisa and I picked the same pick, 2, 1, 3. We're picking I Understand, Ashley's Cold Muffler, and Michelle's Girl Crush.
Be excited to see Connor out here drive again, so let's bring Kurt up. We'll go ahead and give him back to him.
Okay.
Spike. Number 2, I Understand, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. Kevin's the trainer, Wyatt Avenatti, the driver. And number 3, Michelle's Girl Crush, owned by David and Adam Brooks of Cambridge, trained by David Brooks, the driver, Matt Avenatti. This field of 3 pacers headed to the starting gate.
We got any more shout-outs over there we haven't hit? Oh, just one pop. I asked and I received. Somebody popped up.
Scott's choosing I Understand out of the Wyatt-Kevin Miller connection is just so red hot today.
He's a smart guy.
He is. Yeah, absolutely. I told you, he can handicap a race.
Yeah.
And
He's picking along with us.
We got Alyssa in the chat cheering on Jaquavion.
I don't know how far he is behind, but he did that after he heard our pick. So, Scott, I'm blaming you that you're picking after we pick.
Scott's been doing it long enough. I am not going to convince. I'm not going to say
You're
he's
not gonna
picking
go down
my
that
picks.
road?
No.
Yeah.
He's capable of picking his own horses, but
I forgot to tell you when you hired me for this gig that I'm known as the announcer that stirs the pot.
But seriously, it adds to the atmosphere of we're kind of all watching this together. We're all just to relax. I really think this harness tube
horses are approaching the starting gate
kind of
over on the back stretch. Race number 11
of
our
all
15
together
on tonight's card.
Yeah.
Great to have you with us.
I love the
Thanks
ribbing.
again
It's
to our
fun.
Pick a Winner sponsors, Loman Ray Insurance and Littlefield Realty.
So
More Pick a Winner drawings coming up in just
Lisa
a few
tonight,
moments.
She's got a headset.
Gate is
I
rolling.
know.
Field heads up
She's
to
sitting within
the
arm's reach.
west end of the racetrack. Lights turned on all the way around this half-mile racetrack. Night racing under the lights has long been a feature of the Champaign County Fair. And just about set to go here in race 11. Not a lot of fairs have lighting systems around their half-mile track, so that is a special privilege or luxury when one comes to race at the Champaign County Fair. Here they come. Off and pacing they go. Good start for all. There goes I Understand out for the early lead. Ashley Cold Muffler right there to the inside, and Michelle's Girl Crush a close third as they enter the first turn. Still side by side for the lead. I Understand has the lead and now starts to move forward. Leads by a length as they head off the first turn. Ashley Cold Muffler backs off into the second position, and Michelle's Girl Crush is last of the three. Single file formation, nose to tail. They head up the backstretch and approach the quarter-mile mark. I Understand is now the leader by a length. Drops back over to the inside lane, having cleared with the lead. And then Ashley Cold Muffler in second by a length, and Michelle's Girl Crush last of the three. Opening quarter, 31 1/5 seconds. 31 1 for the opening quarter. Talked about the fact that our Queen Olivia and our little Miss Macy both come from families very much involved in agriculture, and these young ladies have both been paying close attention to the harness races here this evening. Great to have them with us, even as now we move on to 9 p.m., 9:05 to be precise. Past the half-mile mark, it is still I Understand the leader. I Understand leads by a length and a half. Ashley Cold Muffler is still there in second, and Michelle's Girl Crush third. 101 3 for the first half mile. 101 3/5. After 5/8 of a mile, it is still I Understand with the lead. Wyatt Avenatti trying for win number 8 on the card. His brother Matt might have something to say about that, because Matt starts to move with Michelle's Girl Crush from the back, but is still third, and Ashley Cold Muffler still between that pair in the second position as these three work past the three-quarter and one more time head up to the west end of the course. I Understand still the leader. 1:32 3 the time at the three quarters. 1:32 3. I Understand has opened up 4 lengths to the good, 5 lengths to the good, and you guessed it, it's going to be Wyatt Avenatti again in the winner's circle. Here's win number 8. I Understand draws clear and wins it by 6 lengths. Ashley Cold Muffler was second, and then a gap of 3.5 to 4 more lengths back to Michelle's Girl Crush, who was third. 2:01 4 was the time for the mile. 2:01 4/5. We'll introduce the winner shortly. We'll present the Walter Atchison Memorial Blanket. Race number 12 is on the way. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 12.
Two, 1, and 4. I'll get that time up for you.
All right, we're on the air. Good.
I'm keeping these young drivers, my eye on them real close, and we were watching very closely Connor that time. He did a great drive. That's a small field, but they were moving fast. There's a lot of, he was in tight quarters. He sat chilly. He kept his horse right where it needed to be, and he just paced home, And to get these, you picked it, didn't you? Lisa did?
Lisa and I both.
Oh, you can't pick the same together.
Yes. And we don't pick the same because you saw us. We pick separately.
I'll toss you a bone on a 3-horse race.
Hey, yeah, thanks. And no, we believed in the young guy.
I tell you what, that was a great pick. I mean, yeah, I wrote him off. I thought, let's give him a chance to get his sea feet, but he did a great job. He drove a nice race, nice, safe race. Coming off, I tell you what, here's a story. We're looking back to Farmer City last week or whenever it was. I was over there kind of in no man's land on the corner. I could kind of see the draw gate there, and after one of the races, I heard Mike Cox telling, I can't remember if it was Jaquavion or one of the younger guys who drove at Farmer City, was, hey, nice drive, kid, nice safe drive. And sometimes these young guys just need to hear those encouraging words from the old veterans, even if it's something simple as, hey, nice safe drive. The confidence grows from there and starts snowballing. So to see the confidence passed down and to see these young guys kind of giving the rub from the older guys I love it. I love it so much. And here comes Wyatt for his 8th winner of the night or something?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I don't know Wyatt's address, but I'm pretty sure it's whatever the address of the winner circle is right now.
Yeah, just pick up. He's going to have a good driving check for tonight.
He's going to move his wife and kids underneath that judge's stand.
Races 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 now. 5 in a row. 8 wins total. Wyatt Avenatti just shook his head and flashed a grin. What a night. How about a hand for Wyatt with I Understand? That is 3 wins for Kevin Miller as owner. Again, Kevin trains his stable right here at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, and Wyatt drives for Kevin, who's both owner and trainer. 3 wins for Kevin as owner, 4 wins for Kevin as trainer. The Walter Atchison Memorial. Walter was a veteran of World War I. He was the president of Summers Bar Incorporated, and a past president of Midwest Ready Mix Concrete Association. We remember Walter Atchison. And even more applause for Wyatt Avenatti. The racing fans appreciate an exceptional performance. And Wyatt, we've talked to Wyatt about this before. He's had some big nights at the fairs. Don't know that he's ever had a night at an Illinois fair where he's won 8 races. That might be a personal best. We would have to go back and scour the record books to find the last time any driver won 8 races in one night or one program at an Illinois county fair. But we have talked to Wyatt, and one of the things Wyatt has emphasized, Wyatt is always quick to give credit to the trainers he drives for. And whether he drives for his father David, drives for John Fletcher, drives in this case for Kevin Miller, or others, Wyatt is always quick to acknowledge the fact, as he has told us, it does help when you know you are getting drives for some of the leading trainers on the fair circuit. But that's a two-way street, because the reason those leading trainers want to use Wyatt is he's a very good harness horse driver. Judge, we're official here. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Randy Callahan out of Greenup, Illinois. Here's the full field rundown for race 11. From the top, Ashley Cold Muffler was the runner-up. I Understand the winner. Michelle's Girl Crush finished 3. 31-1 at the quarter, 101-3 at the half. 3 quarters, 132-3. The time for the mile, 2:01 4/5. Reads down 2-1-3. The pick a winner draw for race 11. On the first draw, the first $10, Jack M. Where is Jack? There he is, up near the top of the grandstand, just west of the start-finish line. Jack, you have won the first $10. The second draw,
A Rustic Garden ships home and garden accents coast to coast, right from its location in Mount Sterling. The folks there customize each sail by painting unique and vintage colors to match the look of the home or flower garden. They also do wrought iron fencing. How long does that last? 100 years? 200 years? Who knows how long wrought iron fencing will last? Shop www.arusticgarden.com and get it shipped directly to your front door.
Have you ever thought about opening the door to a new truck driving career? If so, B&N Trucking is looking for you. At B&N Trucking, we offer competitive pay, healthcare, 401k, paid vacation, and holiday pay. B&N Trucking is currently looking for over-the-road, regional, and home every-night delivery specialists. B&N Trucking runs the latest in modern equipment. For full details, please visit bnntrucking.net or call 217-289-3555.
Here we go for
Steve. You ask and you shall receive. We have another Prather in the chats here. Jessica was the one I think that was mentioned in the Bruisers being the favorite food yesterday.
The Illini Colt Stakes.
Prather,
making its
friend of the Pollocks and Nancy Wright. And we thank her for watching and following us along. And, you know, we love doing this. We appreciate you following us along. And thanks for watching from over in Schuyler County.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at race 12 here.
Some handicapping time, huh?
Yep, David, everybody picked the one horse in this race. Truly a winner. Truly a winner, and we'll have a driver change, so we need to keep our ears open.
Okay.
I don't know why it's driving so well. Maybe he can drive 2 horses at the same time.
I'll try to. I see Matt on the 5 right there in front of us.
Matt's on the 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll handicap while you do the driver change.
Okay, here you go. You want the sheet?
Sure.
All right.
Let's go to race 12, David's picks. I went 1-5-2 on top. I went with the hot hand Wyatt and Kevin Miller barn. The horse has a couple wins in the last few starts. My second pick, I went down to the 5, to the other Kevin Miller horse and the other Avenatti now. We got Matt driving the 5, Fox Valley Lava for Kevin, and we got a bunch of Millers on that one. Arthur Miller, or Brian Lohman, Lester Detweiler on that horse. Third pick, I went to the 2, Showstop and Jenica. Jaquavion Carter driving for Boo Cavett. That horse has been consistently making some money this year, you know, so I got to use it here. Had the experience, been in the races, knows in young hot drivers, always a good thing too. Let's look at Steve and Lisa's picks now. We are on race 12. Steve went 1-3-2, stayed on top with Wyatt and Kevin. His second choice went down to Gary Rath in Halftime Show coming in out of Marengo, Illinois. And his third choice then was the second, also using Showstop and Jenica. Over here, Lisa, 12th race again. She went 1-3-2. You guys picked the same again, didn't you?
Yeah, we don't pick the same.
I know. You pick at different times just to pick the same horses.
Yeah, a lot of times, and I don't get to see the sheet sometimes because we're driving down the road and she's reading the information, and I'm trusting that she's giving me the right information.
You think she's going to read you the wrong program, just try to throw you a curveball?
Well, one time I said, "What was the record of that horse?" She said, I didn't give it, did I?" Yeah, well, let me change my picks now that I have that. Okay. But we have fun doing it.
It doesn't matter why you pick a horse as long as you have something to cheer for, in all honesty.
That's right. And I tell you what, when you get into harness
Horses
racing,
are on the track for race 12. Before we get to the post parade for the Coble Family Memorial Race, horsemen, if you would be so kind as to return your saddle pad numbers to the racing office so that they can be redistributed for these remaining races on the card. There are 10 sets of saddle pad numbers, and with 15 races tonight, we should have actually mentioned that earlier. And it was brought to our attention because we looked through the binoculars and saw some horsemen literally on the run through the stable area searching for the proper saddle pad number, and that's not their fault. That's just the circumstance when it's a great thing to have a big racing card. We're glad to have 15 races, but horsemen, if you would be so kind, once you're done with your saddle pad number, once your race is complete, please return that number to the lawn just outside of the racing office so that they can be redistributed. So let's meet the starters for race number 12. Number 1 is Truly a Winner. And again, this is the Illini 2-year-old filly pace, the Coble Family Memorial. Truly a Winner is owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur, Bart Seals of Altamont, Wayne Moldenhauer, age 90, of Lake Mills, Wisconsin. The trainer, Kevin Miller. The driver, Wyatt Avenatti. 2 is Showstop and Jenica, owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, trained by Cornelius Cavett. Jaquavian Carter is in the bike. Number 3 is Halftime Show, owned by Gary and Kay Rath of Marengo. It is Gary Rath who is the trainer, and Gary is the driver as well. Number 4, My Mom Likes Me Now, owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City. The trainer driver is Freddie Patton Jr. And number 5, Fox Valley Lava, owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur, Brian Lohman of Broadlands, Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, trained by Kevin Miller, and it is Matt Avenatti who is in the race bike for number 5, Fox Valley Lava. Please note, contrary to the program, Matt Avenatti drives number 5. Headed to the gate, race 12.
Got a couple shout-outs here that aren't in the chat, but Mom was texting me, and I think that we might have missed them, but Mom had the Gieslers and Barnetts over at the house tonight watching Harness Tube from the Champaign County Fair. So we had a couple more Brown County fans watching.
Isn't that fitting that they're over at Jackie's house and it's the Champaign County Fair?
That might be coincidence either way. But
it would be a different kind of grape, I think.
Yeah.
But
they will drink grapes nonetheless, I guarantee.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah. And so shout out to them.
Shout out to them. And shout out to the Judy Robeson and Grandma Prather. You know, you mentioned the Prathers, and they start crawling out of the woodwork. They are watching. They just weren't being as vocal
this year.
Well,
I'll throw one out there. Grandma and Grandpa Avenatti, or the Avenatti cousins that lived over in Hannibal.
We haven't heard from them
Avenatti
has won 8 of our 11 races.
I'd like to hear from them. But tonight would be a night
I would plenty to cheer for.
I would claim to be an Avenatti tonight.
The last 2 nights.
If my last name was Avenatti and I wasn't related, I would say, boy, I'm proud of my long-lost cousin.
Yeah, exactly.
That had escaped our attention. He has won every race in which he's had a mount here this evening.
What?
Wyatt is 8 for 8 on the card. The 3 races he has not won, he did not have a horse to drive. He's batting 1,000 here tonight. he's got a batting average that is similar to the University of Illinois baseball player that was in our celebrity lineup here this evening. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Race 12, Coble Family Memorial. They are off and pacing. Speaking of Wyatt, there he goes, right out for the lead with Truly a Winner. Showstop and Jenica comes away in the 2nd position. Halftime Show is away racing in 3rd as they swing down into the 1st turn. My Mom Likes Me Now is 4th, and Fox Valley Lava is last of the 5 after the opening 1/8 of a mile. Truly a Winner is on top. Truly a Winner shows the way off the 1st turn and headed up the back stretch here at the Champaign County Fair. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday night at the fair. Again, the fair continues through Saturday. Be sure to take it all in at the 171st Champaign County Fair. After the opening quarter here in race 12, it is truly a winner who's on top and has the advantage by a length and a half for Wyatt Avenatti. First quarter, 32 and 3/5 seconds. 32 and 3, the time for the opening quarter. So truly a winner will guide the field into the home stretch, just over 1 lap to go here in race number 12. Showstop and Jenica is still in the second position as they approach the half-mile mark. Showstop and Jenica second by a 4-length margin. And then comes My Mom Likes Me Now in third, Fox Valley Lava in fourth, Halftime Show in fifth as they move back into the east end of the track. Truly a winner, still the one to catch here. 104 and 2 is the time for the first half mile. 104 and 2. Truly a winner is the leader after 5/8 of a mile. Margin is 2 lengths. Showstop and Jenica is second. And then there is a gap of another 5 lengths to a battle that is shaping up for the third position at the midpoint of the backstretch. That is where Fox Valley Lava has gone from 5th to 4th to 3rd. Now here comes Halftime Show moving up into 4th outside of My Mom Likes Me Now, but the leader is still truly a winner heading on to the final turn. 1:36 and 1 the time at the 3/4 mile mark. 1:36 and 1/5. Truly a winner is trying to live up to that name here in race 12 this evening. The lead is out to 10 lengths. The battle's a good one for second. Wyatt Avenatti, 9 for 9 at the Champaign County Fair tonight. Here he is again. Truly a winner is your winner in race 12 in the Coble Family Memorial. Truly a winner. Ended up winning by a margin of 8 lengths. Fox Valley Lava made a nice rally and got second from Showstop and Jenica third. Halftime Show was fourth, and My Mom Likes Me Now was fifth. 2:05 and 4/5 the time for the mile. 2:05 and 4. No changes in race 13. Horsemen, you may come to the track for the 13th race. We'll meet the winner of race 12 next.
All right, David, as we get finished up here, we're headed to lucky race 13, but in race 12, 9 for 9, Avenatti.
That is insane.
You know what? Baby's getting new shoes.
We mentioned about sending an article to the U.S. Trotting Association tomorrow about the celebrity race. I think if I can get a hold of Brian tonight, we almost got to put a mention of how Wyatt's undefeated through 13 races. That's just uncanny. We made a joke on the air about how we want the Avenatti to adopt us, and I think we have somebody else wanting to be an Avenatti for the tonight anyway, we'll say. Eric Plowman up in Iowa. And the Prathers, man, look at this. Sherry Huddleston saying those Prather boys have been sitting behind a lot of horses at Rushville and Springfield. That's a great story, When Nick packed up and moved over to Springfield, his stable grew so much, and those boys have been the right age.
The Coble Family Memorial blanket's about to be presented down trackside, and throughout the course of the evening, the folks who have been here to present blankets, they have enjoyed just getting a chance to congratulate Wyatt.
I don't want to keep bragging,
but had this incredible night, and he's just won again here in race 12.
Less than Wyatt.
From 9 drives here this evening. And it's been a good night for Kevin Miller. Let's not neglect to mention that is 5 wins for Kevin as trainer, 4 wins for Kevin as owner. Kevin from Arthur, but trains here at the Champaign County Fairgrounds. Bart Seals of Altamont down in Effingham County, the co-owner, along with 90-year-old Wayne Moldenauer from up in Lake Mills, Wisconsin. How about a hand for number 1? Truly a winner. Time for the mile, 2:05 and 4/5. Lindora Miller, wife of trainer Kevin Miller, stands at the head of this horse. Ed Miller is also trackside. A lot of folks now snapping pictures here for this 12th race Coble Family Memorial blanket presentation. And again, calls out to Wyatt of nice job and congratulations. Folks, what more can you say at this point? There he is, Wyatt Avenatti with truly a winner.
No more mounts. He's undefeated for the night.
I'd be making driver change.
No, I quit now. I retire perfect. I don't add another drive and mess up my record.
I would be, if I was an owner, I'd say.
Try to get him on your horse.
I'll pay you double to drive my horse tonight.
I was looking at how many mounts he had left to end the night. Undefeated.
Here is the full field rundown. It's official for race 12. Truly a winner was the winner. Showstop and Jenica third. Halftime Show was fourth. My Mom Likes Me Now finished 5. And Fox Valley Lava made up a lot of ground to be runner-up. Opening quarter 32 and 3. The first half mile 104 and 2. 3 quarters 136 and 1. The time for the mile 205 and 4. Reads down 134.52. 13th race on the way. No changes in race 13. Horsemen, you may come to the track. We're going to play pick a winner. This is going to...
Hello, Earl Flack for your locally owned McKay Knapp Auto Parts store. I'm always talking about savings, but why not? We're your local auto parts store. Yeah, I know you got choices, but those box stores, not local. How about some Napa antifreeze on sale for $8.99 for a full extended life? How about Napa full synthetic motor oil? 5-quart jug for $20.99. That's a 61% saving, or $4.49 by the quart. How about some Armor All leather car cleaner protectant, $5.49 for a container? Get the good stuff with Napa know-how.
Located in the beautiful countryside of Brown County, Rolling Greens is one of the most beautiful 18-hole championship golf courses in West Central Illinois. The golf course offers Monday unlimited play for just $27. Ladies' Day on Tuesday and Senior Day is Wednesday. Play 18 holes with a cart and get a hot dog and chips for $28. Rolling Greens memberships are inexpensive and include free range balls, discounted league play, and an opportunity to play as few or as many holes as you desire daily. Call for a tee time today at Rolling Greens, 217-773-3085.
9 or 10 wins on a card, feel free to send me a message because we'd be happy to check. But right off the top of my head, nine wins on a county fair card in Illinois. You might have to go all the way back to the days of double heat racing because right now, nothing is coming to mind. That is just, it's a rare accomplishment for sure. Okay, pick a winner. Where is Devon R? Devon or Devon R? Where are you?
Okay, David, let's take a look at race 13 as we move right along here tonight. Race 13, it looks like Jimmy D. Shark is the horse that you're picking there.
Yeah.
Followed by, he said, Dark Shark.
He's a Dark Shark. I like the Sharks.
And then Bruiser Cruiser. You got to get the Bruisers in there, don't you?
They do, yeah.
4-1-2. I went 4-5-2. It's Monkey Doo. Have been very consistent this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I went with the 4-5-2. Lisa went 4-2-1. So she just reversed your second and third picks.
All of the hubbub about the Avenatti family, we're forgetting someone, and Eric's doing a great job reminding us. Mama Karen gets a lot of credit. Karen Avenatti raising this family of great boys that all out here doing it and all great men.
Don't they have a sister too?
Yeah, Autumn. Well, we're talking about the horseman. Yeah, Autumn. She owns horses. You're right. You're absolutely right. Let's not forget her. The whole Avenatti clan. See, here we are. I'm forgetting people already.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to keep me honest here, but yeah, that whole family. I tell you what, just good, honest horse folk. Everyone, I think, agrees that everyone doesn't have hardly a bad thing to say about them. Hard working. I mean, to drive this many races is hard work, period. But to end the night undefeated, I have 1 or 2 horses is fine, but 9 wins for 9 mounts.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about slugging percentage. That's like getting a, double or triple every at-bat all game long.
Hey, Jerome Daniels is down for two rides in 14.
We'll probably get an update on that. Sherry Huddleston, we can't forget Grandpa Earl Avenatti. The Avenattis go deep. I mean, we go back generations and generations, and so many horsemen. I think Kurt mentioned Lisa Lisa Avenatti, a sister of Dave's, drove at the Paris Fair too. I mean, Earl Jr., the family is just so deep down this neck of the woods, and to see them have success, just so happy for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in your blood. I mean, harness racing is in your blood, and you may not do the same thing as your ancestors did. I'll use you as an example.
Yeah.
You found your new way into harness racing and being a part of it, promoting it on the broadcasting
Never would have
side.
guessed in a million years. I got a degree in broadcast and never thought I'd use it. I thought I just accidentally got the degree, and here we are. I'm marrying the two things. I love horse racing and my broadcast degree. Coming into play, this was the need. I could have went and tried to run my own stable and buy horses myself and drive, and that wouldn't have helped the horsemen at all. But I think doing the broadcast thing is going to have a bigger impact for sure. And if all things go the right way, I can get later on back in the business and sit behind horses, and I'm not counting it out for sure.
I tell you who's had the hard job tonight, and I'm going to turn her mic up because
she's been muted a lot, hasn't she?
So Randy won't give us a hard time that she doesn't mic. Pull the mic down over to your mouth there. Lisa Surratt running the camera. She's stretched out, folks. So sometimes you wonder why you've got the camera still. It's because she's been behind the camera every race tonight.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
so she gets to sit down in between of it, and she deserves to do that. She's the one giving you the shots and trying to work here with low lighting and trying to get the best broadcast that we could possibly have.
You know, the low lighting thing is we put lights on the track for the horsemen, and they help, a lot. They're not as much as I would like to see out there, but they help. But for the camera's purpose, it makes it kind of tough. That camera autofocus gets awfully confused going past dark spots and bright lights and, grandstand lights and dark poles. So the camera's doing a lot of focusing. Lisa's having to work extra hard tonight trying to correct some of those things, but she deserves a break too, absolutely.
So usually you're picking the Avenettis there, Lisa, so what's up with that? You would have won more races tonight if you picked Wyatt. Yeah.
Isn't it funny? Sometimes you start overthinking it, right, Lisa? If you picked White, you'd have been undefeated. Lisa, you can't see, but we got Lewis Willis up here saying she has done an amazing job, great coverage. So you are appreciated. It's coming through up on our end up here for sure.
Yeah, they really don't care what David and I say. In fact, sometimes I bet they wish we'd shut up.
They probably mute it and just watch it.
Yeah, we let Kurt talk as much as he possibly can.
I throw Grandma Robeson up here. This is Missy Prither's mom. She said, let's just face it, guys. There's nothing like horse races, and that just sums it up so succinctly, I think. Got that?
Bruiser Cruiser in 13. On which one?
2.
Okay, I don't have the right race up here then, do I? Why do I have the race 12 up there?
That was the last race.
That was the last race. Okay.
I was kind of I was operating on the hypothesis that some of these trainers that are getting a little tired were maybe taking off some of their mounts and give some of the young guys some drives, like Jaquavion getting some drives.
Okay.
But Boo taking himself off and putting Freddie up doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, wait a second.
It won't make the old man work any harder than he has to, but Freddie can drive a horse with the best of them, so he's capable.
Got to find race 13. I got a lot of race 12s in there.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Bruiser Cruiser, and who's driving that?
Freddie
Patton Jr. All right, we'll get it corrected.
Chat, what's your picks? Steve's doing some typing over there. Have we went through our picks yet? Yeah, we did. Give us your picks in the chat. We'll throw them up on the screen.
Horses are on the track for race 13, the Illini 2-year-old colt and gelding pace. Again, these Illini stakes are restricted to Illinois conceived and full horses. The Bill and Paul Corey Memorial, remembering Bill, who was a board member of Champaign County Fair, the past president of the fair. He and his brothers helped revive the fair after a lapse from 1918 to 1938. Bill, of course, was also active in agriculture. He was a farmer, was a member as well of the Masonic Lodge. And Flo was an Urbana High School graduate, was a member of the Order of the Eastern Star, and a member of the Twin City Garden Club. We remember Bill and Flo Corey in race 13. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, he's a dark sharp, owned and trained by Kevin Miller of Hartford, owned also by Brian Woolman of Rocklands, Marcus Detweiler in the ride 2, Bruiser Cruiser, owned by Elizabeth Radel of Edgewood, Cornelius Cabot of Virgins, trained by Cornelius. A reminder, it is Freddie Patton Jr. in the ride 3, that's the star. That is a first-time starter, owned by Thomas Lominger of Platteville, Wisconsin, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. 4 is Jimmy D. Sharp, who comes in off a win at the Farmer City DeWitt County Fair 1 week ago last night. Jimmy D. Sharp was owned by David Williams of Byron, Mississippi, trained by Jamaica Patton, Michael Cox, the driver. Number 5 is Funky Dude, owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, trained and driven by Cornelius Cabot. 13th race, headed to the gate.
I know Kurt mentioned it earlier, but
I didn't have Kurt up, so I apologize for that.
Whoops.
Had him down before so we could talk. I apologize for that, fans. And so what did you start to say before I rudely
I want to
interrupted?
I know Kurt mentioned earlier, but that queen has been over at these winner circles in the judges' stand the entire card so far.
One
Talk
thing about it,
dedication,
we never
sticking with it
we
for
never
how many
want
hours
to
now? We've been on 4
embarrass
hours,
any
5 hours.
trainer, driver, what have you, when we start
Yeah,
talking
thanks,
about
Scott. Beal,
statistics. It's just that, again,
we got it up,
sometimes
yeah.
there are things that just jump out at us that we
Sometimes we just
typically don't see happen. But sometimes
slips the
harness
brain.
horse trainers and drivers, they can be a little superstitious, and sometimes they will say, please tone down the talk about how well things are going, because we know we're very fortunate when things are going well, and we don't take anything for granted. Richard Petty, the great stock car driver, maybe had the best response ever when members of the press would talk to him about being the winningest stock car driver of all time. Richard would smile and he would say, yeah, but I've also lost more races than anybody in history. That was always a very clever way to handle that whole topic. Here they come, race 13. They are off and pacing. Jimmy D. Shark broke stride before the start, but now is quickly catching up to the field as they enter the first turn. In the meantime, Bruiser Cruiser goes out for the lead. First-time starter, that's the Star, comes away in second. It's Monkey Dew is racing third around the first turn as they head toward the backstretch. He's a Dark Shark, is in the fourth position, and Jimmy D. Shark has now caught up with the field, but is last after breaking stride right before the race got underway. Midpoint of the backstretch, it is Bruiser Cruiser who is the leader. Bruiser Cruiser leading That's the Star by just 1 length, a gap of 2 lengths. It's Monkey Dew is racing along in the third position. He's a Dark Shark is in fourth, and Jimmy D. Shark is last of the 5, single file formation. 33 and 2 the time for the opening quarter, 33 and 2/5 seconds. Bruiser Cruiser continues to set the tempo here for Freddie Patton Jr. Bruiser Cruiser is on top and leads it by 1.5 lengths. That's the Star's second a length. That's Monkey Dew is racing in third. He's a Dark Shark is next up on the outside, and then Jimmy D. Shark. Here comes He's a Dark Shark, first up in the outside flow of traffic, now up from fourth to third to second. Jimmy D. Shark will try to move behind him, but they're headed off the end of the straightaway and back into the east turn one more time here in race 13. 106 and 3 the time for the first half mile. 106 and 3. Bruiser Cruiser leads it by 1 length. That's the Star. Still right there in second. He's a Dark Shark third. Jimmy D. Shark behind that one fourth. It's Monkey Dew is looking for some racing room as they head up the backstretch. Has gotten shuffled out to last, 5 lengths from the lead. In the meantime, He's a Dark Shark is right alongside of Bruiser Cruiser, contesting the lead as they go on by the 3/4. Jimmy D. Shark will have to go 3 deep to the center of the racetrack as they move on the final turn, and there is a scramble for the lead and for the win here in race 13. Who will it be? He's a Dark Shark has lost ground around the turn. Jimmy D. Shark's gotten past him. They've still got to catch Bruiser Cruiser as they work their way through the final 8th mile. Bruiser Cruiser to the inside has the lead. Bruiser Cruiser hangs on to win it. Bruiser Cruiser by 3/4 of a length. Over He's a Dark Shark in second. Jimmy D. Shark was toward the inside at the finish in third. That's the Star was fourth, and It's Monkey Dew was fifth. 3/4, 138 and 4. Time for the mile, 2:07 and 4. So 3/4, 138 and 4, and the time for the mile, 2:07 and 4/5. We'll meet the winner, Bruiser Cruiser, in a moment. Horsemen come to the track, race 14. Just a heads up to our pick a winner administrators over in the grandstand. There is a steward's inquiry focusing on the unofficial winner, Bruiser Cruiser. So, as they say at the Parimutuals, hold all tickets. This result is unofficial. We'll pass along more information as soon as it becomes available. But there is a judge's inquiry into the unofficial winner, number 2, Bruiser Cruiser. So sit tight. More information as soon as it becomes available. Thank you.
All right, David, we've got a inquiry. Randy is headed up here to check out the video. He can probably see it on his phone about as good.
Right there. We need to train the judges how to use YouTube on their laptops and phones, right? Save them some steps.
Yeah. Or a tablet. Tell them to use a tablet.
You know I have a tablet. Just we have so many ideas of stuff we want to do to help, and but at some point
we
can't
need
do
a
them all.
jumbotron. We'll just throw it back up on the jumbotron.
I tell you what, to have a LCD trailer, like a 10-foot screen.
We mentioned there is a judge's inquiry, and race fans might have noticed our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, exiting the infield judge's stand, crossing the track, and now he is walking along the walkway, making his way toward the center of the grandstand. The reason he is doing that, we mentioned that harness tube is positioned just below the press box right near the start-finish line. And one of the luxuries of having harness tube on site, they are able, at the presiding judge's request, when he conducts an inquiry, he can go back and look at their footage of the race. They've got a television monitor that they have positioned in front of them at their workstation just below the press box, and they can back the video up as many times as necessary, as often as the judge wants to take a look at it before he makes a final ruling. So, Steward's inquiry is pending, but let's go ahead and acknowledge the unofficial winner, number 2, Bruiser Cruiser. How about a hand for Freddie Patton Jr.? Bruiser Cruiser is owned by Elizabeth Radel of Edgewood and Cornelius Cavett of Virgins down near DuQuoin. Cornelius, the trainer, and Freddie Patton Jr., his father, is the driver of Bruiser Cruiser. This is a 2-year-old gelded son of Valentino, out of Cruisin' Crimson by Sportsmaster, bred by the Mary Lee Jeffers Farm in Flat Rock, Illinois. If the result stands, this would be a second career win for Bruiser Cruiser, who was a winner at the Jasper County Fair at Newton back on the 25th of June. Again, the time for the mile, 2:07.4. So again, if the result stands, this would also be a new lifetime record. But right now, everything's still unofficial. Steward's inquiry is pending.
All right,
we
David.
will let Randy get back over there and give the official result. We're trying to run the replay back for him when we can.
Yeah, and at night like tonight, not only does he have this late night a hard time watching.
Yeah.
Our video is not the best, but it's the only thing we have.
That's all we got. And I think he saw what he needed to see there. It was just more of he was looking somewhere else, and when he came back, the horses weren't where he thought they were supposed to be, and so he wanted to see what happened and kind of see what kind of positions changed and what kind of lanes changed, and I think we're going to be fine, but he's going to take a review and get back to Kurt and give us an official announcement coming up soon.
Yeah, he's getting his steps in. Okay, he's saying go with it, is what he said, so it looks to me like it's going to be an official.
I always let the announcer give the official word, but yeah, I think we're going to stand up here.
Well, Freddie Patton Jr., could you use some good news? No change in the result. You are now the official winner with Bruiser Cruiser.
There you go, Jordan. You're
Freddie
up.
looks skyward and raises his index finger and flashes a smile. Bruiser Cruiser, the inquiry is complete and there is no placing. So congratulations not only to Freddie Patton Jr., but to Cornelius Cavett, his son, the co-owner and trainer of this horse, and Elizabeth Radel of Edgewood, the co-owner as well. And again, this 2-year-old gelded son of Valentino, bred by the Mary Lee Jeffers Farm, bred by the late Mary Lee Jeffers in partnership with her daughter, Adele Jeffers Everett. Time for the mile, 2:07.4, and as we mentioned, that is a new lifetime record for Bruiser Cruiser.
Love that.
And guess what? You were the only one to pick anything. You got a second. All right.
Look at that shot there. You got Freddie Jr. Patton, and you got Candy's
with one of our
granddaughter,
young race fans
Colby
teaching this young lady trackside about the finer points of harness horse driving. Freddie, it's always good to have young people interested in the game, isn't it?
Photo.
He nods his head.
We're going to go to commercial
absolutely.
break. We'll be back
Freddie,
after these
congratulations.
messages.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
The race results are official as we're showing them on the screen there to let everyone know that. Bruiser Cruiser was the winner, second place. He's a Dark Shark. And number 3, Jimmy DeShark. 4, that's the star, and it's Monkey Doo in the 5th spot. And so that's your race finish for race 13 as we move to 14 as we get ready to go here. 4-horse race, and guess what? So far, every time the last 2 nights we've had a 4-horse race, it's been a race.
It's been exciting, hasn't it?
It's been a fantastic race. And as we take a look at 14 here tonight, we'll take a look at David and Lisa both picked a 2-horse, Mariah Lou, and David picked the 3-horse to finish second, Lowling City, and and then the 4-horse was Sangreal,
I don't know. I'm not Italian. Ask Gavin Eddies, right?
If you ask Lisa, it's Sangria. It's got to be a wine. Okay? And she went 2-4-1. So she put On Glide in the 3rd spot and the 4-horse in the 2 slot. And I went different than both of you. I went Lowling City, On Glide, second, and then 2, Mariah Lou.
Awesome.
And so that's my picks for this race. Here, we'll let Kurt talk.
He said, I thought that Freddie Patton Jr. maybe had changed lanes, essentially. And he said, I saw driver Michael Cox behind him change lanes and go, as Freddie went left to right, Michael went right to left. But upon reviewing the video, it was just a case where the natural momentum coming off the final turn simply carried out Freddie's horse a couple of feet. Michael had clearance, he had room, he changed lanes of his own accord. No foul, no harm, no foul, and as a result, that's why the result stood. But we do appreciate the thorough approach to the job. And I think this has been one of the best summers. I started calling county fair races in 1985, one of the best summers in my memory, where from fair to fair, the stewards, the judges have really been on top of these things. And part of that is having video available. Because we do now live in the era, whether it is Harness Tube, whether it is a lot of times Candy Herzog will be our Facebook live stream provider. So with the advent of technology or the advances of technology, it does. It offers a whole new tool for the stewards to use because, folks, we've talked about it. You go to the pari-mutuels, and they've got the resources. They've got cameras. They've got pan cameras. They've got head-on cameras. They've got all kinds of different angles. And we have never had that luxury at the county fairs. It's just a matter of not having the financial resources to do it. But now with Harness Tube and with Facebook live stream, that has changed that aspect of things. So well done to the videographers and well done to the stewards.
Yeah, Kurt hit the nail on the head there. I think what Randy was looking in that turn to see placings or whatnot, see everyone was at. When he looked up, Mike was 3 wide in that last turn, and Freddie was on the rail. He looked up at the top of the stretch. Freddie was 2 wide, and Mike was on the rail. He was trying to figure out how that happened. And all it was, what it looked like to me was when Mike kind of hit his horse, it veered in coming off that turn, and Freddie looked open, kind of drove out to give some room. The horse carried out, it was a nothing happened there. But when you don't expect the horse to be where you think it is, you wonder how it got there. So
yeah, there's no rear view mirrors, okay? no side mirrors
Be at
for
the
you to
gate
go
for
through.
race
Maybe they
14.
need to add
Well done,
those to the
horseman.
cars.
Michael Cox
I'll tell you what,
will drive
Chris
number
here,
1 on Glide. Please note,
I
contrary
just
to the
like to see
program,
good racing.
Michael Cox,
Chris, I don't even
the driver
care if I pick
for
the right
number 1
horses
on Glide.
anymore.
Great
I
job
like
by the
being out here
horseman
watching
getting
the
that
race.
field
We
right
appreciate
out
you
and
following along,
already
Chris.
at the post. Gates rolling.
Seeing the guy that's
14th
done
race.
11.
Here they
we
come.
go.
On Glide, Mariah Liu, Luling City, and Lou Sangreal in the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association race. And they're off and trotting, and there goes Mariah Liu, and there goes Lou Sangreal. And On Glide joins them, and On Glide is going to press the issue from that inside lane. Michael Cox knows he's got the advantage in terms of saving the ground as they move into the first turn, and at the end of the opening eighth of a mile, the battle for the lead continues as Mariah Liu starts to move up as they leave the first turn and enter the back stretch. So this field of 4 trotters working its way toward the quarter-mile mark. Lou Sangreal picks up a couple of positions. Lou Sangreal made the top briefly, but now On Glide is making a move to try to regain the lead. So after what happened was you had Mariah Liu up front, Lou Sangreal to the lead. On Glide is now making a bid for the lead, and the problems there in the far turn for On Glide. The opening quarter is on the board. On Glide took an awkward step, got into some traffic, and has unseated the driver. So heads up on the racetrack. Heads up, On Glide has unseated the driver. Accident over on the west turn. You've also got an issue further back with number 2, Mariah Liu. So Mariah Liu and On Glide have both unseated their drivers at the entry to the west turn. A heads up to our emergency technicians, our paramedics from Carl on the infield, as the only trotter working its way past the stands is Luling City, headed past the half-mile mark. Now the starter is on the scene. This is part of the safety protocols that were put into place at a meeting back in March of the Horsemen of Illinois. The Horsemen met in Springfield in March, and one of the safety protocols is that the starter is authorized personnel to move to the scene of a racing accident to provide assistance to the horses and horsemen involved. So what has happened? We do need the ambulance over to the far turn on the west end of the track, please. We do need the ambulance to the far turn on the west end of the track. Keep in mind, you've still got Luling City, who is on the way toward completing the mile. The other 3 horses will be did not finish situations. Now, Mariah Liu has been caught at the top of the stretch, and thank you to our friends from Carl. They are on their way to the scene of the incident at the far turn. The race is now concluding. Jerome Daniels being very careful here, glancing over to his left as On Glide. And keep in mind, he's actually the trainer of On Glide. So Jerome Daniels, that is his horse, On Glide. He owns and trains both the 1 and the 3. That's why Jerome is now moving up alongside off that east turn to try to take hold of On Glide. So you've got Jerome Daniels in the race bike trying to grab control of On Glide on the backstretch. We've got the ambulance from Carl, which is headed off the east turn very carefully, just as one would expect. These emergency services personnel, first responders, they are showing exactly why they are so good at what they do. They are aware that a race has just concluded. They're aware that a horse is still loose without the driver in the bike, although Jerome Daniels is keeping pace alongside of On Glide. And now the ambulance carefully working its way off the end of the backstretch to tend to the situation over in the far turn. In the meantime, Mariah Liu, they have unhitched the race bike from Mariah Liu at the top of the stretch. We did see Chris Brown take Lou Sangreal off the racetrack. And Jerome Daniels just continues to keep an eye, again, on his filly, his mare On Glide, as Jerome is the owner and trainer, both of number 3, Luling City, and number 1, On Glide. We'll have more information when it becomes available in just a moment, as Luling City will be the winner of this race. Luling City completes the 1-mile journey here in race 14, so she will be, for a matter of record, the winner of the race. And we will update you with more information when it becomes available. there was a mission statement issued from the meeting that was held back around the 1st of March, safety practices for county fair harness racing. We mention this, folks, because just to let you know that the horsemen have been proactive in dealing with situations because racing accidents do happen from time to time. And they have several sections to that document. Safety protocols prior to race day general guidelines, starter guidelines, and racing accidents and procedures. And there are 9 different bullet points under racing accident procedures. And again, we mention that because of the fact the horsemen's community has been proactive in taking these steps, going back to that March meeting, sitting down and saying, you know, we need to have a set of safety guidelines or protocols. And one of those is the role of the starter. One of those is also identifying the proper role of any other horsemen who are wanting to offer assistance. And again, we commend the horsemen's community for taking time to meet during the off-season and just to sit down at the table and say, let's talk to our racing officials. Let's do what we can to make sure that we are all on the same page when it comes to safety. So starter has been on the scene, and the first responders from the Carl ambulance are on the scene over at the entrance to the far turn on the west end of the racetrack. And again, more information when it becomes available. Now, Luling City is the winner of race 14, and this has been an anxious moment for Jerome Daniels. Folks, it's unsettling, no doubt, when you are on the racetrack and you see fellow competitors who have been involved in a racing accident. It's unsettling to look up and realize that your friend Michael Cox is one of the drivers involved in the racing accident, as well as Jill Brown. Then if you're Jerome, you realize you're concerned in addition to the well-being of your horse on glide, in addition to the concern that he obviously has for his friends and fellow competitors. So certainly a turn of events that one never likes to see happen, but we are grateful for the authorized personnel on site to deal with such matters when they do unfold. David Brink of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, he's also one of the anchors for the Harness Tube live stream, offering his congratulations to Jerome Daniels. More in a moment. Whenever racing accidents in any form of racing take place, you think about motorsports. So often, if you follow the NASCAR Cup Series, a driver can signify that he's fine by reaching up and dropping the window net. When the window net comes down, that is always the sign that, okay, the driver is fine. The earliest preliminary reports that we are getting back from folks who have been over to the far turn are encouraging, but we hope to have specific information to pass along in just a moment. But again, the earliest reports thus far have been of an encouraging nature. While we are waiting, the $10 pick-a-winner draws for choosing Luling City, Pat Smith and Vicky Smith. Yes, Pat Smith and Vicky Smith, you have won in the pick-a-winner draw, $10 each. More in a moment. Well, folks, the good news is all horses and drivers have checked out okay. How about that? Jill Brown was complaining of some pain in her lower back, so the first responders provided her with an ice pack. She declined to be examined off-site at the hospital, but ice pack being applied to the back. And Michael Cox, he said he was fine. He said the only thing he might need is a new set of driving colors. He said he tore a hole or two in his driving colors, and he said, all I need is a new set of driving colors, and I'll be good to go. So good to hear that both humans and equine have emerged none the worse for the wear, everybody in good order, and that is always good news to be able to pass along. As far as the incident itself, from our vantage point here on the infield, the infield stock car track, the banking of a stock car track can sometimes cause some limitations for the line of sight. But here on the infield, Brent Plotner has been one of our timers here this evening. I know Brent has driven in his share of harness races over the years, and sometimes, like racers will say, it's just one of those racing deals. Sometimes you get folks all going for the same piece of real estate, and you run out of racetrack, and then something has to give. But the bottom line is everyone is checked out fine, and we're glad to be able to report that news. And thanks again to our first responders and to everyone who tended to the scene. The folks from Carl have been in that ambulance patiently standing by throughout the course of the evening. Folks, how about a hand for all of our first responders? Do they not do a great job? We appreciate it. Horsemen, stand by. We'll be right back with you in a moment. We have already taken care of Pick a Winner, and we are going to wait and check in with our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, before we pass along the official on race 14. 15th race, horses are coming to the track, so just about set to go here, race 15. Horsemen, you may continue to come to the track. In front of the grandstand is number 3, Lou's Interceptor. Please note, it'll be Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. Contrary to the program, Wyatt Avenatti will drive Lou's Interceptor. Also, there's a driver change on the 1, Lou's Andiamo, and that'll be Freddie Patton Jr. So Freddie Patton Jr. drives the 1, Lou's Andiamo. Michael Cox still listed to drive the 2, Judge Me Not. We've not had a reported change there. Number 3, Lou's Interceptor. The driver will be Wyatt Avenatti.
Yes, sir.
Result is official for race 14, so the full field rundown in that 14th race will be as follows. On Glide did not finish. Mariah Lou did not finish. Luling City, the winner, and Lou Sangreal did not finish. The opening quarter, 31 and 4/5 seconds. The first half mile was 1:05 and 3. 3 quarters in 1:43 and 1, and the mile 2:16 and 3. Reads down DNF, DNF, 1 DNF. And indeed, Michael Cox, the men and women who drive these racehorses are tough as nails, and after getting unseated and biting the dirt over there on the west end of the track, Michael Cox right back in the race bike, ready to go with number 2, Judge Me Not.
All All right, folks, as we get ready for race 15, it seems that, as Kurt said, drivers are good. We've got one driver change in race 15. Wyatt Avenatti will be a loose interceptor in this. And
Horsemen,
let's take
please
a look
return
at the
your
races.
saddle pad numbers to the area near the racing.
David picked the one horse. I picked the one horse, which is Loose Andiamo. And David went with a 2 horse. I went 1, 2, 3. David went 1, 2, 3. So that's what we're going. That would make it that a Wyatt Avenatti would not win. Who? Okay. Freddie Patton driving the 1 horse. So I'll try to get that out there for you. Okay. All right, with that change in the driver of the 1, Freddie Patton Jr. going to. David and I picked 1, 2, 3. Lisa picked 2, 3, 1 in this race. We'll go to the track announcer.
Tiger Lily Gold at 7:30. And on Saturday, First Responders Day on Saturday, the Illinois Pullers Association at 12 noon and the Illinois Tractor Puller Association at 6 p.m. that evening. Jackson Dillon Fish performing at 3 p.m. on the grounds. So a lot coming up. You've also got Vivacious Audio performing on the grounds Wednesday at 7:30. Bubble City Playboys on Thursday. You've got the DJ coming to town on Friday evening at 9 o'clock. The big concert, Josh Turner, on Friday. So be sure to take time to visit the Champaign County Fair, the 171st. It's going to be a big week as it continues to unfold. Right now, 15th and final race at the post. The gate is rolling. Top of the stretch, here they come for the final event on what has been a big card of racing. They are off and trotting. There goes Lou's Interceptor for the lead. Judge Me Not is right there, and Luz Andiamo down toward the inside. Luz Andiamo saving the ground as they move on to that east turn. That enables him to move up and take the lead. Judge Me Not goes second on the outside. Lou's Interceptor is last of the 3, but tucked away just a length and a half off the leader down toward the inside. These 3 trotters work their way off the first turn and onto the backstretch. Judge Me Not is still parked to the outside after the opening 1/8 of a mile. And once again starts to move forward to challenge for the lead. There goes Judge Me Not. Judge Me Not up to take the lead just before the quarter. Luz Andiamo is in second position, and Luz Interceptor is racing in third as these 3 trotters move by the quarter-mile mark and work their way to the west end. 31-1 for the 31-4 for the opening quarter, 31 4 fifth seconds. After 3/8 of a mile, they work their way toward the halfway point here in the nightcap, and Luz Andiamo and Judge Me Not and Luz Interceptor, the 3 in that order. And now here comes Luz Interceptor. Luz Interceptor moving up from third to second to challenge Judge Me Not for the top spot past the half. It is Judge Me Not to the inside, has a narrow lead. Luz Interceptor on the outside is a neck from the lead. And then Luz Andiamo, who gets the shuffle back to third after 5/8 of a mile. Still side by side for the lead. One more time, Marty. 102 4. Thank you. 102 4 fifths. Up the backstretch they go, side by side for the race lead as Judge Me Not and Luz Interceptor go at it. And Judge Me Not now wrestles the lead away once again and opens up by a length and a half. Luz Andiamo is looking for some racing room to the inside, moves up to take the second spot. 134 flat, the time at the 3/4, 134 flat. They move off the final turn, and at the top of the lane, let's see what happens in the final 8th mile. Judge Me Not leads it. Here comes Luz Andiamo. Luz Andiamo makes a move to the outside, but Judge Me Not may have his measure. Judge Me Not hanging tough. Luz Andiamo there. Judge Me Not wins the nightcap. Judge Me Not won it by almost a full length on the line. Good effort, but runner-up nonetheless for Luz Andiamo, and then further back, Luz Interceptor crossing the line in 3rd. We'll check the time for the mile in just a moment. 2:05, the time for the 1 mile distance. 2:05 flat. 2 more pick a winner draws, 2 more folks to take home $10 each. We'll do that. We'll meet the winner, and we'll wrap it up here shortly.
All right, Steve Surratt back with you as we get this race closed out here. Good, clean race that time. Wyatt stepping in an emergency situation there just to relieve a driver in that race. Did not win that race. He ended up 3rd, so that broke his streak for the night. But I really don't, I don't want to count that because of the fact that that was not a driver change that was going to happen. And so the 1 horse finished 2nd, the 2 horse finished 1st, and the 3 horse finished 3rd. And so with that, I haven't got, I don't think I did got the mile out there. I should have. That is your final race results. It was pretty distinctive. I don't think there's going to be any discrepancies on that. So I want to let you know, we want to
thank a big thank you
donors.
To our queen and our little miss, Olivia Scheich and Macy Holes, respectively. Folks, here it is, 10:10 p.m. They have been here to congratulate each and every one of our 15 winners. Ladies, well done.
And I have to say,
and how about these harness horse drivers? Michael Cox gets unseated in race 14. He gets knocked out of the race bike, he hits the dirt, and he gets right back up and comes right back to win race 15. How about a hand for Michael Cox with Mikey. Judge Me Not.
All right. I want to thank everybody for watching.
Mike able to smile at the end of this evening. And Judge Me Not wins. Sherry Boldovich is here this evening. Congratulations to Sherry Boldovich, the co-owner who joins us from her home in Lakewood, Colorado. Congratulations, Sherry. 18th career win for Judge Me Not. Congratulations also to Ron Phillips of Athens, Jamaica Patton of Rochester. They are
Okay, folks, we're going to change screens here. It's dark and it's late. We want to hit this. So with that, we want to thank our donors out there. Lisa, you can shut down the camera as we are done there. But also, I want to thank our donors for their sponsors. You can donate to Harness Tube by Venmo at Harness Tube or PayPal at Harness Tube, or send a check, P.O. Box 63, Mount Sterling, Illinois, 62353. You can advertise with us. We really appreciate that with that's going on. And then also, we're down to about 10 races here. You can help with the advertising. We'll be at Lewiston on Thursday with a 2 p.m. post time, followed by a full week of racing after that. So we thank you for listening tonight and so forth, and everyone that's been involved, and we're thankful that all the drivers are safe. For David Brink, Lisa Surratt, this is Steve Surratt saying good night, God bless.